Chapter 127, Let me enjoy myself. Just as he flew near an area floating with a large number of temple ruins, a thick, earthy yellow stream of light from the front side seemed to notice him, adjusted its direction slightly, and approached him. The light dissipated, revealing a figure about 5 meters tall, whose body seemed to be made of dark yellow rock, with lava-like luster flashing at the joints. This was a rock-eater, a race that also belonged to the human race camp. This rock-eater champion sized up Qingyu with a pair of gem-like eyes, lingering for a moment especially on the pair of magnificent purple cloud wings behind him, and his voice rumbled like grinding boulders, carrying a hint of curiosity. Friend, what fast speed. I, King Zunjun, have roamed the outside territory battlefield for tens of thousands of years and have seen countless experts. But there are not many champions who can have your speed just by flying. Looking at your aura, you seem like a new face. First time coming to the Star Tower. His tone was quite friendly. Although there was constant slaughter around the Star Tower, it was common for experts of the same camp to take the initiative to get to know each other and exchange information, especially in such relatively peripheral areas. After all, having one more friend might mean having one more chance of survival in a crisis. Qingyu stopped, hovering not far from the other party, nodded slightly, maintaining an attitude that was neither cold nor overly enthusiastic, and responded calmly. King Zunjun, nice to meet you. You can call me King Yu. It is indeed my first time coming to this Star Tower, and I am just about to go inside to see it. He reported a title he had thought of on the spot. Since he wanted to keep a low profile, he naturally could not use Formless King or his real name. King Zunjun nodded his huge rock head upon hearing Qingyu's title. King Yu, good, I'll remember it. He thought for a moment and confirmed that he had never heard of the name, King Yu, before, guessing that the other party should be a newly promoted expert who had not been to the outside territory battlefield for long. Coincidentally, King Zunjun himself was also coming to this core area of the Star Tower for the first time. Thus, the two traveled together, chatting about various rumors of the outside territory battlefield and the Star Tower while flying toward the base of the towering giant tower. This journey served as a transition for getting to know each other and exchanging information. After flying for a long time, the soul-shaking tower body became closer and closer, until it completely occupied the entire field of vision. Although from a distance, the entire Star Tower was shrouded in an endless vortex of starlight, emitting a terrifying aura that devoured everything, when he actually arrived at the bottom of its base, he found that the bottom layer was relatively calm, even considered safe. The 9-light-year-high tower body had a base as vast as a vast continent. There were 9 huge entrances here, like 9 black holes devouring light, leading to the mysterious world inside the tower. We're here. King Zunjun stopped, looking up at the tower body that could not be seen in its entirety, as if it were supporting the entire universe. Even his rock-like heart nature could not help but reveal an expression of shock and bewilderment. As expected of the famous Star Tower, just standing in front of it makes me feel as small as a speck of dust. Immediately, as if recalling something, a look of mixed expectation and joking appeared on his face, and he flew enthusiastically to the smooth-as-mirror, cold, and hard wall at the base of the tower. He solemnly placed his huge rock palm on it and closed his eyes, seemingly silently communicating and feeling something. After a long while, he opened his eyes, retracted his palm, with a visible disappointment on his face, but more of a, just as expected, relief, and muttered self-deprecatingly, "Hey, it didn't recognize me as its master. It seems that this stubborn stone of mine is not the right material." He turned to look at Qingyu, who was quietly observing on the side, and waved his huge rock arm, saying with a coaxing tone, "King Yu, you try it too. This is a routine for coming to the Star Tower. What if you are the lucky one?" This was indeed something that almost all experts who came to the Star Tower for the first time would do. After all, everyone knew that this towering, endless Star Tower itself was an incredible, heaven-defying treasure. Every expert who came here had a fantasy hidden deep in their hearts. Perhaps they were the unique chosen one who could gain the favor of this supreme treasure and make it recognize them as its master. Qingyu looked at King Zunjun, whose simple and honest appearance carried expectation, and then looked at the tower body emitting an ancient and eternal aura, but his heart was calm, even a little uninterested. He knew the details of this star tower too well. This was a supreme treasure refined by Zuo Sheng specifically for the Earth lineage. To trigger the master recognition, the primary condition was to carry the soul imprint of the Earth lineage. Secondly, it was the extremely harsh requirement for willpower. Qingyu now had the willpower of a high-level universe venerable at the World Lord rank, which would be enough to scare a group of undying to death if said out loud, but according to the information in his memory, this was still not enough. To successfully make the Star Tower recognize one as its master at the World Lord rank, the willpower needed to reach at least the peak universe exalt level. If an undying level expert came to try, it would require the willpower of a universe lord level. The conditions are so harsh, no wonder countless brilliant people have failed here over the endless years, and one has to wait for the protagonist to succeed. Qingyu sighed inwardly. Moreover, as a transmigrator, he knew an earth-shattering secret. This star tower was by no means as simple as the ultimate supreme treasure, generally speculated by the outside world. It was a weapon far above the ultimate supreme treasure, a god-king weapon. However, Qingyu did not feel any regret about this. He shook his head, keeping a calm mindset. After all, the golden finger he possessed was a path of growth with infinite potential, becoming more powerful in the late stage, so he was fully confident in not regarding the Star Tower as a must-have. Thoughts turned in his heart, but his appearance did not reveal anything. He still flew forward as requested, learning the other party's appearance, and gently placed his palm on the cold, hard tower wall that seemed to carry the weight of endless years. It was ice-cold to the touch, and when his consciousness probed in, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, feeling no response, only a kind of ancient and unchanging silence and vastness. King Zunjun looked at Qingyu nervously. He was both looking forward to Qingyu's successful master recognition, so that he could witness the historical moment of this treasure, which even great existences could not shake, recognizing its master. But at the same time, he was afraid that Qingyu would really succeed. After all, he himself did not succeed. After a while, Qingyu naturally retracted his palm, shook his head at King Zunjun, and said in a flat tone, "Sure enough, it's not meant for me." Seeing this, King Zunjun breathed a sigh of relief, laughed, and was quite open-minded. Normal. If it were so easy to recognize a master, this star tower would have been taken away long ago. It seems that neither of us is that lucky person. Immediately, he looked at the deep entrance that did not know where it led and sent an invitation to Qingyu. King Yuni, the inside of this star tower is vast and boundless, the passages are intricate, and there are a huge number of alien champions, with hundreds of thousands of them entrenched here for a long time. Most of those who come into Rome are traveling together, looking out for each other. Since you and I are both in the human race camp and met here, why not explore together? It would be good to have a helper. His proposal was very practical. In the perilous Star Tower, having one more reliable companion could greatly increase the survival rate and the chance of gain. However, Qingyu declined politely almost without any hesitation. "Thank you for your kindness, King Zunjun. But I am used to acting alone, it is more convenient to do things, so I won't drag you down." He had too many secrets, whether it was instantly switching clones, using heavy treasures, or soul enslavement, it was not convenient to reveal in front of outsiders. Teaming up with others had too many constraints and was easy to expose his background. Seeing Qingyu's clear attitude, King Zunjun did not force it, patted his chest with his huge rock palm, and made a dull sound. "That's fine. To each their own. Then King Yuni, be careful yourself. In this Star Tower, the danger does not just come from alien races, some of the same camp. Humph, you also have to be on guard. I'll go first." After speaking, he nodded to Qingyu, then took heavy steps, turned into an earthy yellow stream of light, and rushed into one of the huge entrances first, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Qingyu watched him leave, then cast his gaze toward another entrance with relatively fewer people, his eyes slightly condensed. "Star Tower, let me see what kind of mystery lies within." The wings behind him vibrated slightly, turning into a purple thread, and silently plunged into an entrance. Entering the interior of the Star Tower, the scene in front of him suddenly opened up, but it was completely different from what he had imagined from the outside. The inside of the tower was not a traditional floor structure, but like a constantly changing maze, formed by countless, forbidden land spaces, of different sizes and environments connected by randomly changing passages. Each forbidden land space was like an independent small world, and these spaces themselves were constantly moving and changing positions under the operation of the Star Tower. The 9-light-year-high tower body contained countless forbidden land spaces inside. This also meant that unless they entered from the same entrance at the same time and deliberately stayed together, once separated in the passage, the probability of meeting again was minimal. The first forbidden land space Qingyu stepped into was a vast swamp. The grayish-brown mud swamp bubbled, emitting a rotten smell, and a faint toxic miasma filled the air. There was no life here. Looks like my luck is average. Qingyu was not surprised by this. While vigilant against possible sudden attacks from the swamp, he quickly searched for the space passage leading to the next forbidden land space. These passages were like ripples on the water surface, appearing randomly in every corner of the space, requiring careful perception to discover. His primary purpose for coming to the Star Tower was not to hunt for treasures, but to find and soul enslave a few king limit experts. He had an idea in his heart. If he could enslave a king limit expert who was also cultivating in the Elder God cult, perhaps he could use their identity to find a way to steal the seawater of the Lord of Nine Nether's endless Yuhai from the Elder God cult's secret realm, to cultivate his third clone, the Nether Sea clone. Of course, he also knew that this hope was extremely slim. Those qualified to practice in the Elder God cult were almost all the top geniuses of their respective races, and it was rare for them to still come to places like the outside territory battlefield to mess around. But this was ultimately a possible path, worth trying his luck. He passed through several forbidden land spaces in succession, including a world of scorching lava, an ice-sealed snowfield, and a jungle made of metal. The environments were different, but the common point was that he did not encounter any other experts. The vastness of the inside of the Star Tower could be seen from this. Until he stepped into the 10th forbidden land space. In front of him was a boundless golden desert, with scorching heat waves distorting the air and hot sand under his feet. And this time, he finally saw the figures of other experts, and they were figures in fierce battle. On the sand dunes in the distance, 5 figures of different forms were joining forces to besiege another 3 figures. The roaring sound of energy collision was incessant, and the violent shockwaves plowed deep gullies in the sea of sand. Qingyu swept his gaze and took in the situation of the battlefield at a glance. Both sides of the battle were alien champions who did not belong to the 4 peak races, and their strength was roughly at the level of high-level champion. Not interested. Qingyu's gaze only indifferently swept over the 8 figures fighting fiercely, and he lost interest. These alien champions who did not belong to the 4 peak races were the most numerous in the Star Tower. They were allowed to enter the outside territory battlefield only after paying a huge price to the 4 peak races, and their total number far exceeded the 4 camps themselves. However, the moment Qingyu appeared and was perceived by them, the originally fierce battle group was like being pressed on the pause button, suddenly separated. The 8 figures quickly pulled away, all attacks stopped, and they looked at the suddenly appearing Qingyu with great vigilance, their eyes full of dread. Human Peak King. The 8 high-level champions all felt a chill in their hearts. When facing a human expert whose aura clearly reached the Peak King level, if the 8 of them continued to fight, it would simply be courting death. At this moment, Qingyu from the human race camp became their common, potential huge threat. Qingyu originally intended to leave directly, but then thought, 8 high-level champions, although the value of soul enslavement is not great, using them to temper my newly perfected secret method and test its effect in actual combat is not a waste. He stopped his movement toward the space passage and turned to face the 8 nervous and guarded alien champions. Human, we don't offend each other. One of the alien champions, similar to a lizard man, spoke hurriedly, trying to ease the atmosphere. The 8 of them were already at odds with each other, and they didn't want to confront a Peak King at all. Qingyu shook his head, and a powerful will slowly rose. Since we have met, accompany me to warm up. He scanned the 8 people, his tone carrying a hint of playfulness. If you 8 can satisfy me, I will let you go. Humph. So what if you are a peak king? You are just one person. An alien champion covered in bone armor snorted angrily, provoked by Qingyu's attitude of looking down on them. Chapter 128, Slave Trading. He roared at the other 7. Did you all hear that? If we don't kill him, he won't let us go. Let's attack together, or 8 of us really afraid of just him. The other 7 champion-level Undying looked at each other, and their gazes quickly reached a consensus. Kill. 8 powerful auras instantly erupted, and various forms of law attacks swept towards Qingyu like a torrential storm. And Qingyu, in order to achieve the goal of refining his secret technique. He did not use the body amplification secret technique, Thunderbolt, fighting only with his basic strength and the perfected first-style pinnacle secret technique, Ethereal. His figure weaved nimbly through the gaps in the attacks, while the Huan Shenbing illusory god weapon in his hand condensed into illusory spatial blades that sometimes parried and sometimes swung in profound trajectories. To outsiders, he appeared completely caught in the encirclement of the 8, seemingly overwhelmed and barely able to hold on. Ha ha, turns out he's just a paper tiger. His attack power is only at the champion-level Undying tier. His speed is faster, but we've restricted him, so he can't utilize it. Push harder, let's finish him off. A peak king human is bound to have a rich fortune. Noticing that Qingyu's performance showed strength far below expectations, the 8 alien champions were overjoyed. Their attacks grew even fiercer, thinking they had found an easy target. They seemed to already envision the wonderful prospect of dividing his wealth after killing a peak king human. However, Qingyu, at the center of the storm, had a clear gaze. Even more subtly, because the strength Qingyu displayed was not as overwhelming as imagined, the internal relationships among the 8 champions, who had temporarily united due to external pressure, began to become delicate again. The 5 and 3 who previously belonged to 2 different factions began to guard against each other while attacking Qingyu, holding back some strength, fearing being severely injured by a sudden outburst from the opponent or Qingyu. This superficial unity, lacking true tacit understanding, naturally couldn't form a genuinely coordinated all-out attack. This was precisely what Qingyu intended. If the 8 champion-level Undying had truly gone all out, without reservations and with perfect coordination, his current deliberately suppressed strength would indeed have made things a bit tricky. What he was currently performing was the perfected first-style pinnacle secret technique, Ethereal. This move was named Ethereal, signifying its elusive and ever-changing nature. Executed by the Huan Shenbing illusory god weapon, the attacks sometimes transformed into roaring tigers, pouncing with the force to tear through the sky. Sometimes they became bizarre and tricky giant serpents, launching fatal strikes between reality and illusion. And sometimes they seemed to coalesce into majestic divine mountains or surging long rivers, suppressing and binding with immense power. This secret technique, while perhaps lacking in extreme single-target burst, showcased astonishing resilience in complex battle situations, especially when facing multiple opponents like now, due to its versatile and highly adaptable nature. Relying on the subtlety of the ethereal secret technique, Qingyu, under the not fully committed encirclement of the 8 champion-level Undying, appeared to be in peril but actually stood firm as a rock, deflecting, parrying, or skillfully neutralizing each attack. However, after a while, these 8 champions were not fools and gradually caught on. Something's not right. His aura has been consistently stable, not at all like he's struggling to hold on. He's using us to refine his secret technique. Damn it, he's gone too far. He's completely looking down on us. Realizing they had been treated as free sparring partners, the 8 champion-level Undying were instantly enraged, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. The internal discord that had existed was temporarily suppressed by the shared anger, and the intensity and coordination of their attacks noticeably increased. That's enough playing. Feeling the sudden surge in pressure, Qingyu knew that the pure skill refinement had achieved its effect. It was time to end this game. With a thought, the complex secret patterns condensed within his body from cultivating the Thunderbolt secret technique instantly lit up, like living lightning, instantly spreading throughout his entire body. An aura far more vast, profound, and explosively powerful than before erupted like a dormant volcano. What? A body amplification secret technique. Such strong energy fluctuations. Be careful, he actually knows a body amplification secret technique. The 8th champion level Undying saw the sudden illumination of profound secret patterns on Qingyu's body and felt the terrifying aura that made their souls tremble. Their faces changed drastically, and alarm bells rang in their hearts. Who would dare to venture into the Star Tower without some trump cards? They instantly understood that the opponent was getting serious. Under the life and death crisis, the 8 of them united as never before, unleashing various ultimate moves and defensive measures as if they were free, attempting to collectively resist the anticipated outburst. However, they vastly underestimated the extent of this eruption. Qingyu's body amplification was not the usual 2 or 4 times, but a terrifying 32 times. Boom! It was as if a star had exploded before their eyes. Qingyu's aura, which was originally only at the peak king level, instantly soared to a terrifying height that they could not comprehend, only look up to. It was not just a quantitative increase, but an absolute sense of oppression brought about by a qualitative change in his life level. His inherent basic strength already far surpassed those of his tier. Now, under the terrifying amplification of 32 times body amplification, the power unleashed instantly reached a desperate level. The Huan Shenbing illusory god weapon suspended before him suddenly condensed, no longer in its changing forms, but transformed into a silver blade so refined that it seemed capable of cutting through space. Qingyu lightly held this beam of destructive silver light with one hand, his gaze indifferent, then he violently swung his arm. Whoosh! The silver blade light, as if teleporting, instantly swept past a bat-winged champion closest to him. Not good. The bat-winged champion felt a deadly crisis, but he wasn't particularly panicked. In his opinion, even if a peak king erupted, one strike would at most annihilate a portion of his divine body, and he would still have a chance to regroup and escape with his undying body. However, reality completely shattered his lucky. When that silver blade light silently cut through his divine body, he discovered in horror that his undying divine power, as if encountering its nemesis, couldn't offer even a trace of resistance and began to collapse and disintegrate from its most microscopic structure. No, he only had time to let out a short, desperate roar, and the next moment, boom. His divine body was not merely scattered, but utterly annihilated. It transformed into countless minute energy particles, dissipating into the air, without even a chance to reform. Instant kill. A true and complete annihilation of the divine body. The remaining 7 champion-level Undying witnessed this scene, their souls taking flight, terrified to their core. How is that possible? One strike completely annihilated a champion-level Undying. Even a king limit couldn't do that without burning his divine power. They screamed frantically in their hearts, wanting to curse. If you had such strength, why didn't you use it earlier? Playing the pig to eat the tiger isn't done like this. The instinct for survival instantly overwhelmed everything else. Just then, the spatial passage leading to the next forbidden zone appeared shimmering nearby. Run. Go quickly. The 7 champion-level Undying no longer cared about anything else, like startled rabbits, erupting with the fastest speed of their lives, scrambling to flee towards the spatial passage for their lives. Leave. Did I permit it? Qingyu's cold voice, like a declaration from the Grim Reaper, rang out behind them. A purple shadow flashed, and Qingyu's speed far exceeded their imagination. He moved later but arrived first, instantly catching up to the 4 who were slightly slower in escaping. The silver blade light, once again condensed in his hand, flashed past. This time, however, he precisely controlled its power. Puff, 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 puff. 4 muffled thuds sounded almost simultaneously. The divine bodies of those 4 champion-level Undying instantly became illusory and transparent, their auras plummeting like candles in the wind. Their divine bodies were precisely annihilated by over 80%. At this extent, they had already lost conscious awareness, falling into a deep sleep, suspended in midair like 4 statues. The other 3, who were the fastest, had already rushed to the entrance of the spatial passage, their faces even showing a trace of wild joy at having escaped death. However, Qingyu didn't even move, he merely raised his eyes, his chilling gaze like a tangible entity, and a trace of emerald green light flashed in his eyes. An invisible, intangible, yet incomparably tyrannical soul attack instantly crossed space, directly blasting into the consciousness of those 3 champion-level Undying. The wild joy on their faces instantly froze, their eyes became hollow and blank, and their forward momentum abruptly ceased. Like puppets with severed strings, they plummeted straight down from midair, crashing heavily onto the desert, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. Qingyu did not annihilate their souls, he merely used his formidable soul power to forcibly suppress and seal their consciousness, plunging them into a deep sleep. In a blink of an eye, of the 8 champion-level Undying, 1 was dead, and 7 were in deep sleep. Qingyu floated in the air, slowly retracting his aura, his gaze calmly sweeping across the ravaged battlefield. He waved his hand, collecting the world rings left by the 8, as well as the 7, live ones, who had fallen into a deep sleep. Barely adequate, he muttered faintly, then his figure flashed and he vanished into the still shimmering spatial passage. For Qingyu, whose perspective was now extremely high, these few champion-level Undying themselves indeed lacked the qualifications to be soul-enslaved by him. However, they themselves and their wealth were a not insignificant resource. The last transformation almost completely depleted the treasures I obtained from the Forbidden Shrine. Now I'm pretty much broke again, Qingyu mused. Having personally experienced the immense benefits brought by transformation, he was now filled with unprecedented motivation to gather resources. This was undoubtedly the fastest and most fundamental way he currently knew to increase his strength. He would never let go of any opportunity that could be converted into resources for the next transformation. These champion-level Undying were excellent materials. He didn't even spare their memories, forcibly invading with his powerful psychic energy, thoroughly plundering all valuable information they knew about various races, treasure clues, and other useful intelligence, ensuring he squeezed out every last bit of value. After completing all this, Qingyu's consciousness connected to the virtual universe and he sent an email to King Miaohui. A unique virtual universe plane. Here, it felt as if one was beneath the vast starry sky, with countless figures exuding powerful auras, seated on floating thrones. Made of starlight. These figures varied in form, coming from the human race and its numerous affiliated groups. The weakest aura among them was at the champion level. This was one of the Great Alliance's high-end trading auction houses. At this moment, on the auction stage, the host was introducing the current batch of goods, slave auctions. Next up is Lot 37, 10 female Undying from the Night Shadow Charm race. They naturally possess charming power that can influence the mind, and each one has undergone special training, proficient in various ways of service. Lot 38 consists of 5 from the Frost Snow Fairy race. Most of the powerful beings on the thrones below showed little interest in this, with only occasional bids. At the king-level immortal tier, the desires of most beings had long transcended simple enjoyment of beauty, instead pursuing the enhancement of strength and the mysteries of power. Only a few powerful individuals with special preferences or those needing such slaves for specific tasks would participate in the bidding. Just then, the auctioneer's voice slightly rose, carrying a hint of unusual meaning. The next batch of items is also slaves, but they are a bit special. They are 7 champion-level immortal Undying in a state of deep sleep. They come from different ethnic groups, and detailed information has been sent to your seats. In the virtual universe auction house, when the auctioneer announced that the next batch of items was still slaves, most of the powerful beings on the starlight thrones remained unenthusiastic. However, when the auctioneer's subsequent words, along with the detailed information of the items displayed synchronously on the virtual interface, were presented to all participants, the entire auction house was as if hit by a psychic bomb, instantly causing a considerable commotion. Champion-level Undying slaves, 7 of them. Who was so extravagant? Powerful intentions instantly swept over the item. Information, and upon seeing the specific conditions, the shock spread even further. These 7 champion-level Undying were divided into 2 batches. The first batch of 4, their divine bodies were severely damaged, over 80% annihilated, with less than 20% remaining, and they were in a deep sleep. In this state, buying them would require investing massive resources to restore them to their peak, significantly reducing their value. The second batch of 3, their divine bodies were completely intact. Only their consciousness was forcibly suppressed into a deep sleep. This meant that as long as soul enslavement was successful, one could immediately gain a fully powered champion-level undying combat force, without any additional investment. 3 intact champion-level undying slaves. How is that possible? To capture a champion-level undying alive and ensure their divine body is completely unharmed. How was this achieved? A soul master. It must have been an extremely terrifying soul master who acted. The atmosphere of the entire auction house was completely ignited. The Great Alliance has over 3 million champion members. The value of living, intact champion-level undying slaves is unquestionable, there's no shortage of buyers. Chapter 129, Lord Yanchu's Commission. For those powerhouses hovering at the initial champion and high champion ranks, capturing a high champion servant would be akin to instantly gaining a powerful assistant of comparable strength. Whether venturing in the outside territory battlefield or undertaking dangerous missions, their survival capability and success rate would significantly increase. Even if those at peak champion or stronger didn't need one for themselves, they could consider it for their family, subordinate forces, or favored younger generations. A high champion servant would be an excellent choice, whether as a guard or a mentor. However, when everyone's gaze fell upon the item provider column, they saw a name that surprised them: King Miaohui. King Miaohui. Although she has extensive connections, her own strength doesn't seem that great, does it? How could she acquire 7 high champions at once, 3 of whom are perfectly intact? I've never heard of King Miaohui having such capabilities. Just as everyone was filled with doubts, an elegant figure stood up from a starlight throne. It was King Miaohui. With a graceful smile on her face, her clear voice resonated throughout the venue. Everyone, please calm down. King Miaohui does not take credit for these servants, they are not my achievement. I am merely entrusted by my friend, King Yuni, to auction them on his behalf. King Yuni, who is this? I've never heard of this title. King Miaohui's words were like a drop of cold water in a boiling oil pot, instantly sparking even greater curiosity and discussion. Everyone's attention immediately shifted from the auction items themselves to this mysterious provider, King Yuni. A mysterious champion who could produce 7 high champion servants at once, 3 of whom even had complete bodies, and could also get King Miaohui to willingly handle the arrangements. This was absolutely not simple. Almost in an instant, the previously unknown title of King Yuni piqued the intense interest and speculation of all the powerhouses present. They all activated their channels, beginning to inquire about any information regarding this King Yuni. The auction officially began in an increasingly fervent atmosphere. First to be auctioned were the 4 high champions whose divine bodies were severely damaged, with less than 20% remaining. Although they were in poor condition and would require the buyer to invest massive resources or a long time to recover, the title of High Champion itself still held considerable appeal. Ultimately, the sold price of these 4 servants each reached between 8 billion and 10 billion mixed yuan units. This price was actually slightly higher than the market's general perception of the value of crippled high champions, usually around 6 to 7 billion mixed yuan units. The reason for this premium was, on one hand, the genuine scarcity of such, in stock, high champion servants within the Great Alliance. On the other hand, many powerhouses participating in the bidding also took the opportunity to curry favor with and leave an impression on the mysterious King Yuni, who could capture high champions. A small premium, if it could forge a good connection, was undoubtedly worthwhile. Next came the bidding for the 3 high champion servants whose divine bodies were completely intact. This was the true highlight that ignited the entire venue. The numbers on the bidding screen surged and climbed like a runaway wild horse. The value of a fully powered high champion combatant available immediately far surpassed that of damaged goods requiring recovery investment. Ultimately, after fierce competition, each of these 3 perfectly intact high champion servants sold for over 33 billion mixed yuan units. Even though all their personal treasures had already been plundered by Qingyu, their intrinsic value as immediate combat power was still fully recognized by the market. After the auction, Qingyu quickly left the Star Tower and the personnel who came to collect the goods, handing over the 7 high champions to them. Then, through the virtual universe, he received the auction results and the huge sum of money, after deducting various handling fees, transferred by King Miaohui. Looking at the astonishing income totaling over 150 billion mixed yuan units, Qingyu, while delighted, couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If I had known living servants were so valuable, how many mixed yuan units did I waste by directly killing and annihilating those champions in the Forbidden Shrine and during my journey? He felt as if vast resources were slipping through his fingers. Especially those peak champions, if they could be captured alive, their value would likely be astronomical. This windfall further solidified his previous thoughts. It seems that, in the outside territory battlefield from now on, this will be one of my best ways to quickly accumulate resources. Qingyu's eyes gleamed. He decided that, under the identity of King Uni, he would conduct a targeted hunt in the Star Tower and even the broader outside territory battlefield. Of course, he was not a bloodthirsty person. His targets would primarily be alien races who actively provoked him, as well as isolated enemies or groups of enemies that could be caught in one sweep. Only when he was certain he could instantly control the situation and prevent news from leaking would he choose to capture targets alive, put them into a deep sleep, and then sell them as commodities through Great Alliance channels. All of this was to hide his true strength and trump cards as much as possible, maintain the mystique of King Uni, and avoid becoming a target too early. However, Qingyu also clearly knew that there was no such thing as an airtight wall. In the perilous outside territory battlefield, with its endless array of methods, even the most meticulous plan could encounter unexpected situations. There would always be some alien powerhouses with extremely strong wills or special life-saving secret techniques, who, in the split second before their consciousness was forcibly suppressed and they fell into a deep sleep, would have the chance to transmit fragmented information about King Uni through their communication systems. Once this happened too many times and the information gradually converged, King Uni's true strength and some of his methods would inevitably be exposed to certain interested factions and powerhouses. 3 years quietly passed within the Star Tower. Just as Qingyu had anticipated, no matter how cautious he was, in the process of capturing high champions alive multiple times, there were inevitably some who slipped through. Over these 3 years, fragments of information that had leaked out gradually circulated and converged within a small circle inside the Star Tower. A mysterious human champion, possessing incredible speed, proficient in powerful soul suppression techniques. The title, King Uni, began to quietly spread among some powerhouses, veiled in an aura of mystery and power. At the same time, another bounty notice, like a drop of ink in water, slowly began to spread in certain areas of the Star Tower. It was Dreamweaver King's enormous bounty for the Formless King. This bounty included a rather detailed description of the Formless King, image Qingyu had once used, including his approximate physique and life aura characteristics. However, trying to find Qingyu within the Star Tower based on this bounty would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Hundreds of thousands of champions were permanently stationed in the Star Tower. Among the human camp alone, there were many who possessed wing-type treasures or special forms, making them visually similar to Qingyu. Moreover, the countless randomly moving and changing forbidden spaces within the Star Tower were themselves the perfect natural barriers, even if a suspected target was occasionally discovered, continuous tracking would be almost impossible. Dreamweaver King clearly knew this too. His primary strategy was not to blindly search within the Star Tower himself, but rather to lure Qingyu out to find him. Therefore, in the gradually spreading bounty information, he specifically noted his permanent location, in a certain area outside the Star Tower. He was like a patient fisherman, setting out bait, waiting for the fish to bite. He firmly believed that with Qingyu's arrogance as a genius and his desire to eliminate potential threats, once he learned that Dreamweaver King was so arrogantly stationed outside, he would inevitably be unable to resist coming to settle accounts with him. On this day, Qingyu had just finished exploring a frozen forbidden space and was about to look for the next passage when he received a communication request from King Miaohui via the virtual universe. Upon connecting, King Miaohui's face, showing a hint of concern and seriousness, appeared. "Your Highness Qingyu, there are 2 matters I need to inform you of. First, Dreamweaver King's bounty on you has already begun to circulate in some areas of the Star Tower, she said, getting straight to the point. He provided a detailed description of your previous, formless king, appearance, and, he specifically announced his own coordinate area outside the Star Tower. She paused, observing Qingyu's reaction, then continued. He seems determined to lure you out. Outside is not like inside the tower, it's probably already an inescapable trap. Qingyu's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, only a trace of cold mockery flashed in his eyes. How could he not know Dreamweaver King's intentions? Such an open scheme, to someone with true strength, was merely the clamor of a clown. Just a clown, no need to pay attention, Qingyu responded indifferently. Seeing Qingyu so calm, King Miaohui felt a little relieved, then stated the second matter, which was also the main purpose of her contact. Also, I've brought a commission for you this time. Are you interested? Oh, what commission? Qingyu showed some interest. She deliberately paused before continuing. King Yuni, with those few servant auctions, your name is now completely established within the Great Alliance. Especially capturing and auctioning even peak champion servants, such methods are hard not to notice. Lord Yanchu heard of your reputation and ability, which is why he specifically sought me out, hoping I could facilitate an introduction. Qingyu listened quietly, understanding. Over these 3 years, he had made several more moves, targeting both high champions and peak champions. All the alien races he captured alive were eventually converted into currency through King Miaohui's channels at the Great Alliance Auction House. The title, King Yuni, had evolved from initial mystery and curiosity to a powerful and enigmatic synonym, gaining considerable prestige in certain circles within the Star Tower and even the Great Alliance. King Miaohui then continued. Lord Yanchu has commissioned you to help capture an undying Zerg Queen Mother. He wants to enslave a Zerg Queen Mother, and he is willing to pay 500 billion mixed yuan units as your reward for this mission. 500 billion mixed yuan units. Lord Yanchu. If it's him, he certainly can afford that price. Qingyu smiled slightly. He naturally knew Lord Yanchu, the only son of Venerable Shi Huo of the Great Axe Battleground. Venerable Shi Huo doted on him immensely, so he could naturally spend money like water. 500 billion mixed yuan units was an exorbitant price for a peak champion servant, but for an undying Zerg Queen Mother, which possessed extremely high strategic value, it seemed reasonable, and for a powerful Queen Mother, this price might even be on the low side. Zerg Queen Mothers are rare and extremely cautious. I cannot guarantee that I will have the opportunity to succeed. Qingyu pondered. For a moment, giving a cautious reply. I can only promise that if I encounter a target in the outside territory battlefield that I am confident in dealing with, I will prioritize his commission. Lord Yanchu understands that this cannot be forced, King Miaohui said with a smile. He just feels that with your current strength, you have the best chance of accomplishing it. And I also feel that if even your Highness Qingyu cannot do it, then other champions would probably be even harder to rely on. These words were undoubtedly an affirmation of the golden brand Qingyu had established within the Great Alliance. In that case, I accept this commission. Qingyu finally nodded. After ending the communication, Qingyu's eyes flickered with light. The allure of 500 billion mixed yuan units was undeniable, and the prestige and renown brought by the King Yuni identity were also beginning to show their practical value. Hunting a Zerg Queen Mother was undoubtedly an extremely challenging task. Zerg Queen Mothers are extremely unique life forms, their difficulty in breaking through to undying is far greater than that of humans. For a Zerg Queen Mother to reach the undying level, the prerequisite is that she must achieve a level of comprehension in at least one of the 2 supreme laws, space or time, comparable to a human king-level immortal. This means that the weakest undying Zerg Queen Mother must be at least at the initial champion level in terms of law comprehension. Even more terrifying, they are naturally capable of birthing and controlling vast numbers of Zerg warriors, forming terrifying Zerg legions. Once they produce enough undying Zerg warriors, with their combined attacks, even an invincible champion powerhouse would have to temporarily retreat and dare not confront them head-on. Because of this, Zerg Queen Mothers themselves do not need, nor do they have, titles like human, marquis, or champion, to distinguish their strength. their own law realm combined, with the scale of their Zerg Legion as the most direct manifestation of their power. However, the number of Zerg Queen Mothers is too small. Qingyu frowned slightly. He had been in the outside territory battlefield for quite some time, whether in the previous base battlefield number 022 or currently exploring the Star Tower. He had never even encountered a World Lord-ranked Zerg Queen Mother, let alone an undying one. Within the Star Tower's range, the only undying Zerg Queen Mother Qingyu definitively knew to exist was the infamous Nan Cheng. Thinking of Nan Cheng, Qingyu couldn't help but shake his head, his brow furrowing even tighter. As far as I know, Nan Cheng's own strength is comparable to King Limit, and she also has a soul servant who has also reached King Limit's strength, Skull Needle King. Qingyu mused silently. Chapter 130, Probing. 2 King Limit's joining forces, plus the massive insect race army that her Zerg Queen Mother might possess, to capture her alive under such heavy protection. Qingyu assessed his own strength and trump cards. If I use all my methods, activating the Purple Cloud Pearl domain and the Dark Tower's defense, combined with a soul attack, I can definitely fight her, and defeat her wouldn't be difficult. But to break through the insect race army and Skeleton Needle King's obstruction and successfully suppress her soul, putting her into a deep sleep, before she self-destructs. He came to a not-so-optimistic conclusion. The difficulty is too great. It would probably require exposing almost all my trump cards, and the success rate cannot even be guaranteed. More importantly, even if he was willing to take the risk, given the Zerg Queen Mother's caution, finding her alone would be very difficult. Let fate decide. Qingyu's attention returned to the present. Another piece of news brought by King Miaohui, regarding Dreamweaver King's bounty coordinates outside the Star Tower. That could be dealt with first. A cold, sharp arc appeared at the corner of Qingyu's mouth. I didn't find him in the Forbidden Stream region before, and now he's jumped out again. Since he's so enthusiastically inviting me repeatedly, I'll go, attend the appointment, first and deal with this noisy fellow. King Miaohui had already informed him of Dreamweaver King's publicly stationed coordinates, which were in a void not far outside the Star Tower. I want to see what kind of inescapable net you've laid, daring to so openly lure me out. A hint of scrutiny flashed in Qingyu's eyes. He wouldn't naively believe that Dreamweaver King would be waiting for him there without any preparations. Having made up his mind, Qingyu no longer hesitated. He first quietly left the Star Tower, appearing in the endless void outside. Gazing at the coordinate area marked by Dreamweaver King in the distance, he didn't foolishly fly directly towards it. With a thought, his servant, Blood Lu King, from his inner world was summoned. Master. This former monster race high champion respectfully saluted. Blood Lu King, go to that coordinate point and investigate. Qingyu ordered. Maintain virtual universe communication and transmit everything you see to me in real time. Yes. Blood King didn't hesitate, immediately flying towards the coordinates Qingyu provided. He couldn't teleport yet and could only rely on flying. Although his speed wasn't slow, it would still take some time in the vast starry sky. Qingyu, meanwhile, remained hidden behind an inconspicuous meteorite in the distance, his attention entirely focused on the virtual universe communication screen he maintained with Blood King, observing the situation ahead through Blood Lu King's eyes. The starry sky was desolate, and everything seemed calm. Blood Lu King continuously approached the coordinate point, which appeared empty. However, just as Blood Lu King was about to reach the designated coordinates, and could even see with his naked eye that the coordinate point seemed empty, an anomaly suddenly occurred. Without any warning, the previously empty void was abruptly filled with an endless expanse of azure seawater. The seawater was not ordinary water, it contained terrifying law power and majestic divine power, as if a miniature ocean had been moved there out of thin air in an instant. Roar! Blood Lu King reacted extremely quickly. Sensing a fatal crisis, he instantly revealed his monster race true form, transforming into a massive, ferocious giant snake over 10 kilometers long. A violent, savage aura surged skyward, condensing vast divine power, attempting to tear apart this suddenly appearing seawater domain. But it was useless. The seemingly gentle seawater was actually as heavy as billions of tons of divine mountains, containing incredible binding and annihilation power. Blood Lu King's strike. Powerful enough to tear apart stars, only caused a few ripples when it hit the seawater, before being completely neutralized. The next moment, the endless seawater, as if alive, instantly enveloped Blood Lu King's massive true form. A huge, rapidly spinning vortex formed, and terrifying tearing forces acted upon Blood Lu King's divine body. Ah! Blood Lu King only managed to let out a short, unwilling roar. Huff! Like a bursting bubble, under the crushing force of the azure vortex, Blood Lu King's monster race true form, which was over 10 kilometers long, was completely annihilated in an instant. Not even a trace of remains was left. In the distance, behind the meteorite, Qingyu watched as the virtual universe communication screen instantly turned to static, and then his soul connection with Blood Lu King was completely severed. His brows furrowed slightly. Blood Lu King has fallen. He muttered in a low voice, his eyes becoming extremely solemn. Blood Lu King was, after all, a high champion in strength. Although not top tier among his current servants, he was by no means weak. However, from the appearance of that bizarre seawater to Blood Lu King being instantly killed and his divine body completely annihilated, the entire process was breathtakingly fast. A high champion was instantly killed without even seeing the enemy's face. Qingyu felt a chill in his heart. Just as Blood Lu King was instantly annihilated by the deep blue seawater domain, in a hidden corner of that distant void, the concealed Dreamweaver King almost cheered with excitement. It's Blood Lu King. It's that formless king's servant. Dreamweaver King's eyes gleamed with wild joy. He had personally seen Blood King in the Forbidden Shrine and knew that he was one of Qingyu's servants. He's here. He really was lured here. Ha 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 ha. He had waited bitterly for over 3,000 years, wasting away his time in the Forbidden Stream region, and had only been at the Star Tower for 3 years, yet he didn't expect to receive Qingyu's response so quickly. Although only a servant had come, this was undoubtedly a clear signal. Qingyu had noticed his bounty and coordinates, and had sent out a scout. Watching the terrifying power displayed by the domain-type heavy treasure, water-splitting glaze, that he controlled, easily annihilating a high champion, Dreamweaver King's desire for this treasure reached its peak. The insect race had only temporarily granted him its use. If he could obtain it permanently. Come on, human Qingyu, I know you're watching nearby. Hurry up and show yourself to kill me. Dreamweaver King roared madly in his heart. He could almost imagine Qingyu's angry expression, forced to come and investigate after discovering his servant's demise. Suppressing his excitement, Dreamweaver King dared not delay for a moment. He immediately contacted the true ace of this operation, Venerable Dong Shu, through the special channel provided by the insect race higher-ups. The virtual communication connected instantly, and a cold, immensely majestic will was transmitted. It was Venerable Dong Shu. What is it, Venerable? The target has appeared. Dreamweaver King spoke rapidly, with barely suppressed excitement. His servant, Blood Lu King, just broke into my water-splitting glaze domain and was instantly annihilated by me. Although his main body hasn't appeared yet, he must be lurking in the nearby area. The opportunity we've been waiting for has come. Venerable Dong Shu's will was unperturbed, terrifyingly calm. Have you determined his main body's exact location? Can you trap him? I haven't locked onto his main body yet, but since he sent a servant, his true self will definitely not be far. Dreamweaver King affirmed. As long as he dares to step into the water-splitting glaze domain, I am at least confident of trapping him for a moment. Venerable, that will be your best opportunity to strike. Venerable Dong Shu was silent for a moment, the risk on his side was simply too great. As a universe exalt, privately infiltrating the outside territory battlefield was a grave crime explicitly forbidden by the 4 pinnacle racial groups. Therefore, every second he spent in the outside territory battlefield carried immense risk. If discovered, he would face certain death. Even if the monster race promised to reverse time and resurrect him afterward, who would want to die once if they didn't have to? It's not enough. Venerable Dong Shu's cold will came through. You must give me a definite signal, either precisely locate his coordinates, or ensure he is completely trapped in your domain and cannot escape instantly. At that time, I will immediately teleport my God Kingdom to descend, complete the soul enslavement at the fastest speed, and then leave instantly. Remember, we might only have one chance, you must ensure nothing goes wrong. His plan was simple and ruthless. Dreamweaver King would act as bait in the first lock. Once Qingyu was confirmed to be successfully restricted, he would cross the boundary with lightning speed, using his soul attainments far surpassing a champion and his time-law methods to forcibly enslave Qingyu, then immediately flee. The entire process had to be as fast as lightning, leaving no reaction time for the human faction. Yes, Venerable, I understand. Dreamweaver King quickly responded. I will do my best to force him to appear, or create an opportunity to trap him. Once the time is ripe, I will immediately send the signal. Meanwhile, Qingyu in the distance, after losing Blood Lu King, found his doubts not only not reduced but deepened. Dreamweaver King knows I have the domain type heavy treasure, Purple Cloud Pearl. Last time, he was pushed to a desperate situation after being suppressed by my domain. How could he think that relying solely on a domain-heavy treasure of the same level could surely defeat me? Qingyu's mind raced. Moreover, he personally witnessed me instantly enslave Kalia, so he knows my attainments in the path of the soul. Where does he get the confidence to suppress me on a soul level? Something abnormal must be demonic. Qingyu was almost certain that the trap Dreamweaver King had set was not merely as simple as a domain-type heavy treasure. Behind it, there must be an even more lethal killing move hidden. In that case, let's probe again and see what else you're hiding. A cold light flashed in Qingyu's eyes. The remaining 12 peak champion servants in his inner world were all summoned out at once. Go. Target, the coordinate point ahead, go and probe that Dreamweaver King again. Qingyu directly issued the attack command. As you command, Master. The 12 peak champion servants responded in unison, transforming into 12 streaks of light of various colors, yet all emanating vast auras. Like a breaching flood, they charged fearlessly towards Dreamweaver King's coordinate point. Qingyu remained hidden in the distance, simultaneously connected to the virtual universe perspectives of the 12 servants, closely monitoring the battlefield. When the 12 peak champions simultaneously entered the Azure Seawater domain, Dreamweaver King's figure finally appeared clearly in their vision. He floated at the core of the domain, a sinister smile of a successful scheme on his face, his hands raised, fully activating the water-splitting glaze. Boom! The power of the domain erupted. Terrifying binding force and water pressure squeezed the 12 servants from all directions. If the opponents were only 1 or 2 peak champions, Dreamweaver King, relying on the domain-heavy treasure and his own king limit strength, could indeed easily suppress and even quickly kill them. But at this moment, he faced a full 12 powerhouses, all at the peak champion level. Quantitative change led to qualitative change. The divine power unleashed by the 12 peak champions working together was like 12 stars burning simultaneously within the domain, forcefully resisting the suppression of the water-splitting glaze. Although the domain still held the absolute upper hand, greatly limiting the servant's speed and flexibility, it could no longer form the absolute, immobilizing restraint it had against Blood Lu King before. HMPH. What if there are many of them? In the face of true strength, they are nothing but chickens and dogs. Dreamweaver King snorted coldly, his figure moving like a ghost through the domain. He gave Qingyu's servants no chance to combine their attacks, using the initiative granted by the domain and absolute control over the environment to launch a furious assault. He first targeted Corrosive Poison King, who had a relatively weaker divine body among the 12 servants. Whoosh! A beam of light, condensed to the extreme, penetrated Corrosive Poison King's barely sustained defense with the domain's amplification. Puff! Corrosive Poison King's divine body visibly turned ethereal. In just one clash, nearly 50% of his divine body was annihilated. Damn it! Corrosive Poison King let out a painful roar. He felt his divine body rapidly dissipating and knew he had no chance of survival. A resolute will surged within him. For the Master, Corrosive Poison King let out an earth-shattering roar. No longer defending, he instead frantically burned all his remaining divine power. His entire divine body instantly became like a volcano about to erupt, emitting destructive fluctuations. He intended to self-destruct. Even if he couldn't take Dreamweaver King down with him, he would at least severely injure him as much as possible, creating an opportunity for his other companions. Fool! A hint of disdain flashed in Dreamweaver King's eyes. Within the water-splitting glaze domain, his perception and speed were amplified to the extreme. With a thought, the surrounding seawater instantly formed countless layers of flexible and dense barriers, blocking between him and Corrosive Poison King. At the same time, he himself retreated at a speed far exceeding Corrosive Poison King's reaction. Rumble. Corrosive Poison King finally self-destructed with a roar at a distance from Dreamweaver King. The destructive energy impact, under the layered weakening and guidance of the azure seawater, was mostly diverted into the void, merely causing the domain to violently tremble for a moment, but failing to harm Dreamweaver King in the slightest. Witnessing Corrosive Poison King's demise, the remaining 11 peak champion servants were shocked, but even more, they gained a resolute understanding. Under the opponent's absolute advantage with a domain-type heavy treasure, conventional combat methods simply couldn't probe any useful information, let alone complete the task assigned by their master. For the master, burn, all together, entangle him. Without any hesitation, the 11 peak champion servants, at the same moment, made the same choice, frantically burning their undying divine power. Boom, 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 boom. 11 figures, burning fiercely like stars, erupted with terrifying speed and power far exceeding their usual, charging recklessly towards Dreamweaver King. They abandoned all defense, with only one goal: to get as close to Dreamweaver King as possible, and then, self-destruct. Chapter 131, Venerable Dong Shu. The energy surge generated by 11 peak kings simultaneously burning their divine power and intending to self-destruct could not be completely suppressed or contained, even by the Dreamweaver King, who possessed a domain-type pinnacle treasure. Crazy. All crazy. Qingyu actually wants to give up 11 peak king servants at once. Dreamweaver King's face changed drastically. He no longer dared to be overconfident, instantly burning his own divine power and pushing the power of the water-repelling glazed treasure to its utmost limit. The azure seawater domain boiled. Countless water spouts, thick ice walls, and flexible water screens surged forth frantically, attempting to block and delay these desperate servants. Dreamweaver King himself accelerated to his limit, manifesting countless afterimages within the domain, desperately trying to maintain distance from these human bombs. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, earth-shattering explosions erupted within the azure domain. Like black holes cast into a calm ocean. The terrifying energy impact constantly tore at the water-repelling glazed treasures domain, causing this seawater world to churn violently and flicker erratically. Relying on his domain advantage and extreme speed, Dreamweaver King narrowly avoided the core kill zone of the self-destructs. However, facing such dense and resolute suicidal attacks, it was impossible for him to remain completely unharmed. The aftershocks of the explosions continuously impacted his divine body. Although each loss was minuscule, they accumulated, causing a subtle, almost imperceptible disturbance in his aura. However, that was all. When the self-destruct light of the last servant dimmed, the azure seawater domain, though violently fluctuating, still stubbornly persisted. Dreamweaver King floated in the center of the domain, breathing slightly. His divine body annihilation was probably less than 3%. His eyes held a hint of lingering fear, but even more, a ferocious expression of having victory in his grasp. This was the huge difference between having a pinnacle treasure and not having one. The desperate attacks of 12 peak kings had not even forced him to reveal any trump cards other than his domain pinnacle treasure, nor had they caused any substantial heavy damage to him. In the distance, Qingyu watched the entire process through the last dissipated virtual universe connection. His face was as calm as an ancient well, long accustomed to the cruelty of the universe. Servants were tools and resources to him. For strategic objectives, necessary sacrifices were completely acceptable. He did not choose to retreat immediately, nor was he blinded by anger and charged directly. Prudence was always his first principle. His thoughts raced, and he instantly made the safest arrangements. His human clone quietly appeared. He had already transferred his original core into the human clone's body, along with almost all important items except for necessary combat equipment. After careful consideration, he decided to keep those few crucial pinnacle treasures, while other wealth was taken away by the human clone. Silver stream, divine kingdom teleportation. Qingyu whispered. Yes, master. As a cloud howl race metal auxiliary lifeform following Qingyu, Silver Stream had naturally been cultivated to the undying level after obtaining the Forbidden Shrine's rewards last time. Buzz. A hazy light glowed, enveloping the human clone. Space fluctuations flashed and vanished, and the human clone had already returned safely to a secret coordinate deep within Qingyu's territory via Divine Kingdom transit. This way, even if the worst happened and Amethyst Cloud Wings and Azure Ghoul were lost, he could still re-nurture them through his human clone and original core. With his escape route arranged, the Amethyst Cloud Wings clone's eyes suddenly became incredibly sharp, and a powerful confidence surged within him. Dreamweaver King, your performance should end now. He felt the deeper control over space and time flowing within him. After countless battles and tempering in the Star Tower over the past 3 years, he had finally naturally taken that crucial step, comprehending instant shadow. Mastering time stop. Whoosh. The amethyst cloud wings on his back gently vibrated. He did not fly, but his figure instantly blurred, directly merging into the spatial ripples. Instant shadow. The next moment, his figure had already traversed a vast distance of starry sky, appearing silently and ghost-like outside the azure seawater domain, which was still rippling with destructive energy aftershocks. His cold gaze pierced through the domain, directly locking onto the Dreamweaver King inside, who had just calmed his aura. The moment Qingyu appeared, the undisguised killing intent and spatial fluctuations were immediately captured by Dreamweaver King, who was fully maintaining his domain. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Dreamweaver King was startled at first. Then, as if he had seen the most precious treasure in the world, he burst into an uncontrollable, almost frantic, shrill laughter. His compound eyes were bloodshot, filled with endless resentment, long-awaited ecstasy, and an excitement of impending revenge, all intertwined, making his face appear somewhat distorted. Human Qingyu, you finally show yourself. Dreamweaver King stared fixedly at the figure enveloped in a purple halo outside the domain, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Your 12 peak king servants all died for you. You only show up now, you're truly cold-blooded and patient enough. Facing Dreamweaver King's frantic accusations and provocations, Qingyu's expression remained unchanged, only his eyes grew colder, like 10,000-year-old profound ice. He spoke indifferently, his voice calm yet carrying a condescending aloofness, as if stating an undeniable fact. Dreamweaver King, you insignificant bug, who luckily escaped with your life last time. I spared your life, yet you showed no gratitude, didn't find a dark corner to cling to life, and instead dared to scheme against me. It seems you're truly tired of living. Just as Qingyu's words fell, Dreamweaver King had already sent the most urgent message to Venerable Dong Shu, who was far beyond the outside territory battlefield, through the insect race's virtual system. Venerable, Qingyu has appeared. He's right in front of me. Please descend immediately and enslave him. While sending the message, Dreamweaver King continued to engage Qingyu in conversation, trying to stall for time and distract him. Spare my life. Ha ha ha. Qingyu, do you think I'm still the same me from the Forbidden Shrine that you could manipulate? Today is your day of death. However, Venerable Dong Shu did not immediately arrive via Divine Kingdom teleportation. After a brief, suffocating silence, Venerable Dong Shu's cold and cautious reply came back into Dreamweaver King's mind. Confirm whether he is his true body or an energy clone. If it's that energy clone, my descent will be meaningless. You test him first. Venerable Dong Shu's reasoning seemed impeccable. His deal with the insect race this time was to soul enslave or kill Qingyu. If the one before him was that Amethyst Cloud Wings clone, rumored to be immune to soul attacks, his risky descent would not only fail to complete the mission but also expose himself, a loss greater than the gain. Dreamweaver King's heart sank sharply upon hearing this response, and an indescribable sense of grievance and anger rushed to his head. He had waited for thousands of years, expended great effort, even exposing the pinnacle treasure bestowed by the insect race, finally forcing Qingyu before him, yet Venerable Dong Shu hesitated because of this small doubt. Damn old fox. Clearly, he's afraid for his life and doesn't want to come. If this Qingyu senses something is wrong and leaves directly, how? Will you explain it to the high-ranking officials of the insect race, monster race, and automaton race? Dreamweaver King roared and cursed furiously internally, greeting Venerable Dong Shu's ancestors 18 generations back. But he dared not show the slightest hint of it, much less defy the order of a universe exalt, especially one whose temper was clearly not good. Yes, Venerable, I will test him immediately. Dreamweaver King forcibly suppressed all negative emotions and responded respectfully. He looked up at Qingyu, who was still composed outside the domain, a cunning glint flashing in his compound eyes, and he sneered. Qingyu, stop with your verbal theatrics. Before he finished speaking, Dreamweaver King, while maintaining the water-repelling glazed treasure domain, threw out 3 inconspicuous metal spheres. These 3 spheres instantly transformed into streaks of light, flying towards 3 directions in the void, followed by a buzzing sound. Buzz. Buzz. 3 towering mechanical giant towers appeared out of thin air, forming a perfect triangular tripod formation, instantly rooting themselves in the void. The tower bodies shimmered with cold metallic luster, and countless complex energy circuits on their surfaces instantly lit up. The next moment, 3 ethereal blue energy beams, each over 100,000 kilometers in diameter, shot up from the tower tops, piercing through the star sea. These 3 energy beams were not isolated, they rapidly intertwined and connected in the void, forming an enormous triangular energy network. Completely enveloping and isolating a vast expanse of space-time, over 1 billion kilometers in radius, including Qingyu, Dreamweaver King, and that Azure Sea area. All of this, from Qingyu's appearance to the completion of the ban, happened in a flash, too fast to react. Qingyu looked at the familiar yet even larger ethereal blue light curtain before him. Instead of the shock or panic Dreamweaver King expected, a look of understanding appeared on his face. Triple Seal Array. He calmly uttered the name. Since you recognize it, you should know that you can't escape this time. Seeing that Qingyu recognized the item, Dreamweaver King's heart settled, and he laughed arrogantly. Instant Shadow, Divine Kingdom Teleportation, Dark Universe Shuttle, all spatial means are ineffective here. This was precisely the automaton race's technological creation, the Triple Seal Array, that had been used to assassinate him last time. Moreover, the current set was clearly more advanced, with a coverage far exceeding the previous one. This also confirmed Qingyu's guess. Dreamweaver King was definitely backed by the automaton race, and perhaps even the monster race was involved. This was yet another meticulously planned assassination attempt against him. However, facing this desperate situation, Qingyu not only did not immediately try to break through and escape, but his eyes instead burned with strong fighting intent and a hint of curiosity. Is that so? Qingyu's lips curled into a cold arc, his gaze disdainful. I think you've sealed off your own last retreat. He was fearless. Currently, the Amethyst Cloud Wings clone was outside. The Azure Ghoul main body was hidden within the World Ring, ready to self-destruct and cut off its tail to survive at any time. Even if the worst happened, it would only be the loss of 2 clones and a few pinnacle treasures, with his foundation unharmed. He wanted to see what new tricks the opponent could pull off this time. Dreamweaver King no longer hesitated, controlling the water-repelling glazed treasure domain, raising massive waves, and was the first to attack Qingyu. Countless ice spears, water dragons, and whirlpools, condensed from the divine power of treasures, swept towards Qingyu like a tidal wave. Excellent. Qingyu's eyes blazed with light. Facing the surging attacks, he advanced instead of retreating. The purple star mark on his brow suddenly shone, like the first ray of purple light at the dawn of the universe. Purple Cloud Pearl, Domain, activate. Rumble. Endless purple mist emerged from thin air, centered around Qingyu, expanding instantly like an erupting nebula. The mist surged, carrying a noble, ethereal, yet suppressive aura of terror, and slammed into Dreamweaver King's azure blue seawater domain. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The power of 2 great domain-type treasures collided head-on. The azure blue seawater and the magnificent purple mist frantically intertwined, corroded, and annihilated each other. The shockwaves generated by the energy fluctuations even caused the dark blue light curtain formed by the 3 layers of sealing arrays on the periphery to ripple violently. On one side was a vast and majestic sea kingdom, seemingly intent on engulfing everything. On the other was a mysterious purple mist world, seemingly capable of imprisoning space and time. The power of the two great domain-type treasures violently collided within the sealed space, energy surging, laws wailing. Let's see whose domain is stronger. Dreamweaver King watched his Azure Sea domain being encroached upon step by the strange purple mist, and couldn't help but roar in anger, fully channeling his divine power into the water-repelling glazed treasure, attempting to stabilize his position and even counterattack. However, little did he know that even among treasures, there are distinctions in quality. The water-repelling glazed treasure, temporarily bestowed upon him by the insect race, though a good domain-type treasure, was only of high-grade quality. Whereas Qingyu's purple cloud pearl was a genuine top-grade treasure. There was an insurmountable gap in their intrinsic power. Under the erosion of the noble and ethereal purple mist, the azure blue seawater domain seemed to have met its nemesis, retreating steadily, its space continuously compressed. Wherever the purple mist passed, the seawater was forcibly disintegrated and assimilated, and Dreamweaver King's control over the domain was rapidly diminishing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dreamweaver King let out an incredulous growl. His eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at the increasingly dense purple mist outside the domain, and the faint purple figure within the mist. I am a true king limit undying, with a divine body foundation of 100,000 times world lord power. You are merely a world lord, relying on a slightly higher grade treasure. How could you suppress me so utterly in a domain confrontation? He couldn't understand. Even if the opponent's treasure was better, driving a treasure required a huge amount of divine power. How could a world lord's divine power quality and total amount contend with him, a king limit? Qingyu floated in the center of the purple mist, coldly watching the somewhat exasperated Dreamweaver King, who was frustrated by his domain's setback, as if watching a clown. He spoke indifferently, his voice, clear through the collision of domains, reached Dreamweaver King's ears. Is that all you've got? Dreamweaver King, I'm giving you a chance. What other tricks do you have? Bring them out. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. These understated words were like the sharpest needle, piercing deeply into Dreamweaver King's proud heart. Last time, he had no treasure and was forced to self-detonate by Qingyu. This time, the insect race had finally bestowed upon him a domain treasure, and he thought he could finally wipe away his past disgrace and trample Qingyu underfoot. But the result, he was still suppressed. Why? Boundless humiliation and fury instantly overwhelmed Dreamweaver King's reason. Ah, burn for me. He went completely mad, recklessly burning his precious undying divine power. Vast divine power, like a volcanic eruption, poured into the water-repelling glazed treasure. The azure blue sea domain, which had been steadily retreating, seemed to be injected with a stimulant, shaking violently, its waves becoming even more turbulent, attempting to surge back. To be honest, facing Dreamweaver King's desperate counterattack, burning his divine power, Qingyu also felt immense pressure at this moment. In terms of pure domain confrontation relying on treasures, he indeed did not have an advantage. He was, after all, only a world lord, even with the multiple blessings of Azure Ghoul's perfect genetic level, the Thunderbolt, Body Amplitude Secret Technique, and the Spirit Control Chapter, Soul Amplitude Secret Technique. He had forcibly boosted the power of driving the treasure to a terrifying degree, but the fundamental difference in divine power made this confrontation extremely taxing for him. However, something even more shocking and terrifying happened to Dreamweaver King. Even after he burned his divine power at all costs, the magnificent purple mist domain only slowed its erosion slightly, yet it continued to advance steadily. His Azure Sea domain was still visibly shrinking. How can this be? I burned my divine power. Dreamweaver King's pupils contracted sharply. He even wondered if the insect race had given him a fake treasure to fool him. Of course, a dignified peak race wouldn't do such a thing, nor was there any need to. He felt like a clown being toyed with, all his reliance seemed so ridiculous and vulnerable in the face of the opponent's absolute strength. And Qingyu, looking at Dreamweaver King struggling in the purple mist, his aura fluctuating violently from burning divine power, his face filled with shock and self-doubt, his eyes grew even colder. It seems your trump cards are all used up. Before his words finished, Qingyu no longer relied solely on domain suppression. Although the 3 layers of ceiling arrays blocked spatial teleportation and other methods, the ultimate speed granted by the amethyst cloud wings talent could not be restricted. Whoosh! The cloud wings on his back erupted with dazzling purple light, his figure instantly transforming into a purple lightning bolt tearing through space, ignoring the surging azure waves ahead. At a speed far exceeding Dreamweaver King's reaction, he directly cut into his domain, closing in on Dreamweaver King. Qingyu controlled the magnificent and sharp 9 luminaries star wings on his back to strike out like true divine weapons, leaving behind streaks of sharp starlight, precisely cutting across Dreamweaver King's divine body. Screech! The starlight swept past. Although it couldn't cause substantial severe damage to Dreamweaver King's divine body, the momentary sting and the feeling of being humiliated at close quarters drove Dreamweaver King completely berserk. Bastard! He roared, burning his divine power even more frantically. The azure seawater churned up towering waves, closing in from all directions like a gaping abyss, intending to completely swallow and crush Qingyu. But just as the giant waves were about to strike, Qingyu's figure suddenly became illusory, as if merging into the spatial ripples, the innate secret technique, instant shadow, the realization. The violent seawater passed through the illusion, futilely annihilating a large section of empty space. The next moment, Qingyu's figure solidified again, already appearing on Dreamweaver King's other side, the star wings again, with a playfully precise sweep, cut across his divine body. Dreamweaver King was so enraged he almost spat blood. He also tried to imitate Qingyu, attempting to use his own king limit speed to close in on Qingyu and launch a fatal attack. However, as soon as he harbored any intention of approaching, the endless purple mist around him seemed to come alive. It instantly condensed and coiled around him, forming layers of shackles and a quagmire, making it impossible for him to move, forcing him to divert his attention to counter the domain's suppression, greatly reducing his speed. It seems you truly have exhausted your tricks. Qingyu's cold voice, like a judgment, echoed in Dreamweaver King's ears. This farce should end. No matter what other trump cards you're hiding, you won't get a chance to use them. As his words fell, a majestic figure, exuding an ancient and profound aura, suddenly appeared beside the amethyst cloud wings clone. It was the Azure Ghoul ontology. Dreamweaver King's heart suddenly tightened, his pupils contracting. This should be human Qingyu's true body. Trying to enslave me again. Dreamweaver King instantly understood Qingyu's intention, and couldn't help but let out a sneer, filled with deep disdain. Last time, when my divine body was on the verge of slumber, you didn't succeed. Only a few thousand years have passed, how much do you think you could have grown? Simply wishful thinking. He absolutely refused to believe that in just a few thousand years, Qingyu's soul methods could have made a qualitative leap. Qingyu didn't waste words with him. In his eyes, powerful soul force had already begun to condense and boil. A vast wave of soul power, like an invisible tsunami, instantly crossed space and crashed down upon Dreamweaver King's core consciousness. Dreamweaver King only felt an indescribably massive will forcibly invade, beginning to frantically wash over and erode his divine body, attempting to brand it. The sheer magnitude of this soul power far surpassed any soul master he had ever seen in the outside territory battlefield, leaving him deeply shaken and forcing him to admit Qingyu's monstrous talent. A world lord, yet his soul power can be so formidable, truly a monster. No wonder the 3 great races want to kill him. He secretly marveled. However, despite his shock, Dreamweaver King still had absolute confidence in his soul defense. He firmly guarded his core consciousness, his soul like an unyielding rock, resisting the surging tide of erosion. HMPH, though strong, you think you can enslave me just like that? You underestimate the will of a king limit soul master far too much. He sneered proudly in his heart. Then, he activated the defensive secret technique inscribed deep within his soul, buzz. A strange, prolonged hum, as if from ancient times, reverberated from the deepest part of his consciousness. This hum carried a peculiar power that cleansed the soul and repelled evil, actually forcing back Qingyu's seemingly vast soul impact, temporarily forming a relatively stable defensive zone around his soul core. Outside, Azure Ghoul's true body, cooperating, trembled slightly, a perfectly timed ripple of attack thwarted, appearing on his face. Ha ha ha, human Qingyu, your death is nigh. Dreamweaver King keenly caught this hint of frustration from Qingyu. He immediately became so smug he almost roared with laughter. In the instant of the soul clash just now, he had already transmitted the most crucial information to Venerable Dong Shu, confirming the target was the true body and that a soul attack had been launched. This time, Venerable Dong Shu would find no more excuses to delay. I understand. Venerable Dong Shu's voice was icy. Chapter 132, Assassination Failed. Due to the existence of the triple ban array, Venerable Dong Shu could not directly teleport into this sealed space. However, before the operation, he had already deployed multiple hidden divine power tokens in the nearby star systems. With the terrifying speed of a universe exalt, crossing such a distance was but an instant. He seemed to have already envisioned Venerable Dong Shu tearing through the starry sky and enslaving Qingyu's soul with supreme power. Is that so? It seems your meticulously prepared forces are finally making their appearance. The slight fluctuation on Qingyu's face instantly vanished, replaced by a calm that saw through everything. He spoke indifferently, as if he had long anticipated this. Only realizing it now, it's too late. Under this ban, you have nowhere to escape. Human Qingyu, your path as a genius is destined to end here. Dreamweaver King was full of self-satisfaction, his tone arrogant to the extreme, as if victory was already in his grasp. However, his response was a cold, bone-chilling sneer that suddenly bloomed at the corner of Qingyu's mouth. It wasn't in vain for me to test twice. Since that's the case, then this bait you used to lure me out is useless now. Before he finished speaking, all emotions in Qingyu's deep eyes instantly receded, leaving only an absolute emptiness that transcended all things. A soul power far more terrifying than before, 10 or even 100 times greater, erupted like a cosmic will that had awakened after slumbering for billions of years. No longer a test, no longer a struggle, but absolute crushing. Innate secret art, a thought becomes nothingness. Boom. The invisible, illusory space-time seemed to be forcibly peeled away and enveloped at this moment. Dreamweaver King only felt that everything around him, the surging seawater, the beautiful purple mist, and even his own burning divine power, instantly became distant and unreal. The only thing clear was that soul power, like the entire universe pressing down. It was no longer a wave, but had transformed into countless soul imprint needles, more subtle and fundamental than even law threads. It ignored his proud soul defense secret art and the long cry, penetrating into every smallest particle of his soul like mercury seeping into the ground, omnipresent. No, this is not. The arrogance and complacency on Dreamweaver King's face instantly froze, turning into boundless fear and disbelief. He wanted to roar, wanted to struggle, but found that he couldn't even fully form a single thought. Under the shroud of a thought becomes nothingness, his consciousness, his memories, his will, were being forcibly stripped away in a way he couldn't comprehend. He still wanted to find a gap to self-destruct in his desperate situation. But under Qingyu's true full-power soul attack, he couldn't even conjure the thought of self-destruction. The terrifying soul power froze his thoughts and imprisoned all his will to resist. As arrogant and confident as Dreamweaver King had been before, that's how terrified and despairing he was now. He couldn't see the surging seawater around him, nor feel his burning divine power, even pain had vanished. He seemed to have become a lone soul, banished to a realm of absolute nothingness, where the only thing that existed was his consciousness, being ruthlessly eroded. No, no, my body, my strength. He screamed silently in the depths of his consciousness, but received no response. This feeling of losing all control, of being unable to even self-destruct, terrified him more than death. Then, an even vaster, more irresistible will, like a creating deity, began to forcefully surge into the core of his consciousness. He knew this was Qingyu's soul power performing the final imprint, the most crucial step in soul enslavement. Yet, he couldn't even produce a single thought of resistance, only watching in despair, like an observer, as his own Dreamweaver King slowly disappeared. This feeling of consciously watching his self being erased plunged him into an endless, deepest abyss of despair. After an unknown period, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity, the desperate sensation of erosion receded like a tide. Dreamweaver King stood blankly in the void. All hostility, resentment, and fear towards Qingyu vanished, replaced by boundless admiration and loyalty for his master. I never expected that I, Dreamweaver King, having just received a precious treasure from the insect race, would be enslaved by the great master. This thought naturally arose in his mind, as if it were a rightful destiny. But master's methods are truly incredibly powerful. I couldn't even offer the slightest resistance. Recalling his sole defense, which he once boasted was almost invincible at the undying stage, yet seemed like paper before his master, his awe for Qingyu reached its peak. Just then, a crucial memory suddenly illuminated his reshaped consciousness, Venerable Dong Shu. No. Dreamweaver King's consciousness shook violently, and immense anxiety instantly replaced all other emotions. I must immediately report the news of Venerable Dong Shu's impending attack to Master. Although Master possesses immense power, he is ultimately a world lord. Facing an assassination from a universe exalt is too dangerous. He eagerly shouted to Qingyu. Master, flee quickly. A powerful universe exalt, Venerable Dong Shu, is already on his way to assassinate you. He was specially arranged by the 3 major races to deal with you. With an exalt speed, he could arrive at any moment. Please, Master, leave this place at once. His voice was filled with concern for Qingyu's safety, devoid of any of his previous arrogance or hostility. However, just as his voice faded, a cold, indifferent, unfamiliar voice, as if containing the rotation of time and space, echoed without warning in this sealed space filled with purple mist and seawater, like a death knell ringing directly at the soul level. Flee, where to? Dreamweaver King, who had just been enslaved and was wholeheartedly devoted to his master, heard this voice and his face instantly turned pale. He shouted at Qingyu without hesitation. Master, go quickly, I'll hold him back. Even though he knew it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he was determined to use his newly gained life to buy his master a sliver of hope. However, Qingyu's face, though not panicked at this moment, had become extremely solemn. Without any hesitation, he thought, and instantly recalled Azure Ghoul's true body into his inner world. At the same time, through their soul connection, he urgently asked Dreamweaver King. Who is the attacker? What is his strength? Dreamweaver King's answer was like a bucket of ice water. It's Venerable Dong Shu of the Zong rhinoceros race. A high-level universe exalt who follows the paths of time and soul. A high-level exalt. And from the paths of time and soul. Qingyu's eyes flashed with sharp light, and alarm bells rang wildly in his heart. He instantly contracted the purple cloud pearl domain that permeated his surroundings, and endless layers of purple mist condensed around him, forming a thick wall of amethyst cloud wings, standing ready and looking towards the direction from which the voice came. This series of actions, though seemingly complex, all happened in a flash of lightning. And Venerable Dong Shu clearly had no intention of dragging things out. Almost at the very instant his voice was still echoing in the starry sky, the void in front of Qingyu was silently torn open like a water curtain. A majestic figure stepped out. The newcomer was nearly 100 meters tall, with a bovine head and a human body. 2 curved, bronze-colored horns on his head gleamed with an eerie light. His face was ancient and majestic, covered with fine scales. Most striking was the fully open vertical eye on his forehead. It was not an eye of flesh and blood, but seemed to be a gem containing a constantly rotating vortex, emitting a heart-palpitating light. He wore a set of dark gold armor covered with intricate space-time secret patterns. A terrifying aura that solidified space and disrupted time naturally flowed around him, majestic and imposing, like a god who controlled time and space descending. The first thing Venerable Dong Shu did upon appearing was to lock his cold vertical pupil onto Qingyu, who was heavily protected by the purple mist. He didn't hesitate for a moment, not even bothering with pleasantries, and attacked directly. Without any visible action from him, an invisible, intangible attack, carrying a seductive sound and directly piercing the soul's origin, instantly crossed space, ignored the outer purple mist domain, and directly acted upon Qingyu's consciousness. This was a method of soul enslavement, domineering and direct. However, this soul power, which was enough to instantly drown even an invincible champion, after entering Qingyu's body, was like a clay ox entering the sea, failing to stir the slightest ripple. For the first time, a subtle, almost imperceptible ripple flashed in Venerable Dong Shu's calm vertical pupil. HMPH, a junior who hides his head and tail, as expected, it's just an energy avatar. He instantly determined that the one before him was not Qingyu's true body. Since the soul attack was ineffective, he immediately changed his strategy. Buzz. An invisible wave of time law, capable of freezing the universe's star rivers, instantly spread like mercury, precisely enveloping the area where Qingyu was located. Time stop. As soon as Venerable Dong Shu made his move, it was the ultimate skill of time law. He wanted to completely solidify this troublesome energy clone, along with the space around it. From the moment he heard Venerable Dong Shu's voice, Qingyu's mind had been highly tense. This was his first time, in the true sense, confronting a universe exalt alone. And it was a high-level one skilled in time law. Just now, when Venerable Dong Shu launched his soul attack, Qingyu did not relax in the slightest, despite the amethyst cloud wings clone being immune to soul attacks. Instead, he became even more vigilant. He knew very well that a high-level universe exalt's methods were far from limited to that. Therefore, the moment Venerable Dong Shu's vertical eye, imbued with time law fluctuations, lit up, Qingyu reacted almost instinctively, making the fastest response. His mind raced. A small black dark tower, entirely black, with a ferocious appearance, exuding a heavy aura of invulnerability to all laws, instantly appeared above his head and then abruptly expanded. The tower's eaves, like grotesque horns, and the tower walls, inscribed with ancient secret patterns, seemed to come alive at this moment. Qingyu grabbed the extremely anxious Dreamweaver King beside him, and their figures instantly transformed into streaks of light, plunging directly into the dark tower in the nick of time. Just as Qingyu and Dreamweaver King's figures vanished inside the tower, that invisible and formless time fluctuation, capable of freezing star rivers, submerged the void where Qingyu had originally been, like a tide. Time stop. Buzz. The surging purple mist, the rippling seawater, and even the free-floating energy particles in the air, all fell into absolute stagnation. Only that suddenly appearing black giant tower, exuding an ominous and solid aura, still quietly floated in the solidified space-time, as if it had existed there since ancient times. Even after hiding inside the dark tower, which was said to be 100% resistant to physical attacks, Qingyu still felt a force of law penetrate and act upon him. His divine body and the divine power he controlled became incredibly sluggish at this moment, as if bound by invisible chains, making it difficult to move even a millimeter. The effect of time stop could not be completely isolated even within palace-type treasures. His thoughts were not paused. Inside the tower, Qingyu's consciousness was still rapidly operating. He could clearly feel his own state of being almost frozen. Hiss. A bone-chilling cold instantly erupted from the depths of Qingyu's soul, making him break out in a cold sweat. Just barely. Just barely. An indescribable sense of lingering fear poured over his entire body like ice water. If I had been even 1/100th of a second, or even 1,000th of a second, slower just now, and failed to enter the dark tower in time. He seemed to have already seen the terrifying scene. The amethyst cloud wings clone, outside, completely solidified by the time law, like an insect in amber, unable to move. Then, Venerable Dong Shu would only need a casual strike to easily annihilate this energy clone. At that time, the Azure Ghoul main body, hidden within his world ring, would inevitably be exposed before this terrifying universe exalt. With the methods of a universe exalt, breaking through the defenses of an ownerless world ring would probably be effortless. Once the Azure Ghoul main body fell into his hands, facing a high-level universe exalt skilled in the path of the soul, he would surely be enslaved immediately. Universe exalt, time law, truly terrifying. Qingyu's heart was solemn. He gained a more intuitive and profound understanding of the strength of a high-level universe exalt. Although Qingyu had a certain degree of confidence that even an existence like Venerable Dong Shu would find it extremely difficult to soul enslave him, whose will and soul strength had reached the peak of a high-level universe exalt. This was tantamount to asking Venerable Dong Shu to directly enslave a peak high-level universe exalt of the same rank, not to mention that he also possessed a highly accomplished soul defense secret art. However, confidence was one thing, but Qingyu was 1,000 times unwilling to take that risk. Soul enslavement was extremely dangerous. If he made a misjudgment, it would be a true myriad tribulations, with no room for recovery. Outside the tower, Venerable Dong Shu's cold vertical pupils stared at the black giant tower, exuding an ominous and solid aura on his ancient and majestic face. The corners of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly, revealing a hint of helplessness mixed with speechlessness. The insect race's intelligence, truly useless. He snorted coldly in his heart, a trace of anger rising. They didn't even find out that the target possessed a top-tier palace-type treasure, making me come all this way for nothing. A world lord possessing such a high-grade palace treasure instantly increased the difficulty of killing him by more than one level. He even had the thought of turning around and leaving immediately. After all, his prolonged stay on the outside territory battlefield was a risk in itself, and it was not worth it for a target that was destined to be difficult to obtain. However, after only a 10,000th of a second of hesitation, Buzz tilde, a terrifying energy fluctuation, causing even the surrounding solidified space-time to tremble, surged from his entire body. In front of Venerable Dong Shu, 108 ancient-looking longsword phantoms, wreathed in temporal ripples, instantly appeared, each exuding a sharp aura capable of easily tearing apart star rivers. Condense. He let out a low cry and pressed his hand forward in the air. The 108 longswords instantly converged like 100 rivers returning to the sea, forming a giant sword light that spanned the void, as if it could sever the timeline. Slash! Venerable Dong Shu swung his arm, and that chaotic sword light, condensed with part of his power, struck the black body of the dark tower with a terrifying momentum that seemed to annihilate everything. Clang! A terrifying roar, like the collision of two ancient galaxies, suddenly erupted. Violent energy shockwaves spread wildly in all directions in a spherical shape, directly churning everything around into the most basic particle flow. The dark tower, struck by this irresistible immense force, flew backward like a meteor, instantly traversing millions of kilometers of void, leaving a shocking spatial crack in its wake. However, after the energy aftermath had slightly subsided, the black giant tower still quietly floated in the distant starry sky. There wasn't even the slightest scratch on the tower body. Inside the tower, Qingyu and Dreamweaver King only felt a violent tremor in the tower body, and the terrifying roar from outside came like muffled thunder. But inside the tower's space, their figures were as stable as Mount Tai, not even a corner of their clothes fluttered, let alone suffering any harm. Dreamweaver King was both surprised and delighted, looking at the internal space of the Dark Tower with awe. Master's power is unfathomable. He can easily withstand even a universe exalt's enraged strike. Qingyu's heart also settled. This was why palace-type treasures were called life-saving artifacts. As long as the external attack power did not exceed the treasure's own endurance limit, all impact and destructive power would be 100% blocked. The holder inside would remain safe and sound, standing in an invincible position. Venerable Dong Shu had already begun to consider retreating. He knew very well that against a top-tier palace-type treasure, his skilled soul attacks were ineffective, and his physical attacks could not break through the defense. Staying here any longer would only be a waste of time, and might even attract strong individuals from the human race, adding unnecessary risk. Never mind, I have done my best. The insect race's intelligence was flawed, it's not my fault. He shook his head secretly, somewhat regretting the supreme treasure armor that was already within reach but had to be returned. He took one last look at the unmoving dark tower, and the laws around him began to subtly fluctuate, preparing to leave this troublesome place directly. An unexpected change occurred. The black giant tower, which he had just knocked back several million kilometers, not only did not use the momentum to flee further but instead transformed into a black streak of light, rushing towards his direction at an astonishing speed. The speed was far beyond that of an ordinary undying. Venerable Dong Shu's vertical pupil narrowed, a trace of surprise and confusion flashing through it. What does he want to do? Before he could think further, the dark tower had already flown above his head, its base pointing at him, exuding a heavy pressure that seemed to suppress this starry sky. Immediately after, a flash of light appeared at the bottom of the tower, and a figure, half shrouded within the tower, appeared. It was the azure ghoul main body. Chapter 133, Reverse Enslavement. Come when you want, leave when you want. Qingyu shouted, looking at Venerable Dong Shu below him. Venerable Dong Shu, you too, take my move. Venerable Dong Shu looked at Qingyu's true body, who had appeared on his own, with icy eyes, his tone filled with undisguised killing intent and a hint of anger at being provoked. Brat, why aren't you running for your life? You still dare to come over. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you dared to come and kill me, don't think you can leave so easily. Qingyu's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable resolve. Just you. A world lord actually thinks he can keep me. It would be more like it if your teacher came. Venerable Dong Shu sneered, the spatial temporal laws around him fluctuating subtly. Ha ha ha. Qingyu burst out laughing, a hint of unconcealed mockery on his face. Just you. You're not worthy of my teacher making a move. Qingyu sneered in his heart. If my teacher, Sky Eclipse Palace Master, were to come personally, you would probably flee faster than anyone. Before his voice faded, Qingyu stopped wasting any more words. His eyes instantly became empty and vast, as if carrying the will of the entire universe. Innate secret technique, a thought becomes nothingness. Boom. Venerable Dong Shu only felt that everything around him, the shattered starry sky, the remnants of energy, even his own surging divine power and perception of space-time, were forcibly stripped away and pushed far, becoming blurry and unreal in an instant. He felt as if he had been instantly thrown into a realm of absolute nothingness, where all directions, past and present, returned to oblivion. The only thing clear was the soul power, crushing down like the will of the entire primordial universe. It was no longer a scattered attack but had transformed into the very rules of this void space. Pervasive and omnipresent, it began to suppress and erode the soul of him, a high level. Venerable, from the level of every minute particle. Venerable Dong Shu was inexplicably horrified. Within this, a thought becomes nothingness, space, he felt that his soul defense, which was capable of looking down on countless undying, had its effectiveness reduced by more than 50%. It was as if the rules of this space inherently repelled and suppressed all soul power except for Qingyu's. Conversely, Qingyu's consciousness seemed to be completely integrated with this void space, transforming him into a god who controlled this realm. His soul, which had already reached the peak of a high-level venerable, under the terrifying 64-fold soul amplification, and then receiving a massive boost from the entire, a thought becomes nothingness, space, emitted a soul pressure that made Venerable Dong Shu feel suffocated. What kind of secret technique is this? How could a world lord possess such terrifying soul power? The calm heart of Venerable Dong Shu finally stirred up a monstrous wave. He realized that he had not only underestimated this palace treasure but also underestimated this human world lord himself. Venerable Dong Shu, you dared to come and kill me, today is your death day. Qingyu's eyes were filled with killing intent, his icy voice echoing in this void space, like the pronouncement of the god of death. Die. Before his voice faded, Qingyu unleashed his soul attack with full force. The terrifying soul power permeating the entire, a thought becomes nothingness, space seemed to find an outlet, surging from all directions towards Venerable Dong Shu, who was trapped in the center. The invisible soul shockwaves, within this space dominated by will, condensed into billions of soul imprint needles, more minute and fundamental than even law threads. Like a torrential storm, they pierced towards Venerable Dong Shu's soul from all angles. Venerable Dong Shu, at this moment, indeed felt a brief moment of panic. The space-time vortex in the vertical eye on his forehead trembled violently, indicating his extreme unease. He completely failed to understand how a world lord could display such an incredible level of attainment in the path of the soul. This had already exceeded the scope of his understanding of geniuses. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is just a world lord. Venerable Dong Shu roared inwardly. This overturned his billions of years of understanding of life levels and corresponding strengths. However, just as he fully activated his soul defense secret technique, mobilized vast divine power to guard his soul, and activated the dark gold supreme treasure armor on his body for resistance, the anticipated excruciating pain of soul tearing did not occur. The endless soul imprint needles struck his venerable level soul barrier, which had undergone countless transformations and was incomparably sturdy. And the invisible barrier formed by the supreme treasure armor, although it caused violent ripples and vibrations, it failed to truly penetrate. It was like surging waves crashing against an eternal reef. The spectacle was terrifying. Water splashed on the reef's surface, and it hummed, but the reef itself remained unmoving. Let alone severe injury, not even a slight, substantial soul damage was inflicted. Venerable Dong Shu's tense mind couldn't help but slightly relax. Even in his icy vertical pupils, a hint of the arrogance and cold disdain belonging to a universe exaltry appeared. So, it was just a bluff, he thought to himself, immediately followed by a surge of anger at being toyed with. No, it's not a bluff. The quality of this soul power and this strange spatial secret technique are real, terrifyingly so, but his fundamental realm is too low. He instantly understood the key. That's right, this was reasonable. No matter how special Qingyu's soul essence was, how powerful his will, or how heaven-defying his secret technique, he was ultimately just a world lord. The divine power foundation of a world lord and that of a universe exalt had an insurmountable chasm in terms of life levels. This was like using the highest grade alloy to forge an embroidery needle. Perhaps it could easily pierce leather, but trying to shake a divine mountain condensed from a star's core was a fool's dream. His soul attack, in terms of quality, might have reached an incredible level, but in terms of quantity and ultimate, destructive power, it was limited by his world lord body. It simply couldn't break through the final defense line of a high-level venerable proficient in the path of the soul, combined with a soul defense secret technique and the weakening effect of a supreme treasure armor. If you were undying, even just a champion of the initial level, with such methods, you might truly be able to injure me, but now. Venerable Dong Shu shook his head slightly, and the killing intent in his gaze towards Qingyu grew even stronger. A world lord is a world lord after all. However strong an ant may be, it cannot shake a giant tree. Qingyu also clearly felt the effect of his soul attack, and his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. His full power attack was like a mud ox entering the sea. Besides causing violent fluctuations in the opponent's defense, it was difficult to make any progress. A high-level universe exalt is indeed hard to kill. Qingyu felt a chill in his heart, his brows tightly knitted. Except for facing Dreamweaver King last time, his innate secret technique, a thought becomes nothingness, had failed to achieve success yet again. The invisible soul impact was like hitting a sighing wall, all in vain. Can I really not do anything to him? A trace of unwillingness flashed through Qingyu's heart. No, there's still one more move. He remembered that the legacy information mentioned that, a thought becomes nothingness, and another innate secret technique, thought becomes void, could complement each other, and even combine. Once activated simultaneously, their power might undergo a qualitative change. Let's do it. Qingyu's eyes sharpened. Without further hesitation, he activated his second innate secret technique with a thought becomes void. Buzz. A power fluctuation, distinctly different from, a thought becomes nothingness, yet subtly originating from the same source, spread out with Qingyu as the core. This power did not directly act on the soul but began to forcibly distort and define real space. An independent, isolated space-time, centered on Qingyu's will, began to form rapidly. Within this space, the enemy's divine power, laws, and treasure power would be greatly suppressed, while Qingyu himself would receive a massive boost. However, just as thought becomes void was successfully activated and began to interact with the still present, a thought becomes nothingness, space, an anomaly suddenly occurred. Not good. Qingyu's face instantly changed drastically. He only felt his 10,081-fold World Lord power, at the perfect gene level, pouring out like a flood through an open gate. Maintaining, a thought becomes nothingness, originally consumed a lot, but it was still within his tolerance. But the moment, thought becomes void, joined, the consumption suddenly increased by more than tenfold. especially when he subconsciously tried to follow the guidance in the vague legacy information and truly combine the spaces and effects of the two secret techniques. The consumption soared at a terrifying rate that even made him tremble. Qingyu horrifyingly judged that if he forced the fusion, his vast world lord power, like a sea of stars, would be completely drained within a thousandth of a second. Stop! Qingyu's heart almost stopped in fright. Without hesitation, he used his strongest will to forcefully interrupt the maintenance of thought becomes void, and severed the newly established, extremely unstable connection between it and a thought becomes nothingness. When I first obtained this, thought becomes void. The part about combining the two was vague and unclear. It turns out that combining these two heaven-defying secret techniques is so difficult. I was too impatient. Right now, I probably don't even have the qualifications to make them initially combine. Truly combining them to form one thought void is not that simple. However, now was definitely not the time to delve deeper. With this thought, Qingyu's eyes once again became sharp. Although they couldn't merge, a thought becomes nothingness, and thought becomes void, as independent talent secret techniques, could have their effects coexist and stack. Suppress. His mind moved again, and the thought becomes void space, which had just stabilized, spread out, forming a double overlay with the a thought becomes nothingness space that originally acted on the soul. Instantly, Venerable Dong Shu, trapped in the center of the space, felt the pressure surge. If a thought becomes nothingness, before was mainly about suppressing and eroding the soul, making him feel as if he was carrying a mountain, his spirit uneasy. Then at this moment, the addition of thought becomes void was like transforming the space-time itself around him into a viscous, heavy, and all-encompassing amber. Purple cloud pearl, suppress. He had to unleash every means at his disposal. Buzz. The purple mist domain, originally contracted around the dark tower as a precaution, was also fully activated by Qingyu. Like a bursting flood, it surged into the double talent secret technique space, further intensifying the suppression on Venerable Dong Shu. Although the purple cloud pearl, as a treasure domain, had a negligible direct suppressive effect when facing a universe exalt. But even if it could only interfere with Venerable Dong Shu's mind by a 10,000th, or weaken his reaction speed by 100 millionth, it was worth it. After doing all this, Qingyu took a deep breath, and his soul power once again condensed with unprecedented intensity. Again, endless soul power, under the amplification of the double space and purple mist, seemed to transform into hundreds of millions of substantial law divine needles, shimmering with purple gold light. With the determination to pierce through space-time and annihilate souls, it once again swept towards Venerable Dong Shu from all directions, like a cosmic storm. At this moment, Venerable Dong Shu's heart was ringing with alarm, and he even felt a trace of incredible fear. How can human Qingyu, clearly just a world lord, possess so many strange methods? He roared internally. First, that inconceivable soul suppression space, and now this space-time isolation space that could weaken divine power and interfere with law perception. Two strange methods were actually unleashed simultaneously by a world lord, and they produced a certain degree of superimposed effect. This had completely overturned his understanding of the limits of the world lord level. How was this a world lord? Even many universe exalts might not be able to simultaneously master so many powerful space-type methods. Feeling the heavy pressure around him, as if he had fallen into a cosmic quagmire, and the terrifying impact on the soul level that had descended again, seemingly more condensed and sharper than before, Venerable Dong Shu no longer dared to be complacent in the slightest. HMPH. No matter how many tricks you have, a world lord is still a world lord. Block it for me, he roared in his heart, operating his soul defense secret technique with all his might. The ancient secret patterns glowed brilliantly at the core of his soul, forming layers of indestructible barriers. At the same time, the vertical eye vortex on his forehead rotated to its extreme, attempting to forcibly stabilize his control over the law of time in this severely interfered space-time, seeking an opportunity to counterattack or escape. But this time, he completely underestimated the qualitative change in Qingyu's soul attack after the overlay of the double talent secret technique and the purple mist domain. When that invisible and formless soul power, yet seemingly condensed with hundreds of millions of law-sharp edges, descended again and permeated like mercury flowing over the ground, Venerable Dong Shu realized with horror that something was wrong. He felt as if trillions of invisible sharp thorns, ignoring the weakening effect of his proud soul defense secret technique and supreme treasure armor, directly pierced into his divine body, beginning to slowly but firmly erode and assimilate it. Although this speed was extremely slow, so slow that at this rate, it might take tens of millions of years, or even longer. Only then might Qingyu be able to completely enslave him, but the word, might, itself was enough to scare Venerable Dong Shu out of his wits. His soul defense had actually been directly breached by a world lord. Get out! Venerable Dong Shu was both shocked and enraged, and he began to burn his divine power without hesitation. Vast divine power flames surged on his majestic divine body, and the light of his soul defense secret technique instantly intensified several times, attempting to expel and purify the soul power that clung like a maggot to a bone. With the amplification of burning divine power, he did achieve some effect. The speed of erosion was greatly reduced, extending from what might have taken tens of millions of years to perhaps hundreds of millions of years. But this not only failed to reassure him, it made him even more horrified. Hundreds of millions of years. For a universe exalt with eternal life, this time seemed long, but it meant that the opponent's method was truly effective. It meant that his proud defense had a flaw in its essence that he couldn't understand. This meant that he, a dignified high-level universe exalt, actually faced the theoretical possibility of being enslaved by a world lord. This thought, like the coldest abyss, instantly swallowed all his fighting spirit and pride. He couldn't stay any longer. This human world lord was too strange. Let whoever loves to do the insect race's assassination mission do it. At this moment, Venerable Dong Shu had only one thought: escape. Immediately escape from this strange world lord, escape from this outside territory battlefield. At the same time, Qingyu also clearly perceived the progress of the soul servant's erosion. Too slow, he sighed inwardly. Maintaining the two great talent secret techniques consumed his world lord power like a floodgate opening, and it was almost at rock bottom. My divine power is still too weak. If I were undying, this Venerable Dong Shu would probably be enslaved by me immediately. Seeing that the situation was unfeasible and continuing the stalemate would only deplete his strength, Qingyu made a decisive move. He simply dispelled the two great talent secret techniques: a thought becomes nothingness, and thought becomes void. The double strange domain covering Venerable Dong Shu instantly dissipated, and the surrounding starry sky scene became clear again. At the moment the domain was lifted, Qingyu did not forget to sternly threaten. Venerable Dong Shu, you're dead. I've already informed my teacher, Sky Eclipse Palace Master, and the top brass of the Virtual Universe Corporation about your unauthorized intrusion into the outside territory battlefield and your attempt to assassinate me. My human race's super exalts are about to descend. Just wait to die. Qingyu originally bluffed casually, trying to disrupt the opponent's mind. However, these words, heard by Venerable Dong Shu, who had just experienced the erosion of his soul servant and whose mind was already in chaos, sounded like the death knell. He instantly believed it. From his perspective, it was too reasonable. How could the human race's higher-ups not value such a monstrous world lord, who also possessed a top-tier palace-type supreme treasure? His teacher, Sky Eclipse Palace Master, was a renowned top-tier universe overlord. Once he learned that his beloved disciple had been assassinated by an exalt, it was highly possible that he would come personally in a rage, or send other exalts. Escape. He must escape immediately. Venerable Dong Shu was terrified, his thoughts racing. Teleport away with my divine kingdom immediately. No, the fluctuations of divine kingdom teleportation are too obvious. What if Sky Eclipse Palace Master or other human exalts who arrive happen to capture the traces and follow the clues to find my divine kingdom? That would be a true catastrophe. That's too risky. His gaze instantly turned to the distant, faintly discernible, majestic tower-like Star Tower standing in the starry sky. That's right, Star Tower. That's the most special place in the outside territory battlefield. Even universe lords cannot shake it in the slightest. It has countless forbidden spaces inside, with random teleports, making it incredibly complex. If I can get into the Star Tower first, use its complex environment to shake off any potential human Exalt pursuers, and then find an opportunity to quietly teleport away with my divine kingdom, that would be the safest. Chapter 134, Huti. Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Therefore, the moment Qingyu dispelled his innate secret technique, Venerable Dongshu didn't even spare Qingyu a glance, let alone counterattack. The space-time laws around him violently fluctuated, transforming into a distorted streak of light that, at the fastest possible speed, fled for his life, hurtling directly towards the Star Tower. This scene, however, momentarily stunned Qingyu, who had originally been preparing for the opponent's furious counterattack. But he reacted extremely quickly, immediately realizing this was an opportunity. With a thought, he instantly recalled his human body, Azure Ghoul, into his inner world, and at the same time, rapidly shrunk the hovering dark tower to only 10 meters in height, storing it within his world ring. Then, his purple crystal cloud wing clone, immune to soul attacks and carrying the world ring, boldly trailed far behind the frantically fleeing Venerable Dongshu, also flying over. As the two streaks of light, one after another, rapidly approached the edge of the triple ban array, something that surprised Qingyu again happened. Venerable Dongshu did not immediately perform a God Kingdom teleportation the moment he broke free from the ban range and could teleport. He merely paused for a moment as he rushed out of the ban range, seemingly sensing the surrounding starry sky, and after confirming that no powerful aura was locked onto him, he unhesitatingly activated teleportation again. And the direction of his teleportation was precisely the majestic and boundless Star Tower, deep in the distant starry sky. Why isn't he using God Kingdom teleportation to leave? What is he doing running to the Star Tower? Qingyu felt a surge of absurdity, but then he thought that, from Venerable Dongshu's terrified perspective, this seemed to be the most logical choice. Interesting, a glint flashed in Qingyu's eyes, and he also unhesitatingly teleported to follow. Does he really believe what I said? Qingyu knew clearly that he hadn't even had time to inform his teacher and the Virtual Universe Corporation about the attack. This was purely a bluff. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures, one after another, almost simultaneously appeared near the immense, ancient, and vast base of the Star Tower. One of the figures was Venerable Dongshu, whose aura was slightly chaotic and whose expression was frantic. The other was Qingyu, appearing as his purple crystal cloud wing clone, looking outwardly like a peak king. Venerable Dongshu's only thought at this moment was to quickly burrow into the Star Tower and use its complex internal structure to hide himself. His gaze swept around, instantly locking onto the nearest entrance passage, which was as deep and dark as a cave. However, just as he transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards that entrance, two alien champion powerhouses happened to be entering that same entrance together. They seemed to still be conversing about something, completely unaware that disaster was about to strike. Get out of the way. Those who block me die. Venerable Dongshu was burning with anxiety at this moment. How could he have the patience to wait or go around? A furious roar, imbued with the anger of an Exalt, exploded like thunder. Without even looking, he casually condensed a sharp sword light and swept it out. That sword light seemed casual, yet it was so fast that it surpassed the reaction limit of a king-level immortal, and the power it contained was utterly terrifying. No. The two alien champions only had time to show expressions of extreme terror, and before their protective divine power could even be fully activated, under that seemingly understated sword light. Their divine bodies, like snow thrown into a blazing sun, instantly disintegrated inch by inch, turning into the most basic particle streams, completely annihilated. Even their world rings and other possessions were reduced to ashes by this strike, with various treasures scattering across the ground. An Exalt's fury, and champion ants were instantly reduced to dust. This sudden scene, along with the undisguised, terrifying Exalt's pressure that swept out from Venerable Dongshu like a starry sky storm, immediately alarmed some other powerhouses near the Star Tower entrance. That is, a Universe Exalt. Oh my god, an Exalt Lord has come to the outside territory battlefield. Such terrifying pressure. I feel my soul trembling. Some knowledgeable champions instantly recognized the level of the newcomer, exclaiming in surprise and subconsciously moving away from the entrance, fearing being caught in the crossfire. But then, they noticed something was amiss. Wait, this Exalt's appearance, why does he look so frantic? It's like he's fleeing. A keen-eyed champion whispered in confusion. And just then, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded before them. After that frantic Exalt cleared the entrance with lightning speed and plunged into the Star Tower without looking back. The purple streak of light that followed closely behind, emanating the aura of a peak king, showed no signs of stopping. It completely ignored the deterrence of the Exalt casually killing 2 champions just now, and instead of slowing down, it accelerated, rushing into the same Star Tower entrance right behind him. At this, all the alien powerhouses who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded, erupting in an uproar. I didn't see wrong, did I? Was that just now, a peak king? He seems to be chasing that Exalt. A peak king chasing a universe Exalt. How is this possible? Is it an illusion? Or did my perception go wrong? A champion chasing an Exalt. What kind of cosmic joke is this? Various exclamations of doubt, shock, and disbelief echoed near the entrance, and all the powerhouses who witnessed this felt their understanding of reality being overturned. This scene not only fell into their eyes but also quietly alarmed an ancient and powerful existence within this Star Tower. Deep within the Star Tower, in a vast and mysterious grand hall. The hall was supported by 9 majestic giant pillars, tens of thousands of kilometers high. The dome and the ends of the 4 sides were filled with countless, sealing stars emitting a hazy glow. In the distant center of the hall, a figure sat quietly. He had a long, winding, coiling snake-like body with scales shimmering with a faint light, while his upper body was human-shaped, with an ancient face, slightly closed eyes, and a purple beard hanging down, carrying an aura of endless vicissitude. A terrifying pressure that made one's soul tremble and instinctively want to prostrate oneself emanated naturally from his body-like breathing, enveloping the entire hall. He was Pu Ti, Zuo Shenqi's eldest disciple, who had a clone stationed here year-round to oversee the Star Tower's legacy for his teacher. A powerful universe lord. His slightly closed eyes slowly opened, as if they could penetrate countless barriers and spaces within the Star Tower, clearly seeing everything that happened at the entrance, and the 2 figures who plunged into the tower one after another. Pu Ti let out a soft exclamation, with a hint of intrigued amusement. A high-level universe Exalt, and another, world lord. Disguised as a peak king, but the essence of this life aura can't fool me. This combination is quite rare. That Exalt's aura is chaotic, and his divine body seems a little unstable. Is it a sign of a soul attack? And so frantic. Pu Ti's gaze seemed to pierce through to the essence, instantly discerning Venerable Dong Shu's abnormal state. That world lord kid behind him, his life aura is so young, yet his soul is so powerful and condensed, to be able to make a high-level Exalt so disheveled. Interesting, I've seen too many geniuses over endless years, but such a bizarre scene is a first. A ripple appeared in Pu Ti's usually unperturbed mind. After Qingyu chased into the Star Tower, Venerable Dong Shu was traversing at an almost insane speed. He dared not stop, only wanting to quickly find a relatively safe corner and immediately activate God Kingdom teleportation to leave this accursed place. He naturally also noticed Qingyu, who was relentlessly pursuing him. Lingering spirit. Venerable Dong Shu was startled and angry, but mostly he felt a sense of grievance and regret. He wished he could turn around and slap that world lord, who had made him lose so much face, to death. But the thought of the opponent's mysterious and unpredictable methods, which could even corrode his soul, and the human powerhouse, who might arrive at any moment, made him forcibly suppress that thought. I can't cause any more trouble. I can't let him entangle me again. Once I'm trapped by his strange secret technique again, even for a moment, Sky Eclipse Palace Master might really arrive. Venerable Dong Shu's guts were turning green with regret at this moment. He felt that accepting the insect race's commission to assassinate Qingyu in the outside territory battlefield this time was absolutely the most foolish and wrong decision he had ever made in his long life. He gained no benefits, failed to kill the target, would certainly have to return the supreme treasure, almost got enslaved, and now he was being chased by a world lord like a stray dog, completely losing face. He wanted nothing now but to instantly get rid of Qingyu, this trouble, and then unhesitatingly use God Kingdom teleportation to forever leave this outside territory battlefield that had given him a psychological trauma. And Qingyu, closely following behind, held onto him tightly. He runs fast. Qingyu sneered. He could feel Venerable Dongshu's panic, which further confirmed that his previous intimidation had achieved an effect beyond imagination. It seems he's truly scared out of his wits, without even the courage to turn back and fight. This unprecedented and bizarre drama of Exalt flees, World Lord chases, unfolding within the Star Tower continued. Outside, Venerable Dongshu could have used God Kingdom teleportation to escape at any time, and Qingyu's methods, no matter how strange, couldn't have stopped him. But within this Star Tower, space was incredibly stable. Even teleportation could only occur within the same forbidden space, making it almost impossible for Venerable Dongshu to easily shake off Qingyu. This is an opportunity. A fierce glint flashed in Qingyu's eyes. If I can find an opportunity to lure him into a dead end, or exhaust his mental energy, there might be a chance to try enslavement again. This thought spread like wildfire in his heart. Enslaving a high-level universe exalt. The temptation was too great. To ensure foolproof success, Qingyu, with a thought, directly suspended the dark tower, shrunk to 10 meters in size, above the head of his purple crystal cloud wing clone. It spun, emitting a heavy dark light, with Azure Ghoul half hovering at the tower's entrance, ready to respond to any attack at any moment. Once Venerable Dongshu was cornered and counterattacked, he could immediately duck into the tower, making the opponent's attack futile. At the same time, while pursuing at high speed, he unsparingly absorbed cosmic crystals, rapidly recovering his greatly depleted World Lord power. Whenever he felt his energy recover a bit, he seized the opportunity to let his Azure Ghoul body, hidden in his inner world, manifest a trace of its aura through world projection, half real and half illusory, and unhesitatingly activated, a thought becomes nothingness. Again. The strange, soul-attacking void domain descended again. Although it couldn't pose a fatal threat to Venerable Dongshu, the feeling of his soul being suppressed and corroded. Like a persistent parasite, it constantly harassed and stimulated Venerable Dongshu's nerves, making it impossible for him to calmly perform God Kingdom teleportation, let alone regain his composure. As for Venerable Dongshu's counterattacks, whether it was time-stop or long-range bombardments containing terrifying divine power, Qingyu either evaded them in advance with the speed of his amethyst cloud wings, or immediately retreated into the dark tower if things looked bad. The small black tower was incredibly sturdy. No matter how furiously Venerable Dongshu attacked, it merely spun wildly, without even a single white mark left on its body. This frustrating situation of, I hit you, you're fine, you bother me, and I suffer, almost drove the proud Venerable Dongshu mad. Human Qingyu. A roar filled with endless anger and frustration exploded in the passage, making space itself hum. How long are you going to pester me? This exalt no longer troubles you, so why do you still cling on like a mad dog? He felt that his billions of years of cultivation and the dignity of an exalt were being trampled into the ground by this world lord at this moment. Facing the elusive and undefendable, a thought becomes nothingness. He, with all his powerful time laws and divine power, felt a sense of despair, unable to exert his strength. He couldn't escape, couldn't kill him, and had to constantly endure the harassment at the soul level. This feeling was driving him to the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, in that vast hall filled with countless ceiling stars, Hu Ti, who had been observing quietly, slightly lifted his drooping eyelids, and in his eyes, as profound as the cosmic starry sky, a trace of undisguised astonishment and intense interest flashed. Truly an unprecedented marvel, his deep, ancient voice gently echoed in the hall, carrying a hint of disbelief. A world lord, actually chasing a high-level universe exalt, forcing him into such a disheveled state. With his realm as a universe lord, even though he was merely a divine power clone at the moment, he had long seen through Qingyu's disguise. And understood the essence of his purple crystal cloud wing clone and azure ghoul. This soul attack secret technique, the will and soul essence it contains are so unique. Is it the innate secret technique of that special life form, azure ghoul? Hu Ti, with his vast knowledge, instantly recognized the origin of a thought becomes nothingness. But this power, it's simply too astonishing. A mere world lord, relying on an innate secret technique, can suppress a high-level exalt proficient in the path of the soul. This has already far exceeded the scope of what a world lord, or even an undying, can achieve. He could feel that the secret technique itself was of an extremely high level, but what shocked him even more was the core driving this secret technique, the soul and will of that young life form. This little fellow, what a terrifying soul origin. What a powerful will. Hu Ti's heart was filled with awe. He had lived for endless years and witnessed the geniuses of countless races in the universe, but someone like this world lord, who had reached such an incredible height in terms of soul and will, was absolutely one in a million. In fact, one could say he was the only one he had ever seen. Chapter 135, Hub Region. Qingyu of the Human Race. Hu Ti caught the name revealed in Venerable Dong Shu's enraged roar. He could see the two special life form bodies Qingyu possessed, but because Qingyu's core had already been transferred. He failed to discern Qingyu's true identity as a human, but he connected the name to the anomaly with two bodies before him. In fact, Hu Ti was not entirely ignorant of the name, Qingyu. He had another hidden identity within the human race, Venerable Tipu. Never known to the outside world, this identity naturally led him to pay attention to the outstanding geniuses emerging within the human race. Qingyu, so it's him. Hu Ti understood. He had previously heard rumors of an extraordinary world lord genius emerging from the human race, who had displayed exceptional potential in the Virtual Universe Corporation, even drawing the apprehension and bounties from powers like the automaton race and the insect race. But when he first heard of it, he only assumed it was another top-tier genius from the human race, never expecting this, Qingyu, to be so monstrous. A world lord body, chasing a high universe exalt, this is no longer a genius, this is a monster, an anomaly under the universe's rules. Hu Ti was shaken, and at the same time, an indescribable sense of regret welled up within him. Such talent, such will, if only this Qingyu were from the earth lineage, how wonderful that would be. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. He held immense reverence for his teacher, Zuo Shank, and deeply understood how much effort and how many attempts his teacher had made to cultivate a worthy successor capable of inheriting the Star Tower. Neither he nor his arrogant second junior brother, Yan Di, had ultimately met his teacher's requirements. And with the heaven-defying will strength and soul essence Qingyu was currently displaying, in Hu Ti's opinion, he was one of the most ideal candidates to recognize the Star Tower as his master. At least on the crucial level of will, he saw unprecedented hope. What a pity, truly a pity, he is not of Earth bloodline. Hu Ti sighed inwardly. The Earth lineage, which his teacher had re-guided and nurtured, although possessing special souls and unique advantages in state of mind and will, to produce a monster like Qingyu. One who, at the World Lord stage, possessed a will and soul power nearly at the Universe Exalt level, who knew how many more eras it would take. I also wonder when the third disciple my teacher is waiting for will appear. As Hu Ti's thoughts were complex and he felt regret for his teacher, the chase within the Star Tower continued. Qingyu was determined to hound Venerable Dong Shu to death. Although he couldn't do anything to the opponent for now, he was like the most persistent hunter, clinging tightly to the prey's tail, giving him no chance to breathe. Whenever a swirling entrance to an unknown forbidden space appeared beside a passage, the frantically fleeing Venerable Dong Shu would dive into it as if grasping at a life-saving straw, hoping to use the complex environment or random teleportation characteristics within the forbidden space to shake off Qingyu. However, his hopes were dashed every time. He had just rushed into an entrance that might lead to a scorching lava world, and the next second, Qingyu, with the Dark Tower, followed closely behind him. He fled into a swamp space filled with deadly poisonous mist, only to look back and see that purple figure still hauntingly trailing behind him. Damn it! Are you ever going to be done? Venerable Dong Shu felt like he was going crazy. This feeling of being unable to escape no matter where he fled, coupled with the constant irritation from his soul being harassed by a thought becomes nothingness, pushed his sanity to the brink of collapse. What terrified him even more was that the longer this dragged on, the greater the possibility of the human race powerhouse he imagined arriving. No, this cannot continue. Venerable Dongshu was burning with anxiety. Although these forbidden spaces are constantly moving irregularly and seem safe, with the methods and divine abilities of beings like universe lords, what if they can somehow pinpoint Qingyu's location and trace him back? He dared not gamble on that possibility. It would be tantamount to waiting for death. His eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at the ghastly floating not far away, like his deepest nightmare. A destructive impulse surged in his heart, self-detonation. With the terrifying power of a high universe exalt self-detonation, perhaps he could. But this thought had barely arisen before it was suppressed by an even deeper sense of powerlessness. He knew clearly that even if he steeled himself to detonate his divine body, the world-shattering energy impact would absolutely be unable to shake a top-tier palace-type supreme treasure. At most, it would blast it further away, and Qingyu, hidden inside the tower, would be completely unharmed. Moreover, he didn't have a clone, so if he self-detonated, how would it be different from being killed by a human race powerhouse? At the same time, in that mysterious grand hall, Hu Ti's thoughts were also churning. Such talent, rarely seen throughout history, should I inform teacher? He weighed it in his heart. Teacher Zuo Shank had always yearned to find a successor with limitless potential to inherit the Star Tower. Although he didn't know teacher Zuo Shanki's exact purpose, Hu Ti deeply respected his teacher, and as a disciple, he wanted to contribute to whatever his teacher wished to achieve. This Qingyu, with such a will and soul in his world lord body, his potential, in Hu Ti's view, had already reached an unprecedented height. Even those special life forms in the universe, hailed as heaven-defying, could absolutely not achieve this at the same stage. Although teacher places his hopes on the earth lineage, but Hu Ti held immense reverence for Zuo Shank in his heart, but precisely because of this, he felt even more anxious for his teacher. Deep down, he wasn't very optimistic about his teacher's plan to cultivate a third disciple from the earth lineage. It was true that the earth lineage had special souls, but to produce a monster that could meet his teacher's stringent requirements, especially one capable of recognizing the Star Tower as its master, the hope was truly slim. This Qingyu, perhaps, he is an exception. A thought became clearer and clearer. Even if not of earth bloodline, with such extraordinary talent and potential, he might still catch teacher's eye. Perhaps, teacher would make an exception. Just as Hu Ti's thoughts were turning, considering whether to contact Zuo Shank. Within the Star Tower, the forbidden space where Venerable Dongshu and Qingyu were located opened a new swirling entrance. Venerable Dongshu, already like a startled bird, almost instinctively and desperately transformed into a streak of light and rushed in, seeking only to temporarily create some distance and gain a moment to breathe. Seeing this, Qingyu sneered and, controlling the ghastly, followed closely without hesitation. However, the moment they passed through that swirling entrance, the surrounding scenery abruptly changed. The anticipated forbidden space did not appear, instead, it was a magnificent and peculiar place entirely beyond their imagination. This was a vast space difficult to describe with words. What met their eyes were countless colossal pillars of heaven that seemed to support the entire universe. They stood silently, some as short as a few light seconds, others even exceeding a light year, so immense they were mind-shattering. Upon the pillars, countless intricate and incomprehensibly profound secret patterns were engraved. These secret patterns flowed with a hazy golden radiance, emitting ancient, eternal, and powerful aura of laws. Between these pillars of heaven, which seemed to form the basic framework of the universe, they were ingeniously embedded and connected to each other, forming an incredibly complex structure. And at the crucial nodes of these structures, some oddly shaped treasures, each radiating a vast and terrifying aura, were embedded and suspended as illusory forms. But even more numerous were the seemingly endless, sealing stars. These sealing stars were no longer distant points of light in the starry sky, but rather like the most crucial, bearing steel balls, in a precision instrument, encircling and embedded around the connection points of various pillars of heaven, slowly rotating. On the surface of each sealing star, profound traces were faintly visible, collectively forming a vast, precise, and awe-inspiring spectacle, like a core operational diagram of the universe. This place, it doesn't seem to be a forbidden space. Venerable Dongshu and Qingyu, who followed closely, were both stunned by this sudden sight. For a moment, even their fierce chase seemed to be paused. Venerable Dongshu stopped in a daze, surveying this incredible space. The panic in his heart not only didn't decrease but intensified. Where is this? Does the Star Tower have such a place? And Qingyu, inside the Dark Tower, also put away his playful attitude, his expression becoming extremely solemn. He could feel that this place was extraordinarily unusual. At the same time, in that vast hall where countless ceiling stars floated, Hu Ti, who had been sitting calmly and observing, abruptly stood up the moment he saw Qingyu and Venerable Dongshu burst into that space. On his usually placid face, for the first time, an expression mixed with confusion and shock appeared. How is this possible? His deep voice carried an incredulous fluctuation. How did they enter the hub region? Hu Ti's understanding of the Star Tower far surpassed that of ordinary people. The internal space of the Star Tower was boundless. The countless, forbidden spaces that ordinary powerhouses could access and explore actually constituted less than 1% of the entire Star Tower's internal volume. The remaining vast majority of space was precisely the framework that maintained the Star Tower's operation, which was what Qingyu and Venerable Dongshu were seeing at this moment. A magnificent structure composed of countless pillars of heaven, exotic treasures, and ceiling stars serving as bearings. These framework regions were typically completely isolated from the forbidden spaces meant for cultivators to explore. They were the Star Towers, restricted areas, and underlying architecture. Although the so-called isolation was not absolute, the probability of accidentally entering here through randomly changing forbidden space passages was so low it was almost negligible. To describe it as, not even once in a trillion eras, would not be an exaggeration. Is it pure luck? Or, did they inadvertently trigger some hidden mechanism of the Star Tower? Hu Ti frowned slightly, his thoughts racing. He looked at the two figures, appearing incredibly tiny within the magnificent structure in the screen, especially the one protected by the small black tower, his eyes growing deeper. This Qingyu always seems to cause unexpected situations. However, this mysterious hub region was not a benevolent place. Although it was the core framework of the Star Tower, it was also full of danger. Just as Venerable Dongshu and Qingyu were slightly stunned, a low, soul-rending howl suddenly erupted out of thin air. In the distance, on the side of a pillar of heaven, an energy storm spanning tens of thousands of kilometers suddenly erupted without warning. This storm was not a simple energy turbulence, it was intertwined with shattered law secret patterns and dazzling golden light, making its power extremely terrifying. Venerable Dongshu's face changed drastically. He could clearly perceive that the destructive energy contained within the storm, in some areas, even made him, a high exalt, feel terrified. He had no doubt that if he were caught in some of the core, super energy vortices, even his divine body might be instantly severely damaged or even annihilated. He no longer cared about Qingyu, frantically dodging between the pillars of heaven in a disheveled manner, avoiding the suddenly appearing, erratic energy storms. In contrast, Qingyu, hiding inside the Dark Tower, appeared much safer. The energy storms impacted the tower body, producing deafening roars, causing the small black tower to be tossed around like a fallen leaf in a strong wind, swaying and tumbling erratically. Qingyu inside the tower only felt dizzy, but the Dark Tower's defense was indeed astonishing. As long as he didn't actively crash into the super energy vortex centers that even Venerable Dongshu avoided and seemed to devour everything, the tower body itself remained undamaged, and he would not suffer any substantial harm. Using the residual force from dodging the energy storms, the two began to survey the place. As far as the eye could see, apart from the endlessly magnificent yet dangerous pillars of heaven, treasure illusions, ceiling stars, and deadly energy storms, there was no sign of anything resembling an exit. However, when Venerable Dongshu's gaze swept over the oddly shaped treasure illusions embedded and suspended at the crucial nodes of the pillars of heaven, the panic in his eyes was instantly replaced by an uncontrollable greed and surprise. Though these treasures varied in form, each radiated a vast and boundless aura, far surpassing any supreme treasure he had ever seen, and even faintly carried a hint of the essence of ultimate treasures. If I could obtain one of them, Venerable Dong Shu's breathing quickened, and a thought wildly grew. With the power of an ultimate treasure, I might be able to break through this damned dark tower and tear that Qingyu to shreds. The immense temptation outweighed the fear of the energy storms. He could no longer hold back, cautiously concealing his aura, avoiding several obvious energy turbulences, and slowly flying towards the nearest treasure illusion, which resembled an ancient halberd. Qingyu, inside the dark tower, calmly observed Venerable Dong Shu's actions but chose not to follow, instead continuing to survey everything around him. At the same time, Hu Ti, far away in the grand hall, saw Venerable Dong Shu's intentions clearly. A cold, mocking glint flashed in his deep eyes. Seeking death. Hu Ti snorted inwardly. Chapter 136, Zuo Shank. Hu Ti knew very well that those strangely shaped treasures were not independent entities, but were deeply integrated with the Star Tower itself, forming an indispensable part of its powerful might. They were the organs and nodes of the Star Tower, together with countless secret patterns, heaven-reaching pillars, and sealed stars, forming this magnificent pagoda. Unless one became the owner of the Star Tower, any attempt to forcibly seize these treasures would be regarded as the most serious provocation by the Star Tower's own defense mechanism. Foolish greed will bring about your demise. Hu Ti watched indifferently, as if he had already foreseen Venerable Dong Shu's fate. Qingyu was not confused by those seemingly powerful treasures like Venerable Dong Shu. His gaze was directed towards the countless, sealed stars, that revolved slowly around the heaven-reaching pillars like a sky full of stars. In the Star Tower, occasionally, a sealed star would fall from the tower into certain forbidden spaces, causing countless champion immortals to fight over it madly. Since there was a precedent of them falling, it proved that not all sealed stars were completely integrated with the tower body and indivisible. Among these countless sealed stars, there must be some relatively independent ones that could be acquired. Compared to those strange treasures that were clearly core components of the Star Tower, these numerous sealed stars were obviously a more realistic and possibly safer target. Qingyu controlled the ghastly, carefully avoiding the trajectory of the energy storms, and slowly flew towards a relatively stable river of stars, in the distance, composed of countless sealed stars of varying sizes. For a time, in this magnificent and dangerous hub region, Venerable Dong Shu and Qingyu went their separate ways. He approached the river of stars, without acting rashly, but like a patient connoisseur, began to observe each one carefully. Most of these sealed stars emitted a stable and majestic aura, and they were closely connected to the endless secret patterns on the surface of the heaven-reaching pillars. Golden energy threads flowed like bloodlines between the stars and the giant pillars, forming an incredibly precise and stable whole. They were like indispensable gears in a precise clock, an integral part of the architecture of the great treasure that was the Star Tower, and were clearly unshakable. Indeed, most of them are integrated with the tower body. Qingyu understood, but was not disappointed. He hadn't expected to succeed easily, and continued to patiently fly the Gui Quang Pagoda along the edge of the river of stars. His sharp gaze swept over one slowly rotating star after another, trying to find that subtle anomaly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the space, Venerable Dong Shu's situation was much more perilous and difficult than Qingyu's. He had no palace-type treasure to protect him, and could only rely on his own divine body and understanding of laws to navigate through the violent energy currents and intermittent energy storms. All his attention was focused on the increasingly close phantom of a treasure that resembled an ancient halberd, his eyes almost overflowing with greed. He carefully avoided the visible energy turbulence, his figure like a ghost, dodging and weaving in the shadows of the giant heaven-reaching pillars, his speed as slow as a snail. He had no idea that he was approaching the Star Tower's absolute, reverse scale, that must not be touched, and instead secretly congratulated himself every time he narrowly dodged a storm. Soon, almost there, as long as I get it, Venerable Dong Shu's heart was burning, as if he had already seen himself holding the supreme treasure halberd, splitting open the Gui Quang Pagoda with one blow, and reducing Qingyu to ashes. However, he did not notice that as he got closer to the halberd phantom, the energy in the surrounding space seemed to become more turbulent, and some subtle, destructive golden electric snakes began to appear in the void near him. Far away in the great hall, Pu Ti watched the actions of both men. His gaze swept over Venerable Dong Shu, who was stumbling through the perilous situation, oblivious to the impending disaster, his eyes cold, without any expression. A greedy and foolish alien exult, if he died, he would die, he naturally would not interfere. But when his gaze turned to Qingyu on the other side, a hint of surprise and admiration flashed in his cold eyes. He saw that Qingyu was not tempted by those powerful core treasures, nor did he rashly touch any of the seemingly movable sealed stars. Instead, he patiently and meticulously observed and distinguished each one, as if searching for a specific target. "This little fellow, he's quite clever," Pu Ti murmured, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. He saw through that those core treasures and most of the sealed stars were part of the Star Tower's main structure and unshakable. He is looking for those very few free-floating stars that might fall off. This calmness, prudence, and precise judgment of opportunity made Pu Ti's evaluation of Qingyu rise by several points. To maintain such a clear mind in such immense temptation and dangerous circumstances, this mental fortitude was far more precious than mere talent. This child's mental fortitude, talent, and will are all top-notch. Perhaps he is truly worthy of master making an exception to consider. Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Pu Ti no longer hesitated and immediately contacted that great being in the infinitely distant place through a secret method. In an infinitely distant, dangerous and terrifying place, far from human territory and even the core region of the known universe. Endless currents surged, colorful and dazzling, containing terrifying energy capable of easily annihilating universe exalts. Deep within these currents, a solitary palace, faintly emitting a faint green light, hung quietly, as if it had been there since time immemorial. Inside the palace, powerful servants stood in attendance, all of them universe exalts. However, in this palace, they were merely the most ordinary servants. In the core of the palace, within a majestic great hall, a majestic old man, about 90,000 kilometers tall, faintly emitting a black glow all over his body, was suspended cross-legged in the air, listening to the respectful reports of his servants. He had crystal-clear horns on his forehead, an ancient face, and eyes that seemed to contain the ultimate truth of the universe's creation and destruction. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, as if he had received a message from the distant Star Tower. He slowly turned his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the barriers of endless time and space, falling directly upon the Star Tower suspended in the outside territory battlefield. It fell upon the hub region, within the tower, which ordinary powerhouses could never enter, and upon the young figure carefully observing the sealed stars, as well as Venerable Dong Shu on the other side, who was about to bring disaster upon himself. He quietly listened to his eldest disciple Pu Ti's report about the human named Qingyu and his incredible world lord rank, will and soul strength. About the unique innate secret technique he used, and about his astonishing battle record of chasing down a high-level exalt as a world lord. When he heard these descriptions of talent and potential, Zuo Shenqi's face, like a glacier of billions of years, remained unruffled, without the slightest change in expression. His origin was special, and he had seen too many astonishingly talented geniuses. The universe was vast, and it was not uncommon for some little fellows to show heaven-defying performance at a certain stage. Qingyu's current performance, although excellent, was not enough to truly surprise him, a former god king. However, when Pu Ti reported that Qingyu and Venerable Dong Shu had somehow, almost impossibly, entered the hub region through a forbidden space channel, Zuo Shenqi's always indifferent and calm face, his brows subtly twitched, and in his eyes, which seemed to contain endless stars, a very faint, yet real, ripple finally flashed. Hub region, his deep, ancient voice seemed to echo in the depths of time and space. It cannot be entered by brute force or luck. At the end of his report, Pu Ti timely offered his suggestion. Master, this child's talent, mental fortitude, and will are all the best I have ever seen. Although he is not of the Earth lineage, his potential might meet your requirements for a successor. Would you consider? Zuo Shenq did not respond immediately. He just quietly watched, his profound gaze seemingly wanting to penetrate Qingyu's soul and see his most essential core. He was still thinking about Qingyu and Venerable Dong Shu's unintentional intrusion into the Star Tower's hub region. Although Pu Ti had followed him for endless years and had a clone permanently stationed in the Star Tower, he was intimately familiar with the various forbidden spaces and operational rules within the tower. But when it came to understanding the Star Tower's most fundamental and core structure, Pu Ti was far inferior to him, its creator, who had personally collected countless precious materials, expended endless effort, and refined it according to his own supreme treasure-refining inheritance. No one knew better than him how slim the probability was of, accidentally, entering the hub region, which served as the Star Tower's energy hub and fundamental structure, through those randomly shifting, seemingly irregular forbidden space channels. That was no longer something that could be described as rarely seen in trillions of eras. It was theoretically an impossible event. It was as absurd as expecting a random gust of wind to happen to blow a grain of sand into the most crucial gear gap of a precise clock hidden deep within a mountain range, with an extremely complex structure, and for that gear to be the only one affecting the clock's operation. So, he fell silent. He simply did not believe that Venerable Dong Shu and Qingyu's intrusion was a pure accident and luck. After eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining answer, no matter how incredible, must be the truth. The operation of the Star Tower, at that moment, was definitely influenced by some kind of unnatural force that transcended common sense and surpassed rules, or rather, guided. And looking at the entire primordial universe, the existences capable of and willing to subtly interfere with the Star Tower in such a way were few and far between. In his heart, he already had a clear answer pointing to. What exactly is so special about this little fellow? Zhuo Sheng couldn't help but begin to ponder deeply. As for Pu Ti's strong recommendation regarding Qingyu's will and soul strength, which reached the peak of a high-level exalt at the World Lord rank, and his powerful innate secret technique, etc., these were temporarily overlooked by him. Given his past achievements and knowledge, Qingyu's current displayed talent and potential, though considered top-tier prodigies within the primordial universe, were still far from meeting his special standard, which was enough to break conventions. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuo Shengqi's majestic figure issued an order amidst the endless currents, his voice ancient and calm. Gather all detailed information about this fellow, from his birth until now, that can be found, and send it to me. He paused, as if thinking of something, and added, also send me the information on that Venerable Dong Shu. Yes, Master, Pu Ti respectfully complied and immediately set about doing it. He could feel a subtle change in his master's attitude, which gave him a glimmer of hope. During the data transfer, he couldn't help but ask again, Master, regarding the matter of taking Qingyu as your third disciple, what are your thoughts? Zhuo Shengqi's gaze still pierced through time and space, falling into the Star Tower, watching Qingyu piloting the Dark Tower, like a diligent worker bee, searching among the sealed stars, and also watching Venerable Dong Shu on the other side, about to pay the price for his greedy actions. The majestic old man was silent for a moment, and then his voice, which seemed to carry the vicissitudes of endless eras, slowly sounded. Not so fast, I need to consider it. This was not a pretense, but Zhuo Shengqi's prudence based on the possible existence of that mysterious, interfering force, and his deeper exploration of Qingyu's specialness. He pondered for a moment and then instructed Pu Ti again. You continue to observe, without interfering in their battle or their actions within the Star Tower, but be sure to record everything you see in detail, especially Qingyu's actions. Yes, Master, Pu Ti acknowledged, understanding that his master was now interested, and the subsequent observation would be crucial. At this moment, Qingyu was completely unaware that he had entered the sight of Zhuo Sheng, that great being. All his energy was focused on the vast sea of stars before him. He had already piloted the Dark Tower, carefully observing and exploring hundreds of thousands of sealed stars. However, most of these stars were closely connected to the heaven-reaching pillars, with secret patterns flowing ceaselessly on their surfaces, as stable as ancient rocks, with no sign of possibly detaching. Qingyu also dared not try to take them by force, but he was not discouraged, nor did he lack patience. He continued to pilot the Black Tower, following an invisible trajectory, slowly exploring deeper into the river of stars, his gaze like a torch, not missing any subtle anomaly. Finally, perseverance paid off. Just as Qingyu himself couldn't remember which thousandth sealed star he was examining, his gaze suddenly narrowed, firmly locking onto the front. Around a heaven-reaching pillar nearly 0.9 light-years high, thousands of sealed stars were revolving around it, like a miniature galaxy, following some profound trajectory. Chapter 137, Consciousness Ascension. Most of the stars operated smoothly, reflecting the secret golden patterns on the surface of the giant pillar, making them exceptionally stable. However, the sharp-eyed Qingyu keenly noticed a smaller, slightly dimmer sealing star at the edge of this orderly galaxy. Its trajectory seemed to show an extremely discordant stagnation and deviation. It didn't rotate as smoothly and fluidly as the other stars, but rather with an almost imperceptible, trembling wobble, as if it had lost some balance. It was also like a loose screw, about to fall off a precision instrument, subtly out of sync with the entire massive and stable system. It's it. Qingyu's eyes instantly burst with light of pleasant surprise. After searching for so long, he finally found a potential target. He immediately manipulated the Gaikong Tower, carefully avoiding several passing energy turbulences, and slowly approached the somewhat unstable sealing star. As the distance closed, the details of this sealing star became clear before his eyes. It was deep black all over, its surface not absolutely smooth, with faint natural indentations and ancient marks visible. Its enormous size, with a diameter of about 110,000 kilometers, was comparable to a real planet. It wobbled along its specific orbit, forming a stark contrast with its smoothly operating, stable glowing companions around it. Qingyu observed carefully and judged that this star was indeed in a subtle, semi-detached state. However, it still seemed to be maintained by some invisible force, and wanting it to completely detach on its own would likely take an unknown number of years. Qingyu, of course, had no patience to wait there. I must act proactively. Qingyu's mind raced, and a plan quickly formed. He piloted the dark tower, appearing precisely in the air ahead of the black sealing star's trajectory. Immediately after, he began to frantically unleash World Lord force, injecting it into the Gaikong Tower. Boom! The Gaikong Tower glowed with a brilliant dark light, and its body began to rapidly expand at a visible speed. As a top-tier palace-type treasure, the Gaikong Tower's maximum normal volume could reach 150,000 kilometers in height. But in reality, palace-type treasures, and indeed most treasures, as long as the holder is willing to activate them at all costs, can, to a certain extent, exceed their conventional volume limits and continue to grow larger. However, the energy required for this would increase geometrically, becoming terrifyingly immense. Qingyu was doing just that at this moment. He unreservedly mobilized world power, and a massive amount of energy surged frantically into the Gaikong Tower. 500,000 kilometers, 1 million kilometers, 2 million kilometers. Finally, under Qingyu's desperate activation, the Gaikong Tower astonishingly expanded into a colossal object, reaching a height of 3 million kilometers. Its majestic tower body resembled a gigantic black pillar reaching the heavens, standing in this space composed of the heaven-reaching pillar and the sealing stars, exuding a heavy aura that made one's heart palpitate. The diameter of its base was already large enough to encompass the sealing star below, which had a diameter of 110,000 kilometers. Qingyu's plan was not to directly put the sealing star into the Gaikong Tower. After all, this star was still moving in its inherent orbit, and energy storms were lurking around the orbit. Forcibly collecting it might trigger unpredictable chain reactions. His goal was to use the Gaikong Tower's inherent spatial containment power as a palace-type treasure to generate a powerful, directional, suction force. He wanted to use this powerful suction force, like a magnet attracting an iron nail, to suck this already somewhat loose sealing star out of its orbit. Once it broke free from its energy connection with the heaven-reaching pillar and the entire star tower structure, becoming an unowned, free-floating star, then collecting it would be much simpler. No sooner said than done. Qingyu concentrated, manipulating the massive Gaikong Tower, aiming its base at the black sealing star wobbling along its orbit below. Suck. An invisible but extremely powerful spatial suction force suddenly generated from the enormous base of the tower, like an invisible vortex, accurately enveloping the target star. The effect, it did work. Under the powerful suction, the black ceiling star, which was already operating unsteadily, distinctly and ever so slightly, deviated a tiny bit from its inherent orbit. Its trembling amplitude also seemed to increase slightly. However, that was all. This degree of deviation, compared to the distance it needed to completely leave its orbit, was negligible. Qingyu roughly estimated that at this efficiency and intensity, he would probably need to repeat this frantic sucking process 100,000 times, or even more, to completely suck this star out of its orbit. Qingyu looked at the star, which had only shifted an insignificant bit and then slowly returned to its original trajectory due to some inertia and residual maintaining forces, and couldn't help but frown. This method was feasible, but too inefficient, and the consumption was enormous. Maintaining the Gaikong Tower at a height of 3 million kilometers and driving such a strong suction force was astonishingly draining on his World Lord force. He would probably run out of energy before even a few hundred attempts. It seems that taking away the Star Tower's ceiling stars is indeed not that simple. Qingyu sighed helplessly, and with a thought, the majestic black giant tower, like a stellar mountain, rapidly shrank, returning to a size of 10 meters and hovering above his head, retracting the futile suction force. He had to temporarily abandon this clumsy method and consider other possibilities. In fact, from the most intuitive perspective, whether on the surface of the ceiling stars or on the heaven-reaching pillars, there were countless, dizzyingly complex law-secret patterns. Anyone who wasn't blind could see that the stable operation of the ceiling stars was closely related to the energy circuits formed by these secret patterns. Theoretically, if one could understand the operating rules of these secret patterns, or even just a small section of them, one might be able to guide the energy. To make this heaven-reaching pillar actively accelerate the expulsion of this redundant, unstable ceiling star would absolutely be an easy and natural thing to do. But this thought merely flashed in Qingyu's mind and was actively ignored by him. He knew too well the origin and level of these secret patterns. The Star Tower, originally refined by Zhuo Shank, was not intended to be a divine king-level main weapon, but rather, during its refinement, an incredible anomaly occurred that even Zhuo Shank himself could not fully comprehend. Only then did the Star Tower finally advance to become the miraculous divine king treasure it is today. The secret patterns on it had long surpassed Zhuo Shenqi's original design, containing deeper mysteries that even the refiner might not fully control. Qingyu naturally wouldn't be so arrogant as to think he was more capable than Zhuo Shank, able to easily comprehend these law-secret patterns that even universe strongest found difficult to understand. Therefore, he subconsciously directly ruled out the impractical option of comprehending the secret patterns. Now, the attempt to forcibly collect with the Dark Tower had failed, and he couldn't think of any other effective method for a while. Qingyu, piloting the tower, hovered in place. His gaze involuntarily, with a hint of helplessness and curiosity, fell upon the intricate secret patterns flowing with a hazy golden light on the surface of the nearest heaven-reaching pillar. He hadn't held any hope, merely observing the patterns, which seemed to writhe, combine, and change like living things, with the mindset of appreciating heavenly scripture. The moment his gaze met a small section of seemingly disordered yet subtly profound golden secret patterns, Qingyu felt as if his mind was seized by an invisible force, and he plunged sharply downwards. Immediately after, a passive, irresistible sense of detachment came, not of his own volition. His consciousness instantly became hazy, as if it had detached from his body, detached from the protection of the Gaikong Tower, and ascended infinitely at an incredible speed, rising higher and higher. It passed through the Gaikong Tower's barrier, through the countless layers of spatial separation within the Star Tower, out of the starry sky of the outside territory battlefield, out of the vast membrane wall of the primordial universe, and even further up, out of the boundless universe sea. Just as this consciousness seemed to be reaching some unknowable, unspeakable ultimate dimension, he saw countless extremely fine yet incomparably solid golden threads, exuding an eternal and undying meaning, from the void in all directions, from a deeper ocean of laws. As if drawn by some attraction, or perhaps following a predetermined trajectory, they all simultaneously projected towards his flickering consciousness. That speed transcended the concept of space-time. These golden threads carried a cold, objective, yet incredibly heavy aura of karma and destiny, as if once tainted or entangled by them, his entire life would be completely defined, with no possibility of change. A great fear, stemming from the deepest part of his soul, of the unknown and of losing himself, instantly seized Qingyu. The instant before his consciousness was touched by those golden threads, his consciousness, like a spring compressed to its extreme, wildly recoiled at an unprecedented speed. Falling, plummeting, through the universe sea, through the primordial universe, through the outside territory battlefield. Through the Star Tower, through the Gaikong Tower. Qingyu, sitting cross-legged inside the dark tower, suddenly jolted, gasping for breath like a drowning person pulled back to the surface. He suddenly opened his eyes, which still held lingering shock and bewilderment, his back soaked with cold sweat. He subconsciously touched his body and looked at the familiar space inside the tower, confirming that he had returned. But that momentary experience was incredibly real, absolutely not an illusion. He also found it difficult to explain what it actually was. Was it a backlash from peaking at some supreme existence? Or, the gaze of some existence he couldn't comprehend? What exactly were those golden threads that pursued his consciousness? Did they catch up? Did they leave any marks on him? Qingyu's heart was filled with lingering fear and countless mysteries. The chilling sensation of his consciousness being forcibly extracted, infinitely elevated, as if the next moment it would be entangled by endless golden threads and have its destiny defined, was like a bucket of ice water poured over him, leaving him unsettled for a long time. It was a complete sense of weightlessness and helplessness, as if falling in infinite void, with nothing to hold onto. With lingering fear, he once again cautiously, with utmost vigilance, directed his gaze towards the area of the heaven-reaching Pilar's secret patterns that had caused the anomaly. This time, nothing happened. Those secret patterns remained complex, still profound, flowing with a hazy golden light, quietly imprinted on the surface of the giant pillar, as if the thrilling journey of consciousness just now was merely a vivid illusion. But this normalcy, in Qingyu's view, was the greatest abnormality itself. In the original work, Luo Feng, inside the Star Tower, must have also tried to observe and comprehend these ubiquitous law-secret patterns, but it seemed there was never any mention of such bizarre occurrences. Why was it only him? Could it be because of my golden finger, or rather, my special essence as a transmigrator, that such an incredible change was triggered? A hint of doubt arose in Qingyu's heart. However, such things were destined to be incomprehensible. That momentary level of consciousness flying out of the universe sea was simply too distant for his current self, so distant that even imagining its boundaries was a luxury. The grandeur of an existence capable of doing this so easily was beyond even the universe's strongest. The levels are too far apart, overthinking is useless. Qingyu took a deep breath and exhaled, forcibly suppressing his turbulent thoughts and trepidation, burying this bizarre incident deep in his heart. It wasn't that Qingyu was unconcerned, but rather that at his current stage, he couldn't possibly fathom the reasons behind it. When I'm strong enough in the future, I'll come back to explore its mysteries. However, though this experience was extremely perilous, it was not without gain. When Qingyu calmed down again and tried to feel those secret patterns, he was surprised to find that between himself and these patterns, which were originally like heavenly scripture, there seemed to be a subtle, ineffable, and weak sense of familiarity. This didn't mean he could suddenly understand these profoundly intricate law-secret patterns. They were still complex, still incomprehensible. Every turn, every connection, far exceeded his current scope of understanding. However, when he looked at these secret patterns now, he vaguely had a peculiar intuition, or perception. He could dimly sense which areas of the secret patterns had a tighter energy flow between them, forming various cycles, large or small. He could also vaguely perceive which secret patterns glow had an invisible connection with the trembling ceiling star he was interested in, not far away. Even when he focused his attention on the ceiling star that was about to detach, and the related area of secret patterns, a clearer intuition surged into his mind. He could feel that in that network of secret patterns, most of the energy flow was maintaining the stability of the entire system. But there were precisely a few extremely subtle, almost hidden secret pattern circuits whose direction and intensity of flow, far from stabilizing that star, subtly conveyed a faint sense of repulsion and detachment. Chapter 138, The Unlucky Venerable Dong Shu. It was as if a precise body was spontaneously rejecting a somewhat mismatched, foreign, cell. This feeling was profound and indescribable, more like a flash of insight beyond rational analysis, yet it manifested with undeniable reality in his perception. So, that's how it is. Qingyu's eyes gradually lit up, and a new, potentially viable plan began to rapidly take shape in his mind. He no longer needed to expend immense effort to forcibly absorb it with the ghastly as he had before. Instead, he directly relied on that mysterious sensation to precisely locate the specific secret pattern areas on the surface of the pillar of heaven that were producing a repulsion effect with the target star. The rest was simple. He only needed to attack these secret pattern nodes, giving them a slight push to accelerate their repulsion process. Qingyu's mind stirred, and the purple cloud pearl floating above his head glowed, its refined purple mist flowing like nimble tentacles, precisely avoiding the secret patterns of stable structures. It specifically blasted the few subtle nodes that conveyed a sense of repulsion in his perception. It was just as he had expected. Since this sealed star was an existence that was naturally nurtured within the pillar of heaven's operational system yet appeared somewhat superfluous, his going with the flow approach was not perceived by the Star Tower as an external invasion or structural damage, thus avoiding a terrifying instinctive counterattack. Instead, the repulsive force, stimulated by the external influence, seemed to be injected with vitality and noticeably strengthened. It's effective. Qingyu was delighted and controlled the purple mist with even greater effort to provide targeted stimulation. Before long, under Qingyu's continuous assistance, the already trembling black sealed star deviated further and further from its orbit. It was like a drunken giant, swaying and tumbling violently on its original trajectory, completely out of sync with the surrounding stably operating stars, looking as if it could be completely shaken off by the entire system at any moment. At this moment, Venerable Dong Shu's situation was at least 10 times more perilous and difficult than Qingyu's. The phantom of the ancient war halberd-like treasure he had been yearning for seemed within reach, but in reality, it was surrounded by an invisible yet extremely deadly energy field. The closer he got to the treasure, the more frequent and terrifying the energy storms became. These storms were not entirely chaotic, they were more like an automatic defense mechanism, guarding the core treasure. He had no palace-type heavy treasure to protect him and could only rely on his high-level venerable divine body and the law of time to resist. His divine body had been completely shattered and reformed no less than 3 times under the tearing of the violent energy. Each time his divine body reformed, his aura weakened a bit, because some of his divine body was annihilated. He began to wonder if he had been too greedy and underestimated the danger here. However, with the supreme war halberd radiating immense power right before his eyes, seemingly within reach, how could he be willing to give up now? Millions of years of cultivation, wasn't it all for the pursuit of greater power and treasures? Just as he was struggling internally and gritting his teeth in persistence, the corner of his eye inadvertently caught sight of Qingyu's situation in the distance. He saw that black sealed star, under some clever method employed by Qingyu, was already swaying precariously, more than halfway out of orbit, seemingly about to be acquired. This glance was like a spark falling into boiling oil, instantly igniting all the imbalance and jealousy in his heart. He's just a world lord, and with a palace-type heavy treasure, he's going to get a sealed star so easily. Venerable Dong Shu roared, inwardly, an unspeakable sense of grievance and indignation surging in his heart. And I, a dignified high-level venerable, risking damage to my divine body, find it so difficult to even get close to a treasure. Why? This unfair comparison almost completely consumed his remaining rationality with greed and urgency. No, I must get it. As long as I get this supreme treasure, every sacrifice will be worth it. He began to try to withstand the edges of some relatively weaker energy storms, just to shorten the final distance to the supreme war halberd faster. The divine power around him burned even more fiercely, and he charged forward, disregarding the consumption. Almost there. Just a little more. He stared intently at the war halberd phantom, all his attention focused on it. He was completely unaware that, due to his reckless actions and his increasing proximity to the core, the previously flickering golden lightning snakes in the surrounding void had become clearly visible. And they began to slowly converge towards him like sharks sensing blood. The crisis of destruction was already nearing its breaking point. When he finally, after enduring immense hardship and with his divine body constantly shattering and reforming, arrived before the phantom of the ancient war halberd radiating immense power. He impatiently, with immense longing and excitement, reached out his hand to touch the war halberd phantom that was within reach. However, just as his fingertips touched the phantom, buzz buzz, an indescribable, terrifying energy fluctuation, like the Big Bang at the dawn of the universe, suddenly erupted from within the pillar of heaven to which the war halberd phantom was connected. That was not an attack, it was more like the star tower's entire structure reacting to an alien, touching a core node, the most direct and violent rejection response. Boom! A golden energy torrent, like a breached stellar river, instantly engulfed Venerable Dongshu in a large area of space around him. The power far exceeded all previous energy storms, it was simply not on the same level. Venerable Dongshu didn't even have a chance to react. His high-level venerable divine body, which had just reformed, was instantly completely shattered and vaporized under this irresistible energy impact, like ice and snow in the sun. When he struggled to condense his divine body again in the distance, his face was already as pale as paper, and his aura had weakened significantly. This was not the end, the erupted energy did not dissipate but transformed into continuous waves of terrifying shockwaves, sweeping towards him like a tsunami. No. Venerable Dongshu was horrified, desperately dodging and defending, but under the omnipresent impact, his divine body was like a flickering candle in a strong wind, repeatedly shattered and annihilated. He couldn't even count how many times his divine body had been completely destroyed and how much divine power had been annihilated in that short moment. Every second, he was suffering immense losses and pain. And this was only the beginning. After the initial release, the destructive energy that erupted did not subside. Instead, guided by some law, it began to rapidly spin and condense. A colossal, dazzling golden energy tornado, with the war halberd phantom as its core, suddenly formed. At first, it was 10,000 kilometers in diameter, and it expanded and intensified wildly at a visible speed. Within the tornado were countless terrifying law-secret patterns and pure, extreme destructive energy, emanating an aura that made even Venerable Dongshu's soul tremble. Venerable Dongshu, who had just reformed his divine body again, looking horrified and disheveled, didn't even have time to catch his breath before he was violently dragged into the terrifying golden tornado by its boundless suction. Ah! Upon entering the tornado, Venerable Dongshu let out a shrill scream. The energy-tearing force inside was several times more terrifying than the shockwaves outside. His high-level venerable divine body was like meat thrown into a grinder, frantically torn, shattered, and annihilated. He could only desperately burn his divine power, reforming his divine body again and again, but the speed of reformation was far from keeping up with the speed of destruction. His divine power reserves plummeted like a floodgate opening, and his aura rapidly withered at a visible speed. On the other side, Qingyu had long been startled by the earth-shattering commotion. He glanced at the distant, world-destroying golden tornado and Venerable Dongshu struggling within it, his aura continuously weakening, but felt no great emotional fluctuation. As expected, he's in trouble. He had anticipated this. From the moment Venerable Dongshu chose to touch those treasures that were clearly core components of the Star Tower, the outcome was almost predetermined. The more severely Venerable Dongshu was injured, the more beneficial it naturally was to him. Qingyu no longer paid attention to the tragic situation over there, shifting his full attention back to the sealed star he was about to acquire. Under the continuous stimulation of the purple cloud pearl on the repulsive secret patterns, more than half of this black star had already deviated from its original orbit, spinning more and more wildly, looking as if it was about to be completely spat out. However, while Qingyu wanted to ignore Venerable Dongshu, who was in extreme pain and despair, was unwilling to see Qingyu so leisurely about to acquire the treasure. The terrifying golden tornado had clearly locked onto him. No matter how he struggled or tried to escape in any direction, the tornado followed him like a shadow, clinging tightly to him, continuously annihilating his divine body. This huge contrast ignited a monstrous hatred and unwillingness in Venerable Dongshu's heart. Why is he unharmed when he schemes for those sealed stars, and is about to succeed? And I, just for touching this supreme treasure, have to suffer such a devastating catastrophe. He looked at Qingyu in the distance, steadily carrying out his leveraging work under the protection of the ghastly, and an intense hatred surged in his heart. If I can't get it, you won't have an easy time either. He no longer tried to escape the tornado. Instead, he began to drag the massive, destructive golden energy tornado with all his might, charging towards Qingyu's direction. He wanted to lead this deadly disaster towards Qingyu. Even if he couldn't kill Qingyu, who was hiding in his turtle shell, he would at least interrupt his process of acquiring the sealed star and let him experience what it was like to be targeted by the Star Tower's power. Qingyu naturally immediately noticed Venerable Dongshu's madness behavior, and the terrifying golden tornado that followed closely behind, emanating a heart-stopping aura. His eyes grew cold. Instead of retreating, he urged the purple cloud pearl even more fiercely, accelerating his attack on the law-secret patterns that produced the repulsive effect. Human Qingyu, you still want to get the sealed star? Dream on. Stop it. Venerable Dongshu roared hysterically as he strenuously dragged the tornado closer, trying to interfere with Qingyu. However, Qingyu completely ignored his threats, his mind fully immersed in the final collection steps. Finally, just as Venerable Dongshu, enveloped by the tornado, charged close, and the edge of the destructive energy even began to erode this area, causing space to vibrate and energy turbulence to splatter, buzz. With Qingyu's final precise push, the black sealed star seemed to finally break free from its last restraints, violently thrown out by the repulsive force of the Pillar of Heaven. The moment the star derailed, Qingyu didn't even look at the hideous Venerable Dongshu and the terrifying tornado right beside him. He immediately controlled the ghastly, transforming into a black streak of light, and unhesitatingly chased after the flung-away sealed star. Unlike when it was in orbit around the Pillar of Heaven, once this sealed star completely detached, it seemed to instantly lose the support of some invisible force. Its massive volume began to rapidly shrink at a visible speed. From its original planetary size of 110,000 kilometers in diameter, it rapidly collapsed and solidified. Qingyu controlled the ghastly, accelerating to catch up with the shrinking star. He aimed the bottom of the tower, and a powerful spatial suction force emerged again, about to draw it into the tower. Human Qingyu, you wish. How could Venerable Dongshu let him succeed? He roared, disregarding the accelerated annihilation of his divine body within the tornado, and furiously burned his divine power. His speed suddenly surged, instantly closing in. He knew he couldn't seize the sealed star before Qingyu, his goal wasn't to snatch it. He gathered his remaining strength, and a condensed, sharp sword light tore through space. It didn't strike Qingyu or the ghastly, but instead fiercely slashed at the shrinking sealed star. Clang! A dull, massive thud. The immense force contained within the sword light directly sent the sealed star flying like a marble, transforming into a black streak of light, shooting towards a more chaotic energy region in the distance at an even faster speed. Qingyu watched his almost acquired treasure get knocked away. He sharply turned his head, glaring at Venerable Dongshu, his eyes blazing with killing intent. But he couldn't counterattack at this moment, because the massive golden energy tornado behind Venerable Dongshu had already arrived. The terrifying suction and the edge of the destructive energy were about to engulf the dark tower as well. Qingyu had no choice but to immediately abandon the chase, fully controlling the ghastly, transforming into a nimble black light, narrowly dodging the edge of the energy tornado, temporarily unable to find an opportunity to attack Venerable Dongshu. And Venerable Dongshu, seeing Qingyu frustrated, seeing his angry yet helpless expression. This high-level venerable, at this moment, showed none of the dignity or prestige of a high-level venerable. Instead, he laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, human, if I can't get the supreme treasure, you won't get the sealed star in peace either. His laughter was filled with the pleasure of revenge and a twisted sense of satisfaction, as if thwarting Qingyu's plan made him happier than acquiring a treasure himself. Qingyu coldly glanced at him, his eyes like those looking at a dead man. Chapter 139 Sealing. Human, I'm out of luck, but you won't fare any better. Venerable Dongshu sneered, once again unleashing his divine power, rushing recklessly towards Qingyu's location, vowing to bring that fatal energy storm vortex to Qingyu's side as well. He had been helpless against Qingyu, who was hiding in the dark tower before, but now it was different. As long as he could drag Qingyu into the terrifying energy vortex's influence, or even directly into its core, Qingyu would have to divert a large amount of his mind and energy to activate the Quang Tower Crazy Tower to resist the storm's tearing. At that time, they would see who would collapse first. Venerable Dongshu was a high-level venerable, with vast divine power. Even with the current massive consumption, his foundation was much stronger than a world lord's. And Qingyu, a human world lord, still had to continuously maintain the consumption of a top-tier palace treasure. How long could he last? Let's see who we wear down first. Venerable Dongshu's eyes flickered with a crazy and delighted glint. Qingyu's original plan was to first securely obtain the star sealing star, and then, relying on its sealing ability, slowly deal with Venerable Dongshu. At that time, even if enslaving him was still difficult, he could be sealed, and Qingyu could take his time. Now, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Venerable Dongshu's relentless entanglement, like a mad dog, especially when he sent the almost obtained star sealing star flying. Qingyu had to change his strategy and prioritize solving this biggest immediate problem. At least, he had to get rid of him first. The terrifying golden energy storm vortex, which enveloped Venerable Dongshu, had also pulled Qingyu and the Quang Tower Crazy Tower into it. In such a chaotic energy flow of this level, even with the Quang Tower Crazy Tower's 100% material defense, Qingyu himself was unharmed, but his control over the Quang Tower Crazy Tower was greatly interfered with and weakened. The Dark Tower was like a small boat in a raging storm, buffeted by the energy currents, tumbling and unstable, unable to fly steadily or perform precise maneuvers according to Qingyu's will. This was the helplessness brought by the absolute gap in realm and fundamental strength. Many times, exquisite methods and treasures indeed seemed powerless in the face of an absolute torrent of power. Venerable Dongshu's move was indeed disgusting enough, dragging Qingyu into the quagmire as well, attempting to engage in a war of attrition that Qingyu least desired. But Qingyu did not panic. Inside the Quang Tower Crazy Tower, he forcibly steadied his mind, calmly observing the rapidly passing external scenery, especially those towering pillars reaching the sky. Just as the energy storm vortex carried them, barely passing a relatively close pillar, Qingyu's eyes flashed. Relying on his profound intuition, he instantly locked onto a spot on the surface of that pillar that seemed no different from other secret patterns. He didn't know what that secret pattern specifically meant, nor did he know what specific changes attacking it would cause. But he intuitively felt, attacking here would trigger an energy counterattack from this pillar. Opportunity knocks. Qingyu didn't hesitate. With a thought, the purple cloud pearl once again unleashed its power. A condensed, almost tangible purple light mass instantly shot out, striking with unparalleled precision onto the secret pattern node he had sensed. Buzz. Just as Qingyu had intuitively perceived. The moment that secret pattern was touched by an external force, the entire pillar seemed to have its reverse scale touched. The golden light on its surface suddenly intensified several times over. A wave of energy shock, far more condensed and violent than before, like the roar of a giant dragon awakened from slumber, suddenly erupted from the pillar's surface, spreading outwards in a fan shape. And at this moment, due to the trajectory of the energy storm vortex, the Quang Tower Crazy Tower where Qingyu was located was coincidentally carried by the turbulent flow to the side edge of the shockwave. Although still affected, the tower body trembled violently, but it did not bear the full brunt. Venerable Dongshu, who was right behind and almost parallel to Qingyu, was, however, due to his position being relatively forward and stable as he was guiding the storm, squarely and completely, meeting this terrifying energy impact head-on. What? No. The madness and delight on Venerable Dong Shu's face instantly froze, turning into boundless horror and despair. His divine body was already damaged, sustained by resentment and madness. How could he possibly withstand this furious blow from the Star Tower's structure itself? Boom! The golden shockwave slammed into his divine body without any fancy moves. Qingyu's action of controlling the purple cloud pearl to attack the Polar's secret pattern was naturally seen by Venerable Dong Shu, who was close behind. But at that time, he did not fully understand its intention, even with a hint of disdain, thinking it was just Qingyu's futile struggle in panic. It wasn't until this moment, being struck head-on by this precisely calculated, suddenly erupting terrifying energy, that he suddenly realized. He was calculating me just now. How could he possibly trigger the power of this pillar? Could it be that this Qingyu has already made the Star Tower recognize him as its master? If not, how could one explain a world lord being able to use these pillars within the Star Tower to fight enemies? However, before he could fully comprehend this astonishing possibility, that irresistible energy impact had already violently thrown him flying. Along with the massive golden energy storm vortex, it followed him like a persistent disease. Qingyu's calculation was extremely precise. The counter-energy erupted by the pillar, its direction and force, just happened to push the Quang Tower, Crazy Tower, towards the side edge of the storm vortex, utilizing this opposing force. The Quang Tower, Crazy Tower, was like being violently pushed by an invisible giant hand, spinning fiercely, but successfully escaping the core-tearing range of the energy storm. Venerable Dong Shu watched helplessly as the Quang Tower, Crazy Tower, escaped the storm and stabilized in the opposite direction from him, while he himself was carried further and further away by the shockwave and storm, the distance between them instantly widening. His eyes were splitting with rage, his heart filled with unwillingness and anger, yet he was helpless. It was already too late to stop Qingyu from retrieving the star-sealing star that had been knocked away. I must first get rid of this damned storm. A strong desire to survive made him temporarily suppress his resentment towards Qingyu. He realized that once Qingyu obtained the star-sealing star and was free, coupled with his mysterious soul methods and this indestructible palace treasure, his broken body would have no chance of survival. He had to find a way to escape now, while Qingyu's attention was on the star-sealing star. On the other side, Qingyu, who had just escaped the entanglement of the energy storm, didn't even bother to glance at the distant, disheveled Venerable Dong Shu. His target was clear, the star-sealing star that had been knocked away. He immediately piloted the Quang Tower, Crazy Tower, transforming into a black lightning bolt, chasing after the star-sealing star, which had already become a meteor flying towards the distant chaotic energy zone, at top speed. Qingyu quickly caught up with his target. At this moment, the star-sealing star, after being knocked off course and attacked, had shrunk to the size of a marble, completely black, with a restrained dark glow flowing on its surface. Qingyu controlled the Quang Tower, Crazy Tower, to approach, and the bottom of the tower released gentle spatial fluctuations, easily drawing this no longer resisting marble into the tower's internal space. The star-sealing star was in hand. However, Qingyu did not choose to refine it himself immediately. With a thought, he said, "Dreamweaver King, refine it immediately." Qingyu handed over the black marble-like star-sealing star. "Yes, Master," Dreamweaver King respectfully acknowledged. He took the star-sealing star, which contained immense power, with both hands, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Qingyu, while observing Dreamweaver King's refining progress, directed part of his attention to Venerable Dong Shu, who was still struggling in the energy storm in the distance, his gaze cold. "Next, it's time to completely resolve this trouble you've caused. Qingyu's series of actions, especially his ability to trigger the law-secret patterns of the pillars for precise counterattacks, were all observed by Pu Ti, who was in the main hall, without missing a single detail. When he saw Qingyu successfully escape and severely wound Venerable Dong Shu by utilizing the power of the pillars, Pu Ti, who had been sitting and observing, suddenly stood up. His face was filled with undisguised shock and disbelief. He can actually utilize the law-secret patterns on the pillars. A monstrous wave surged in Pu Ti's heart. As his teacher's eldest disciple, he knew very well that there was only one way for the Star Tower to recognize a master. And it was extremely demanding, that was to integrate the Tower Pearl into one's soul. The Qingyu before him had naturally not completed the recognition process. But how exactly did he do it? Pu Ti was utterly baffled. Those law-secret patterns that formed the origin of the Star Tower were profound and abstruse. Even he, a universe lord, Zuo Shenqi's eldest disciple, found them like looking at flowers in a fog, unable to comprehend their true meaning. How could Qingyu, a world lord, have insight into the crucial points within them, and even precisely find specific nodes that could trigger an energy counterattack? He suddenly remembered his teacher Zuo Shenqi's earlier instruction: record everything he sees, especially Qingyu's actions, in detail. Could it be that teacher had already perceived this child's uniqueness? A thought flashed through Pu Ti's mind, making him even more awestruck by his teacher's foresight. Despite countless doubts in his heart, he dared not be negligent. He immediately collected his thoughts and focused even more on meticulously recording Qingyu's every move, especially his seemingly impossible interactions with those law-secret patterns. Venerable Dong Shu racked his brains to escape this fatal energy storm vortex. He quickly thought of a desperate measure. Since the storm was so terrifying, he would guide it towards the equally indestructible and immensely powerful pillars. He began consciously and arduously guiding the remaining energy tornado towards a relatively smaller pillar. Boom! Bang! The energy storm violently collided with the pillar, erupting in a deafening roar, and the scattered energy turbulence exploded like fireworks. This method was indeed effective. Each collision could weaken a portion of the storm's energy, causing the golden tornado to visibly shrink and thin out. However, this process was also like drinking poison to quench thirst for him. In order to stabilize himself during the collision and avoid being completely torn apart, he had to continuously burn his already dwindling divine power. Every collision was accompanied by the violent trembling of his divine body and a further weakening of his divine power. His life aura, compared to before, had visibly weakened by a large margin, like a flickering candle in the wind, unstable. The originally massive and terrifying energy tornado had shrunk by several circles, its power greatly reduced. It seemed that after a few more collisions, it would completely dissipate and revert to an unordered energy torrent. Just at this moment, inside the Quang Tower Crazy Tower. Master, I am ready. Dreamweaver King suddenly opened his eyes. The black marble in his hand had already established a clear connection with him, and the dark glow flowing on its surface became gentle and agile. Good. Qingyu's eyes shot out a sharp glint. Without any hesitation, he immediately piloted the Quang Tower Crazy Tower, transforming into a black stream of light filled with killing intent, tearing through the sparse energy turbulence along the way, rushing towards Venerable Dong Shu's direction at the fastest speed. Venerable Dong Shu had just once again laboriously guided the remaining storm to collide with a pillar, his divine body trembling violently and his aura extremely weak. He suddenly sensed the familiar black tower, which he loathed, rapidly approaching with cold killing intent, and his heart instantly turned cold. He knew that his end had come. Qingyu had no intention of wasting words with him either. The moment the Quang Tower Crazy Tower approached Venerable Dong Shu, the tower body flashed with light, and Qingyu's true body aura suddenly erupted through the world projection. A thought becomes nothingness. One thought to void. The two great innate secret techniques were simultaneously unleashed, driven by Qingyu's relentless activation. The invisible soul suppression and spatiotemporal isolation dual domains, like a net from heaven and earth, instantly enveloped Venerable Dong Shu, whose divine body was severely damaged and whose mind was exhausted. Venerable Dong Shu felt as if his soul was frozen, his consciousness plunged into a chaotic void, and the space-time around him solidified, rendering him unable to move even a finger. His remaining divine power was like an insect trapped in amber, completely losing control. Under the absolute suppression of the dual secret techniques, he was fixed in the void without any power to resist. In fact, if Venerable Dongshu had decisively chosen to self-detonate from the very beginning when he was caught in the storm and realized that things were beyond his control, Qingyu would absolutely not have been able to stop him, because Qingyu could not continuously maintain the secret technique to suppress his urge to self-detonate. However, every life has an instinct for survival. Faced with the great terror of death, those who can truly self-detonate without hesitation are inherently very few. And among these very few, the vast majority have avatars and can be reborn after self-detonation. Clearly, Venerable Dongshu did not possess such determination, nor was he among this category. At this moment, under the absolute control of the dual secret techniques, he didn't even have the slightest gap to form the thought of self-detonation. The instinct for survival was completely suppressed, leaving only boundless fear and despair silently screaming in his solidified consciousness. At the exact same moment Qingyu immobilized Venerable Dongshu. Whoosh! Dreamweaver King's figure flashed out from the dark tower like a phantom. In his hand, he held the black marble, the star-sealing star. As his divine power furiously poured into it, the marble's dark light suddenly intensified, growing rapidly. Buzz! Almost in the blink of an eye, a giant sphere with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers, completely black, with countless profound sealing secret patterns flowing on its surface, appeared as if out of thin air, like a black celestial body, suspended in the void. Chapter 140, Inspiration from the Inheritance Crystal. The suppressing star emitted a heart-palpitating sealing fluctuation. Venerable Dongshu, pinned in the air, though unable to see the outside world, felt his soul tremble at the terrifying aura that enveloped him, as if it could seal everything. His fear reached its peak at this moment. He could clearly feel what it was and guess the fate that was about to befall him. But he could do nothing, not even utter a desperate cry. Suppress. Dreamweaver King's eyes were cold as he pressed his hand forward into the void. The massive black sphere, the suppressing star, like a giant beast obeying a command, swept forward with an overwhelming, crushing might. Whoosh! As if a small piece of space itself had been swallowed, Venerable Dongshu's pinned figure was instantly engulfed and enveloped by the massive black sphere. Originally, with Dreamweaver King's peak king strength, sealing a high-level Venerable in perfect condition would have been a pipe dream. But with Venerable Dongshu's divine body severely damaged, his divine power depleted, and him being completely suppressed by Qingyu's dual secret techniques without any resistance, the process went more smoothly than imagined. Secret patterns rapidly circulated on the surface of the black sphere, its light receding, and its volume began to shrink rapidly. Within a few breaths, it transformed back into the size of an unassuming black marble, flying back into Dreamweaver King's open palm. Everything returned to calm. Only some uncalmed energy turbulence remained, along with the towering, majestic pillars in the distance, silently witnessing the sealing of a high-level universe exalt. Dreamweaver King respectfully turned and presented the suppressing star, which now sealed a high-level Venerable, to Qingyu, who had just withdrawn his secret technique, his face slightly fatigued but his eyes still sharp. Master, I did not fail you. Qingyu took the seemingly ordinary black marble, which was as heavy as a star. It succeeded, a high-level universe exalt, and one who specializes in the soul path. Even with Qingyu's temperament, his heart couldn't help but surge with emotion at this moment. Qingyu calmed his emotions and put away the suppressing star. His eyes, however, suddenly narrowed slightly, a hint of undetectable surprise flashing within them. Military merits, no change. Qingyu immediately noticed something was wrong. According to the rules of the military merit system, whether it was killing, sealing, or soul enslaving an alien powerful being, as long as it completely deprived them of combat capability and freedom, the system would judge it as an effective kill, and settle the corresponding military merits. Sealing a high-level Venerable would undoubtedly yield an astronomical number of military merits. In a flash of thought, he immediately tried to connect his consciousness to the virtual universe network, a complete silence. As if a stone had fallen into the sea, his consciousness hit an invisible wall, unable to access the omnipresent virtual universe at all. The virtual universe, is it blocked? Qingyu's heart sank. As an important location in the outside territory battlefield, although the Star Tower's internal space was mysterious, there had never been a precedent of it blocking the virtual universe network or the military merit system. Does this hub region itself possess the ability to block the virtual universe? Qingyu had no doubt that as a mysterious God-King level treasure, it was not impossible for the Star Tower's core area to have the ability to block the virtual universe. But another thought arose. Or, is it the true powerful being behind this Star Tower who actively interfered with information transmission here? However, after only a moment of alarm, Qingyu quickly forced himself to calm down. Whether it's Puti or that guest, they are existences I cannot resist at all right now. Since they haven't appeared yet, and haven't shown any hostility, and may even have tacitly allowed my actions here, then my excessive worries and conjectures are of no benefit, except to throw myself into disarray. Having understood this, Qingyu immediately cast aside distracting thoughts. The most urgent task was to confirm his situation and safety. He immediately issued an instruction to Dreamweaver King via soul connection. Dreamweaver King, attempt a God-country teleportation. Yes, Master. Dreamweaver King didn't hesitate, immediately beginning to draw upon his divine power to communicate with his god country, located deep within the spatial layers. A clear spatial fluctuation emanated from Dreamweaver King, establishing a stable connection with his distant god country. The channel for god country teleportation could be opened at any time. God country teleportation, unaffected. A gleam flashed in Qingyu's eyes, and the last heavy stone in his heart fell. The virtual universe was blocked, but God country teleportation was unimpeded. But this at least proved one thing: he was not trapped here, he could leave at any time. Since there was a way out, what was there to fear? Qingyu's last trace of unease vanished, and his thoughts immediately turned to the next crucial question: how to truly and completely control Venerable Dongshu. In other words, how to enslave his soul. Venerable Dongshu's divine body was now severely damaged, almost depleted, and his soul origin must have also been severely weakened, no longer as resilient as in its peak period. This was indeed an excellent time for soul enslavement. However, even so, the difficulty of enslaving a high-level universe exalt, especially one proficient in the soul path, was still beyond imagination. If he still used the clumsy method of forcibly eroding and slowly grinding with a thought becomes nothingness, as before, the efficiency would be extremely low. Compared to the initial estimate of needing tens of millions of years to slowly grind, the situation was much better now, but a rough estimate still suggested that it would likely take hundreds of thousands of years of long time to succeed. Hundreds of thousands of years. This time span was not long, but that was for others. Anyone else who could spend hundreds of thousands of years enslaving a high-level venerable would be overjoyed. But for Qingyu, from his birth until now, if only counting primordial universe time, it hadn't even been 10,000 years. With these hundreds of thousands of years, with my talent and resources, I might even be able to cultivate to the universe exalt realm myself. Qingyu shook his head to himself. His thoughts couldn't help but quiet down, and he began to reflect more deeply on his gains and losses on the soul path. What I currently rely on in the soul path, besides the innate powerful soul essence and gifted secret techniques, a thought becomes nothingness, and thought becomes void, of the Azure Ghoul clone. All other offensive, defensive, and illusionary techniques almost entirely come from the Heavenly Illusion Heart Cannon. The Heavenly Illusion Heart Cannon was undoubtedly an extremely powerful soul secret technique compendium, all-encompassing and unfathomable, laying a solid foundation for his soul path. However, it was ultimately created by predecessors, suitable for others, not for Qingyu himself. Qingyu increasingly clearly felt that using these external, secret techniques, no matter how skillfully he cultivated them, always felt somewhat detached, like scratching an itch through a boot. He couldn't truly and perfectly, 100%, unleash his terrifying soul power and will advantage, which had reached the peak of a high-level venerable. There was always a feeling of power being dispersed and constrained. Moreover, although the Heavenly Illusion Heart Cannon was profound and extensive, its internal system was relatively independent and fragmented. Illusion Secret. Techniques specialized in deception and creating illusions. Soul annihilation secret techniques focused on the most direct soul impact and annihilation. The soul enslavement chapter was another set of complex imprinting and control methods. They each formed their own system, powerful, but in Qingyu's view, they seemed somewhat fragmented. Why can't the deception of illusion, the penetration of soul attacks, and the infiltration of enslavement marks be organically combined? A long-brewing idea now clearly emerged in Qingyu's mind. When facing an enemy, use illusion to interfere with their mind and weaken their defenses. At the same time, soul attacks exploit the weakness, shaking their soul origin. Finally, enslavement marks, following the gaps opened by the attack, drive straight into complete the ultimate control. The three are interlinked, complementing each other, maximizing the power of soul techniques. This concept was not a simple overlay of moves, but a pursuit of an essential fusion and sublimation, forming a set of fluid soul combat techniques exclusive to Qingyu. Once successful, its power would be far beyond the current piecemeal methods. If I can create such a set of exclusive soul secret techniques that integrate illusion, attack, and enslavement, Qingyu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Then, with my current soul foundation, enslaving Venerable Dong Shu, whose divine body and soul are both severely damaged, will surely be twice as effective with half the effort, and will absolutely not require hundreds of thousands of years. This thought was like a lightning bolt across the darkness, instantly illuminating his path forward. Perfect. I had already planned to create my own secret techniques. Now that Venerable Dong Shu has been sealed, there is no immediate threat, and I have plenty of time to try. Then let's begin. With his mind made up, Qingyu immediately made a division of labor. The Azure Ghoul clone, with its unparalleled soul talent, naturally took on the core task of creating new secret techniques. And the Purple Crystal Cloud Wing clone also had work to do. Qingyu hadn't forgotten the greatest treasure of this hub region. Of the countless slowly rotating suppressing stars before him, he had only obtained one. How could that be enough? This was also an important reason why he didn't leave immediately after confirming that he could depart at any time via God Country teleportation. Such a rare opportunity, how could he enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed? Thus, in this magnificent and dangerous core area of the Star Tower, such a scene appeared. The Purple Crystal Cloud Wing clone, piloting the Chuan Tower Crazy Tower, carefully navigated through the energy storms, relying on its mysterious intuition to search for an attempt to pry loose the next suppressing star that seemed potentially loose. Meanwhile, the Azure Ghoul clone sat safely inside the tower, his mind completely immersed, beginning the arduous process of creating his exclusive soul secret techniques. Time quietly passed in concentration. The first thing the Azure Ghoul clone did was to deeply comprehend all the soul-related secret techniques he had obtained and cultivated, whether from the Virtual Universe Corporation's treasure vault or collected by himself, one by one. He hoped to draw inspiration from the wisdom of these predecessors and find the key to integrating the illusion, annihilation, and enslavement. 3. The various profound mysteries of the heavenly illusion heart canon flowed through his mind. Various exquisite illusionary constructions, soul impact methods, and methods for condensing enslavement marks. He repeatedly pondered, trying to find their inherent connections, searching for a core that could unify everything. Days passed. Qingyu frowned deeply, making minimal progress. He found that although these secret techniques he comprehended were top tier at the undying level, their creators were mostly limited by undying level law comprehension and perspective. These secret techniques often focused on a single aspect of the soul path, striving for the extreme in a single domain, such as ultimate illusionary deception or ultimate soul erosion power. Their application of laws was relatively direct and single-minded, lacking the high-dimensional perspective that could perfectly integrate different soul methods and achieve a qualitative change. The level is not high enough. Qingyu reluctantly realized the problem. He tried to piece together a precision instrument that transcended the blueprint from these parts, but the design concept of the parts themselves limited his imagination. He couldn't find the Tao and principles he needed, which could integrate the overall situation, from these secret techniques that leaned towards basic and application levels. After finishing the last volume on soul annihilation secret techniques, Qingyu sighed softly, feeling a touch of confusion. Creating soul secret techniques was much more difficult than creating psychic secret techniques. His consciousness aimlessly swept through his world ring, searching for any overlooked scriptures that might offer inspiration. Just then, his gaze fell upon a corner that was almost forgotten, a crystal ball emitting a hazy, colorful glow, lying quietly there. The God Envoy Inheritance Crystal. A considerable amount of time had passed since he obtained this inheritance treasure from the Elder God cult, and he had long met the conditions for receiving the inheritance. But perhaps due to a series of adventures and cultivation afterward, he had completely forgotten about this matter. This type of inheritance from the Elder God cult generally carried a hidden danger. If one failed to cultivate the inherited secret technique to great success, it was fine, but once cultivated to the great success realm, it would become exceptionally difficult to break through to Universe Exalt. In the future, basically, those who focused on this kind of secret technique were those who no longer had the ability to advance further. For this reason, despite the God Envoy Inheritance Crystal's immense value, Qingyu had always kept it but never truly paid it much attention. Anyway, I have no clues right now. This Dream Demon inheritance, after all, comes from the Elder God cult, and its level is extremely high. Perhaps, it can provide analogous insights and a different perspective. With a mindset of giving it a try and expanding his horizons, Qingyu controlled the Azure Ghoul clone and reached out to grasp the colorful crystal ball. He sent a wisp of his consciousness slowly into it, formally accepting this belated inheritance. A vast, profound, and somewhat eerie dream-like stream of information instantly surged into Qingyu's sea of consciousness. Initially, Qingyu didn't pay too much attention, merely passively receiving the information. But soon, the casual expression on his face disappeared, replaced by an increasingly strong surprise, finally turning into uncontrollable excitement. What is this? Qingyu suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils radiating with brilliant light. Chapter 141, Void Lotus. The core of this Dream Demon God Envoy legacy was neither a pure combat secret technique, nor a mental power manipulation art, nor a soul amplitude secret technique. Instead, it was an extremely special and powerful eye technique. From the name, Nightmare, one could infer that this eye technique was indeed closely related to illusions, but its subtlety and power far exceeded Qingyu's expectations. To his great surprise, the core idea and construction method of this Dream Demon God Envoy secret technique unexpectedly aligned perfectly with his long-pondered path of fusion, even providing him with a clear and visible path. It didn't simply arrange illusion, attack, and enslavement in parallel, but rather integrated them in a more sophisticated way. It required the practitioner to use their own soul power and eye technique as a guide, preemptively constructing a stable and real, dream world to serve as a foundation and battlefield. Subsequently, whether it was the unpredictable illusionary invasion, the incomparably sharp soul annihilation, or the subtle soul enslavement, none were initiated independently. Instead, all were unfolded based on this meticulously constructed, dream world. Once the enemy's consciousness was pulled into this dream world dominated by the caster, illusions and attacks complemented each other, both real and illusory, making it impossible for the enemy to defend against them. And the brand of enslavement could be quietly planted like a nightmare whisper, difficult to detect and even harder to resist, at the moment the enemy's mind was lost and they were sinking into the dream. This perfectly matched Qingyu's concept of a trinity. In this way, soul power was no longer dispersed but, through the dream world, this perfect medium and amplifier, condensed into an omnipresent, ever-changing torrent. According to the legacy information, if this Dream Demon God Envoy secret technique could be cultivated to the grand completion stage, its power would be enough to shake a universe exalt. Even if it only affected a newly ascended venerable level existence by a tiny bit, it would be enough to prove its heaven-defying level at the undying stage. Among all the emissary legacies in the vast universe, this Dream Demon God Envoy was considered one of the most top-tier and powerful. As expected of a legacy originating from the Elder God cult, Qingyu praised in his heart. Of course, he would never pursue the ultimate power of this undying stage by cultivating this secret technique to grand completion, thereby cutting off his path to becoming a venerable. That would undoubtedly be like drinking poison to quench thirst. Not cultivating it to grand completion doesn't mean he can't draw inspiration from it. This Dream Demon God Envoy secret technique was like a peerless craftsman, clearly presenting the blueprint and key techniques before him. He didn't need to completely copy the final appearance of this house, but he could learn the essence of its architectural principles, structural mechanics, and material combinations. He would use this knowledge to design and build his own mansion, one that was more suitable for him and possessed infinite potential. Draw inspiration from its ideas, and create my own secret technique. This goal now became incredibly clear and feasible. And to draw inspiration, the first step was deep learning and understanding. Qingyu calmed his mind and began to truly delve into this Dream Demon God Envoy secret technique. As expected of an emissary legacy secret technique, he exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Although this secret technique was still limited to the scope of undying level law comprehension, its depth of law application, subtlety, and the high-level conceptual framework far surpassed the Qingyu clan secret techniques he had previously collected. It provided extremely detailed and in-depth explanations on how to stably construct a dream world with eye techniques and soul power, how to seamlessly integrate different soul attack attributes into the dream world laws, and how to hide killing intent and enslavement marks within the dream world, directly pointing to the essence of soul attacks. This valuable knowledge was precisely the nourishment Qingyu most urgently needed at present. As his understanding deepened, Qingyu also keenly noticed a point of incompatibility between this Dream Demon God Envoy secret technique and his own path. The direction of time law application. Qingyu's main path in time law was the time pause route. However, the core of this Dream Demon God Envoy secret technique's dream world construction and operation leaned towards time acceleration. By forcibly pulling the enemy's consciousness into the illusion he constructed through eye contact, it would create an effect within the dream world where time flowed much faster than the outside world. Perhaps only an instant passed in the outside world, while several minutes or even longer had elapsed within the dream. Within this accelerated dream time, controlled by the caster could calmly launch countless soul annihilations, or perform meticulous enslavement branding, allowing the enemy's consciousness to gradually sink and disintegrate during the long dream time. Constructing a dream world as the foundation for soul attacks is indeed a brilliant idea. Qingyu's eyes gleamed with insight, greatly appreciating the core concept of this secret technique. However, I don't necessarily need to completely replicate its accelerated dream world model. He changed his tone, his thoughts beginning to break free from the legacy's framework. I have already gained some insights into the laws of space-time by cultivating the heavenly illusion heart canon, touching upon a trace of the true meaning of space-time. I can entirely use the true meaning of space-time to achieve similar, or even superior, effects. But the biggest drawback of this secret technique is that it must be cast by making eye contact with the enemy. This point severely limited its use in actual combat. Any knowledgeable powerful beings in the universe, upon realizing their opponent was a soul path expert, would subconsciously avoid direct eye contact. This had almost become common knowledge in cosmic combat. Because there were indeed many secret techniques in the universe that launched illusions or other soul attacks through the eyes. Secondly, the universe was vast, and life forms were endless. Many special life forms simply didn't have eyes as an organ, or their way of perceiving the world was completely different. Against such enemies, the power of such an eye technique, which relied on eye contact, was directly cut by more than half. Eye contact, this prerequisite is too demanding. Qingyu shook his head slightly, but did not completely deny the value of eye techniques. The secret technique I need to create must break free from this external form of restraint, but it's also impossible to completely abandon a medium. I can only take a clever approach. He reflected on himself. In the past, when he used soul methods, whether it was a thought becomes nothingness or the secret techniques in the heavenly illusion heart canon, most were activated directly with a thought. At most, he would use weapons like Huan Shenbing, illusory god weapon, for amplification, but essentially, he didn't rely on external objects. However, to create the powerful secret technique he envisioned, one that could perfectly integrate illusion, attack, and enslavement, a stable and efficient medium, or carrier, was almost essential. This was a compromise, an aid necessitated by insufficient law comprehension. If he had fully comprehended the laws of space-time, he could naturally cast spells with a thought, without any medium. But now, he needed to leverage some form to better integrate his power. His consciousness focused on Azure Ghoul's unique eyes, a pair of vertical pupils with no whites, only pure, profound depth, as if leading to the netherworld, with a tranquil yet mysterious azure ghostly flame burning within them. Azure Ghoul's eyes, their innate essence, are the best conduits and amplifiers for soul power, Qingyu realized in his heart. Using this as the core medium for casting secret techniques couldn't be more suitable. He decided to use these uniquely gifted vertical pupils as the foundation to create an eye technique secret technique of his own. But at the same time, he had to solve the fatal flaw of traditional eye techniques relying on eye contact. Time quietly slipped away during his dedicated creation. 500 years felt like a flick of a finger to Qingyu, who was immersed in constructing the secret technique. On this day, the Azure Ghoul clone, meditating in the dark tower, suddenly opened his eyes. Void Lotus. A low shout, as if it triggered some invisible law. His vertical pupils, burning with azure ghostly flames, suddenly changed. The ghostly flames in the center of his pupils no longer flickered erratically but, as if outlined by an invisible brush, slowly condensed and transformed, finally forming a pale snow lotus that seemed to bloom only in the endless abyss and eternal permafrost. This snow lotus, formed from ghostly flames, was exquisitely beautiful, with 9 petals, each flowing with a cold and eerie luster. It exuded a fatal attraction that made one's soul tremble, making one involuntarily want to sink into it and explore its depths. However, this was just the beginning. At the exact moment the pale snow lotus evolved in Qingyu's eyes, in front of him, in the previously empty void, without any warning, a colossal, illusory pale snow lotus, identical in form to the one in Qingyu's eyes, bloomed out of thin air. This void snow lotus was so vast it was suffocating, with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. It was neither a physical entity nor a pure energy aggregate, but an extremely peculiar state of existence. A layered sense of detachment, as if it didn't exist directly in this space, but was simultaneously projected onto countless closely adjacent yet slightly different thin layers of space-time. It was like gazing at a flickering pale lamplight through an ancient glazed glass, covered in fine scratches and constantly swirling with misty vapor. Light and shadow intertwined, overlapped, and diffused within it, making the snow lotus's outline sometimes clear as if carved, and sometimes hazy like a veil, giving one the eerie sensation that it was both close at hand and yet infinitely distant in space-time. This visual phenomenon was like observing a light source through a series of transparent media of different densities and angles, ultimately forming a magnificent and unpredictable spectacle full of spatial layers and shifting light and shadow. This was Void Lotus, the unique soul secret art Qingyu created after 500 years of painstaking effort, integrating his own soul insights, the true meaning of space-time, and the essence drawn from the dream demon god Envoy's legacy. The layered pale snow lotus in the void, its blossoming process appeared slow and elegant, but in reality, it occurred in an instant that consciousness could barely grasp. When facing an enemy, by the time the enemy witnessed the magnificent figure of this giant illusory snow lotus, it often meant that their consciousness had already been touched by the power of the secret art, and by then, it was too late to escape or defend. Congratulations, Master. Secret art creation successful. The Dreamweaver King, standing nearby, felt the eerie fluctuations emanating from the snow lotus that made his soul tremble, and he sincerely bowed in congratulation. What success is this? Even you are immune to its influence. Although Qingyu spoke these words, the flicker of satisfaction in his green vertical pupils betrayed his true feelings. In 500 years, he was able to initially complete the framework of his concept, realizing the idea of integrating illusion, attack, and control, in the form of Void Lotus. This in itself was an extremely remarkable breakthrough and beginning. And Azure Ghoul's clone's talent in the path of the soul was also fully displayed at this moment. After initially creating Void Lotus, Qingyu spent another 1,000 years constantly refining and perfecting it, ultimately pushing this secret art to the limit of what his current realm could achieve. Qingyu's comprehension of laws was completely unmatched by the terrifying strength he currently possessed. Ordinary powerhouses often find their strength growth limited by the progress of their law comprehension. But Qingyu was exactly the opposite. Generally speaking, cultivators almost never create secret arts that far exceed their current level of law comprehension. Qingyu was no exception. The upper limit of Void Lotus's power, which he created, was also limited by his current level of law comprehension. It was only thanks to Azure Ghoul's clone's terrifying talent and affinity for the essence of the soul, coupled with Qingyu's own astonishing 32-fold talent amplification, that this Void Lotus had already ingeniously and perfectly utilized all of his existing law comprehensions regarding soul and space-time to their utmost. Judging solely from the power level of the secret art itself, Void Lotus already stood at the pinnacle of undying level secret arts, being among the top-tier existences. Eerie and unpredictable, it was impossible to guard against. It could be called Qingyu's strongest offensive method currently at his disposal. To test its power, Qingyu once tried it out on the Dreamweaver King. At the moment Void Lotus blossomed, the Dreamweaver King, who was within its range of influence, even with preparation, almost instantly became blank-eyed, falling into the illusory realm of the interweaving void and reality of the lotus, losing his perception and resistance to the outside world, allowing Qingyu to do as he pleased. And this time, Qingyu did not use the talent secret art a thought becomes nothingness for amplification, nor did he operate any soul amplitude secret art, he merely relied on Azure Ghoul's clone's own foundation to activate it. This result undoubtedly signified that Qingyu's fundamental strength had officially stepped into the level of king limit. It's time to test its true power. Qingyu's face was invigorated, his eyes burning with anticipation. With a thought, he took out the dark ceiling star tower that sealed Venerable Dongshu. The Dreamweaver King immediately cooperated, controlling the sealing star tower to temporarily relax its isolation of Qingyu's soul power, so that it would not resist Qingyu's penetration. Qingyu took a deep breath, his eyes instantly becoming empty and vast. A thought becomes nothingness. Thought becomes void. The two great talent secret arts activated first. The invisible soul suppression and space-time isolation domain double overlapped, instantly acting on the sealing star tower, penetrating the seal, and directly enveloping the soul of Venerable Dongshu, who was sealed and in deep slumber inside. This was to maximally weaken any potential residual will to resist and create the best conditions. Immediately after, in Qingyu's vertical pupils, which burned with green ghostly flames, the pale, eerie 9-petal snow lotus reappeared. Void Lotus. With his low shout, in the void below the sealing star tower, the illusory snow lotus, 10,000 kilometers in diameter, layered and shimmering with light and shadow, suddenly blossomed. The magnificent and deadly lotus petals closed upwards, like a gentle embrace, yet carrying an ultimate terror, softly yet firmly enveloping the entire sealing star tower. Qingyu's consciousness saw the situation inside the sealing star tower with incredible clarity. Venerable Dongshu's divine body was still in a dormant state, his soul origin like a dim nebula still containing vast energy, appearing silent and fragile under the suppression of the seal and the dual talent secret arts. The power of Void Lotus ignored the obstruction of the physical seal, the illusory lotus shadow directly acted on the soul level. A miniaturized, equally pale and eerie snow lotus imprint quietly appeared and blossomed at the core of Venerable Dongshu's dim soul nebula. Soul imprint. Qingyu seized this momentary opportunity, condensing his purest soul power into countless subtle and profound enslavement runes. Following the passage constructed by Void Lotus, they surged towards that snow lotus imprint like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Far away in the Star Tower's main hall, Hu Ti, who had been quietly observing, couldn't help but reveal a smiling expression. This little guy's soul talent is truly terrifying. He witnessed the entire process of how Qingyu, from scratch, spent over 1,000 years creating and perfecting Void Lotus, this peak-level undying secret art. This comprehension and creativity were enough to make countless undying, and a large number of universe exalts, feel ashamed. However, Hu Ti changed the subject. Just relying on this single peak secret art, it won't be that easy to quickly enslave an existence whose fundamental state is still that of a high-level soul venerable. Indeed, just as Hu Ti had expected. After only a moment, Qingyu in the dark tower slightly frowned. It wasn't that he couldn't enslave. On the contrary, with the cooperation of Void Lotus and the dual-talent secret arts, the enslavement process was effective. The soul imprint was indeed slowly and steadily penetrating and eroding Venerable Dongshu's soul core. However, this speed, it was still too slow. Qingyu clearly perceived that, at the current rate of erosion, he would need to maintain this state, continuously outputting soul power, for approximately 1,000 years. Only then could he completely achieve soul enslavement of Venerable Dongshu. 1,000 years. This time, compared to the initial millions or tens of millions of years, had already been shortened countless times, a difference as vast as heaven and earth. This fully demonstrated the power and efficiency of the Void Lotus secret art. However, for Qingyu, 1,000 years was still an unacceptable amount of time. He couldn't possibly maintain the two incredibly energy-consuming talent secret arts, a thought becomes nothingness and thought becomes void, for 1,000 years. Even if he could replenish energy by devouring universe crystals, the replenishment speed would be far from keeping up with the terrifying consumption of maintaining dual-talent secret arts for such a long duration and high intensity. Helplessly, Qingyu could only once again actively interrupt the enslavement process, slowly retracting his soul power and secret arts. The ceiling star tower returned to calm, and Venerable Dongshu inside remained in slumber, with negligible traces of soul erosion. Qingyu gently exhaled, without much disappointment on his face, but rather a sense of clarity. The root of the problem still lies here. Chapter 142, Reincarnated God King. My Void Lotus flower has pushed my current comprehension of laws to its limit, making its power top tier at the undying stage. However, my space-time law comprehension is still not high enough. It's like using the most exquisite craftsmanship to forge the embryo of a peerless sword, but due to the inherent limitations of the material itself, it cannot be truly sharpened, making it difficult to cut through tougher barriers. If only my comprehension of the space-time law could advance further. However, the improvement of laws, especially the breakthrough of a higher law-like space-time, is by no means an overnight achievement. Because he had already successfully comprehended one of the three ultimate moves of these two higher laws. Between the three ultimate moves of the space-time law, there inherently existed a subtle opposition and repulsion. Even if Qingyu understood it through the essence of the law, he would inevitably be influenced by the thought inertia of the ultimate move he had already mastered, making the difficulty of comprehending the other two ultimate moves increase invisibly. It seems that after leaving the Star Tower this time, I must go to Primordial Chaos City for a period of secluded cultivation. Qingyu made his decision, feeling a touch of regret. His Void Lotus flower, created with over 1,000 years of painstaking effort, still couldn't immediately resolve Venerable Dongshu, this trophy. Collecting his thoughts, he carefully put away the sealing stars, which sealed Venerable Dongshu. He could only wait until his comprehension of laws improved in the future, and after further perfecting the Void Lotus flower, to attempt enslavement. Qingyu refocused his attention on the true treasure of this hub region, the endless sealing stars. His gaze swept over the purple crystal cloud wing clone's achievements over the past 2 millennia, and even with Qingyu's temperament, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Over 2,000. During this long period, the purple crystal cloud wing clone, relying on its unique intuition and sensitivity to secret patterns, tirelessly searched and leveraged, successfully acquiring over 2,000 sealing stars. This was absolutely his biggest and most abundant harvest ever. No other. Each sealing stars was a true treasure. And by no means an ordinary treasure. They could not only be used as powerful psychic weapons but also possessed extremely rare sealing capabilities. Their value, any single one of them, was enough to rival a high-grade treasure, and in some specific circumstances, even surpass it. Since he had decided to fleece the Star Tower, Qingyu naturally wouldn't be polite, nor would he be soft-handed. As time passed, Qingyu also felt that the sealing stars that could be leveraged seemed to be getting fewer and fewer. Although the Star Tower itself would continuously generate new sealing stars, those that were precisely in a loose state and could be safely taken away were ultimately limited in number. His harvesting efficiency was clearly declining. Time flew by, and another 1,000 years passed. Far away in the great hall, Hu Ti watched Qingyu's figure, who was still tirelessly scavenging, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This kid, without realizing it, he's already taken over 5,000 sealing stars. Even with Hu Ti's state of mind, he felt a bit speechless. He didn't feel bad about these sealing stars. At his level, treasures of this caliber were no longer in his eyes. Moreover, his teacher, Zuo Shank, had explicitly stated that he would not interfere with this child's actions, so he naturally wouldn't stop him. It's just that, at this rate, it wouldn't be long before all the detachable sealing stars accumulated over countless eras in this hub region would be completely plundered by this human boy. What a little fellow who refuses to suffer losses. Hu Ti shook his head with a wry smile, continuing his duty of observation and recording. Equals. And deep within the endless currents, in the green light palace, the majestic old man, Zuo Shank, had long since put aside his trivial matters, his entire attention focused on the various mysteries surrounding Qingyu. He even personally went to Qingyu's hometown, the remote starfield known as the Green Scale Galaxy, and with supreme power, traced back the river of time, carefully examining every detail of Qingyu's life from birth to rise. It must be said that he discovered many intriguing doubts. Although Qingyu, after his memories awakened, had deliberately tried to conceal the sudden change in his personality, in the eyes of an existence like Zuo Shank, that subtle sense of disharmony was as clear as an ink stain on white paper. There was also the almost unheralded and illogical surge in talent. Indeed, there were examples in the universe of late bloomers and those who accumulated greatly before erupting, as well as situations where special opportunities led to a leap in life level. However, after Zuo Shank compared them one by one with his vast knowledge, he found that none of the known situations seemed to perfectly explain everything that happened to Qingyu. Could it be? A bold conjecture emerged in Zuo Shanki's mind. Is he also a reincarnated god king? But as soon as this thought arose, he largely dismissed it himself. If he were truly a reincarnated god king, his disguise would undoubtedly be flawless, guarding against every possible detail that could expose him, making it impossible for Zuo Shank to so easily spot these burrs in his growth trajectory. Unless there was a major flaw in the reincarnation process, causing him to lose most of his memories and inheritance, and even leading to confusion in his self-cognition. Zuo Shank pondered. If so, a reincarnated god king with severe memory loss and in a naive state could explain why the primordial universe would favor him, even secretly guiding him into the hub region of the Star Tower. A reincarnated god king who had lost a large amount of memory. Zuo Shanki's eyes were deep. He felt that if his guess was true, then this special existence might also be a good thing for himself. To verify his conjecture, Zuo Shank returned to the Star Tower. "Teacher, you're back." Hu Ti greeted him respectfully. Zuo Shank nodded slightly. "Show me that fellow's actions during this time." Hu Ti immediately presented everything he had meticulously recorded about Qingyu over the past 2 millennia to Zuo Shank. Zuo Shank watched quietly, especially when he saw Qingyu's method of using intuition to perceive secret patterns and cleverly leveraging force against force. And when he saw the concept of soul construction that Qingyu displayed when creating the Void Lotus flower, which surpassed his current level of law comprehension, a more certain look flashed in his eyes. At the same time, Qingyu, who was in the hub region, aiming at the next sealing stars that seemed a bit loose, and preparing to strike again, suddenly felt something buzz. In the void not far in front of him, without any warning, a passage emitting a soft light slowly formed and stabilized. This passage did not lead to some forbidden space. The aura at its end was profound and ancient, carrying a sense of awe that made people involuntarily feel reverence. Immediately afterward, a peaceful, gentle voice, yet seemingly containing the ultimate truths of the universe, directly sounded in the depths of his soul, transmitting through the passage. "Child, your harvest is already quite abundant, come out." This voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority, as if its words were law. It held no malice, yet it instantly made Qingyu's whole body tremble, all his movements stiffening in place. He suddenly looked up at the suddenly appearing passage, his heart involuntarily beating faster. What was bound to come had finally arrived. An existence capable of so casually opening a passage in this core area of the Star Tower, his identity was almost obvious. Qingyu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He knew that his every move in this Star Tower had long fallen into the eyes of this great existence. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he would ultimately have to face it. Without hesitation, Qingyu, controlling the ghastly, transformed into a stream of light and flew directly into the light passage. The passage was not long, and the scene before him changed in an instant. After flying out of the passage, Qingyu found himself in an incomparably vast, magnificent hall supported by 9 towering giant pillars, with countless ceiling stars suspended from the dome and the surrounding ends. And in front of him, there were 2 figures. One of them, coiled on one side of the hall, had a long, winding serpentine body, but its upper half was in human form, with an ancient face, purple long beard hanging down, and eyelids slightly drooping. A terrifying aura that made one want to submit naturally permeated his body, but at this moment, it was extremely subtly restrained. Although Qingyu had never seen him, combining the original description, he immediately guessed that this was probably the Universe Lord, Puti, Zuo Shenqi's eldest disciple. But what shocked Qingyu even more was the majestic figure standing in the very center and front of the entire hall. He stood over 900 meters tall, like an ancient mountain, clad in a seemingly ordinary yet infinitely profound azure armor, with a pair of crystal-clear curved horns growing from his forehead. He was slightly bowing his head, his eyes, which seemed to contain the creation and destruction of the universe and the cycles of space-time, calmly looking down at Qingyu, who had just arrived. A vast and boundless aura, as if originating from the essence of life, naturally enveloped the entire hall. Qingyu, though within this aura, felt no pressure or discomfort. Instead, he felt completely at ease, as if an ordinary human basking in warm, gentle sunlight, his soul seemingly cleansed. However, the level of this life aura, which made him comfortable, its mere natural emanation, already surpassed that of Puti, the Universe Lord beside him, who had restrained his might. This must be Zuo Shenq. Qingyu secretly surmised. Come over, child. It was Puti, who was seated to the side, who spoke. His voice was gentle, carrying a guiding tone. The majestic old man in the center of the hall, however, continued to gaze silently at Qingyu, his eyes profound and unfathomable. What a terrifying level of life. Qingyu's heart tightened. The strongest person he had met so far was his teacher, Sky Eclipse Palace Master, who was a top universe overlord. But this majestic old man before him, and even Puti, who was restraining his aura beside him, their naturally emanating life auras made him feel they were immeasurably stronger than his teacher. That was a fundamental difference. In front of such incomprehensible and irresistible super beings, any petty thoughts or hidden intentions were futile. Qingyu's thoughts raced, and he immediately made the wisest choice: frankness and respect. He swiftly emerged from the dark tower, putting away the Chuan Tower crazy tower. He flew forward, stopping at a certain distance from the 2 figures, then respectfully bowed, his demeanor neither servile nor overbearing. Junior Qingyu greets both seniors. Although Qingyu held reverence in his heart, he felt little fear. His current state of mind cultivation had reached the second realm of heaven and man as one, his heart clear and unmoved by external things. Although he could clearly feel that his soul and will were as tiny as a toddler just learning to walk before these 2 beings. But his stable state of mind allowed him to adhere to his true self, his words and actions all reasonable. Sit down, child. It was still Puti who spoke, his voice gentle, carrying a power to soothe the heart. And Zuo Shenq, the majestic old man, still silently looked down, like a silent distant mountain, making it impossible to fathom his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Qingyu sat down cross-legged in the hall as instructed, his posture natural. No need to be nervous, Puti continued, his purple beard gently swaying. We bear you no ill will. We asked you to come here simply to ask you a few questions and resolve some doubts in our hearts. Senior, please ask. Qingyu's expression was calm, his tone sincere. What Qingyu knows, he will truthfully answer, without daring to conceal anything. Good child. Hu Ti nodded slightly in approval, then asked. First question, how did you and Venerable Dong Shu enter that area just now? I mean, the space filled with towering pillars and core ceiling stars. Qingyu pondered for a moment, then truthfully replied. To answer Senior, Junior is actually not clear about the specific reason. At that time, Junior was pursuing Venerable Dong Shu, and when passing through a forbidden spatial passage, he inexplicably entered that place. Speaking of which, it was Venerable Dong Shu who rushed in first, and Junior only followed closely behind. His words were completely truthful. Entering the hub region was purely accidental, and he himself felt deeply puzzled. Hu Ti heard this and exchanged a subtle glance with Zuo Shank. It seemed this answer did not surprise them. So that's how it is. Hu Ti nodded, pondered for a moment, then made a second request. Qingyu, the Venerable Dong Shu you sealed, could you hand him over to me? We need to investigate his memories, perhaps we can find some clues from them. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously looked up, his gaze carrying a trace of unconcealed caution, towards Hu Ti. Investigate memories. He couldn't help but worry if the other party would use the same method. Against him, what kind of being was Hu Ti? He instantly saw through Qingyu's thoughts. A faint, somewhat helpless smile appeared on his face as he spoke. Little fellow, no need to worry. If we truly wanted to investigate your memories, why would we need to speak with you? Before you stepped into this hall, or even when you were collecting ceiling stars in that hub region, there were countless opportunities to do so. As he spoke, his gaze seemingly intentionally or unintentionally swept over the world ring on Qingyu's finger, which contained a vast quantity of ceiling stars. His meaning was self-evident. If they truly had malicious intent, all of Qingyu's secrets and gains would have long ceased to belong to him. Qingyu was slightly startled upon hearing this, then felt relieved. Yes, before such beings, any of his defenses were futile. If the other party harbored ill intentions, he would be utterly powerless to resist. Since the other party was willing to treat him with courtesy and ask, why should he worry unnecessarily? Having understood this, Qingyu no longer hesitated. With a thought, he took out the dark ceiling stars that sealed Venerable Dong Shu and held it in his palm. Senior, please, he said respectfully. However, that ceiling stars did not fly towards Hu Ti, but instead, as if guided by some invisible force, lightly floated towards Zuo Shank, who had been silently in the center of the hall. Zuo Shanki's figure, over 900 meters tall, remained unmoving. He merely slowly raised a finger covered in azure armor and gently tapped the incoming ceiling stars. There was no earth-shattering commotion, nor any energy fluctuations escaping, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. The next moment, that ceiling stars flew back even faster, accurately landing back in Qingyu's palm. The entire process was faster than imaginable. Put it away. A calm, ancient voice, as if containing the weight of space and time, echoed in the hall. This time, it was no longer Hu Ti who spoke, but the majestic old man who had been silently looking down, Zuo Shank. His voice directly entered Qingyu's soul, devoid of any emotion, yet it made Qingyu's mind tense. Immediately after, Zuo Shanki's gaze, as profound as the cosmic abyss, fell upon Qingyu, asking the second question. It was also the question he truly cared about. Do you recognize those law-secret patterns? Qingyu instantly understood that Zuo Shank was referring to the extremely complex origin secret patterns carved on the towering pillars within the hub region. He dared not be negligent, nor dared to lie. After a brief deliberation, he truthfully replied, only omitting the most terrifying part, the infinite elevation of his consciousness that nearly got entangled by golden threads. To answer Senior, those secret patterns are incredibly profound, and Junior does not recognize them. His tone was sincere. It's just that, for some reason, when Junior gazes at them, a vague intuition arises in his heart, allowing him to vaguely sense the connections between certain secret patterns. He can even feel that a few secret patterns have a repulsion or attraction towards certain ceiling stars. Junior was able to fortuitously obtain those stars precisely by relying on this intuition. Qingyu's answer, heard by Zuo Shank, not only failed to resolve his doubts but instead made one of his conjectures clearer and firmer. doesn't recognize the secret patterns, yet can instinctively perceive their connections and effects. A flash of understanding flickered in Zuo Shenqi's profound eyes. This cannot be explained by the comprehension of an ordinary genius. This is an instinctive familiarity with high-level law structures, hidden deep within the soul. That's it must be. This child is very likely a divine king whose reincarnation process encountered a major flaw. Due to his incomplete reincarnation, or some unexpected event, he lost most of his memories and cognition from his previous life. But those perceptions and impressions of high-level laws, imprinted at the most fundamental part of the soul, were not completely erased, thus transforming into this seemingly mysterious intuition. Chapter 143, Becoming a Disciple. Furthermore, Zuo Sheng thought a step further. The law secret patterns that formed the core of the Star Tower were of an extremely high level, so much so that even he had not been able to fully analyze them. If Qingyu's intuition could react to them, didn't that mean that the strength and realm of this reincarnated divine king in his previous life were probably even above his own? This deduction caused a ripple to appear in Zuo Shenqi's usually unperturbed mind. A divine king whose realm in his previous life might have been extremely high, but who, due to an accident in reincarnation, lost his memory and was in a state of ignorant growth. Zuo Sheng looked at Qingyu, who was standing respectfully below, a person of extraordinary talent. A thought became uncontrollably stronger. If that is the case, then this child is the ally most likely to assist me in the future. He deeply understood the hardship of nurturing a strong individual, but he was even clearer about how terrifying the growth potential and upper limit of an existence with the foundation of a divine king were. With his guidance, protection, resources, and shelter, the possibility of Qingyu returning to his peak would greatly increase. And this friendship, akin to providing help in times of need and being both a teacher and a friend, once established, when Qingyu grew stronger in the future, if he were to request his assistance for revenge, it would be difficult for the other party to refuse, both emotionally and logically. This was not merely selecting a disciple, it was also planting the most hopeful seed for the deep-seated blood feud that had been buried in his heart for endless years. Thinking of this, Zuo Shenqi's gaze towards Qingyu lost a hint of scrutiny and gained an indescribable depth and a barely perceptible hint of anticipation. The great hall fell into a brief silence, with only countless ceiling stars slowly revolving like constellations. And Zuo Sheng, after this final confirmation and deliberation, seemed to have made an important decision. He looked at Qingyu and spoke again, his voice still calm, yet seemingly carrying the weight of destiny. Qingyu, are you willing to take me as your master? This sudden question was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, causing Qingyu's mind to shake violently, leaving him momentarily stunned. Take Senior as master. He raised his head, his eyes revealing undisguised surprise and a subtle hint of hesitation. This hesitation did not stem from not knowing the other party's identity. He had already guessed from what he had seen and heard that these two were probably Zuo Sheng, the true owner of the Star Tower, and his eldest disciple, Hu Ti. Rather, it was purely from the shock and confusion that this unfathomably powerful great existence would so directly and suddenly propose to accept him, a world lord, as a disciple. The turn of events completely exceeded all his previous expectations. Seeing Qingyu's bewildered expression, Hu Ti, who was seated beside him, seemed to understand, assuming Qingyu did not know their identities. He spoke with a smile, his voice gentle, breaking the brief silence and stagnation. Little fellow, it seems you are still unaware of my and master's identities. This is normal, allow me to explain. He first looked at the old man in the center of the great hall, who was as majestic as a mountain and exuded a comforting yet awe-inspiring aura, speaking with heartfelt reverence. This is my master. His old man enjoys tranquility, often sitting alone on mountain peaks. Over the long years, he has thus been respectfully called Zuo Sheng by all parties. Hu Ti paused slightly. Master's realm is an existence above a universe lord, and he is among the universe strongest, alongside the human race's universe strongest, great axe founder. Qingyu dared not show the slightest neglect and immediately bowed deeply again, his posture even more respectful than before. Junior Qingyu greets Senior Zuo Sheng. His voice carried the appropriate amount of shock when facing such a supreme existence, but his body remained straight, and his demeanor was steady. Zuo Sheng took in Qingyu's quickly adjusted, neither humble nor overbearing reaction. Seeing that he, though shocked, could still maintain his inner calm and demeanor, his conviction regarding Qingyu's extraordinariness deepened even further. His temperament is indeed extraordinary. Facing my identity, he can stabilize his mind in an instant. Perhaps, my guess is correct. Seeing this, Hu Ti's eyes showed even greater approval, and he continued to introduce himself in a calm tone. As for me, perhaps you have heard that in the human race's great axe martial arena, there is a universe exalt named Hu Ti. Qingyu immediately nodded, responding cooperatively with a firm tone. Junior has heard of him. Universe exalt Hu Ti's fame is widespread. He is a peak existence among universe exalts, with formidable combat power, and holds great prestige within our human race, being a powerful universe exalt second only to top universe overlords like Sky Eclipse Palace Master and Star Prison Demon Lord. Hu Ti smiled slightly. That, universe exalt Hu Ti, active in the human race as one of my avatars. My true body is a universe lord, and I am also the first disciple under master. Saying this, he respectfully nodded slightly in Zuo Shenki's direction. Qingyu again performed a solemn bow. Qingyu greets Senior Hu Ti. Hu Ti nodded slightly, then his tone became even gentler, leading the conversation to the core. Qingyu, I know you have already taken Sky Eclipse Palace Master as your master and received his enlightenment. This is fate. However, in the vast universe, the path of the strong is long and distant. It is common to take different masters at different stages due to various circumstances to seek deeper and broader guidance. This is not disrespect to a former master, but an inevitability in the pursuit of the great Tao. Sky Eclipse Palace Master laid your foundation and led you to witness the vastness of the universe, and Master. He glanced at the unmoving, majestic Zuo Sheng. May open a door to a higher level for you. With words spoken to this extent, the hint of guidance within them was more than obvious. If Qingyu were to hesitate and refuse again, he would truly be unappreciative and cutting off his own opportunities. Moreover, Qingyu had already made a decision in the rapid turn of his thoughts. He knew that although Zuo Sheng acted aloof in the original work, he would spare no resources and diligently cultivate disciples he recognized, making him an extremely generous master. To become a disciple of this universe strongest was undoubtedly beneficial to him in every way. At the very least, in his future cultivation, he would no longer have to worry about precious treasures. The pros and cons were clear, and his mind was made up. Qingyu no longer hesitated in the slightest. He took a deep breath, took a few steps forward, and stood before the majestic figure over 900 meters tall, his expression solemn, respectfully bowing and performing a solemn apprenticeship ceremony. Disciple Qingyu, I am honored by Master's acceptance and wish to enter Master's tutelage. Please accept me, Master. Looking at Qingyu, who was respectfully performing the apprenticeship below, a slight ripple appeared in Zuo Shenki's usually unperturbed mind. In his heart, he had already come to regard Qingyu as a potential existence of the same level, one who had been obscured by an accident. Accepting him as a disciple at this moment, he did not put on airs, but rather treated it more like an affinity, on an equal footing, leaving behind a deep master-disciple bond for the future. He slowly spoke, his voice still rumbling, but seemingly with a hint of warmth that was hard to detect. Good. From today onwards, you are my third disciple. Congratulations, third junior brother. Hu Ti, who was at the side, immediately offered his congratulations with a smile. Thank you, Master. Thank you, senior brother. Qingyu stood up. From then on, he was the third disciple of the Zuo Sheng lineage. Zuo Sheng looked down at his new disciple and continued to fulfill his duty as a master, introducing him to the situation within the lineage. Since you have entered my lineage, you should know that there is a senior brother above you. You already know your senior brother Hu Ti. He paused slightly, then mentioned another. Your second senior brother is known as Flame Emperor. He originally also came from the human race, but later left due to circumstances and established his own Yan God race lineage. Now, he is also a universe lord, governing the Yan God race. Flame Emperor. Qingyu silently recited the name, maintaining a respectful listening posture on his face. He naturally knew about the illustrious reputation and misdeeds of this second senior brother. Zuo Sheng looked at Qingyu, seeing his calm expression without much surprise, and simply assumed it was due to his steady temperament or that he had already heard about it through other channels, so he did not delve deeper into it. However, when mentioning disciples, he, as a master, naturally could not avoid gifts, and a hint of imperceptible helplessness flashed through Zuo Sheng's mind. Most of his accumulation and efforts over endless years were dedicated to cultivating his second disciple, Flame Emperor, and the third disciple, whom he originally had high hopes for and planned to originate from the Earth lineage. Both resources and treasures were tailor-made according to their characteristics and flaws, with huge investments. Accepting Qingyu as a disciple, however, was a relatively hasty decision. From the moment he began to notice Qingyu's uniqueness to the final decision to accept this disciple, only a few thousand years had passed, which was short compared to the hundreds of millions of years of lifespan of a universe strongest. He did not set up complex tests, so he did not prepare a special apprenticeship gift for Qingyu in advance. Qingyu, my disciple. Zuo Sheng's voice rumbled like the rotation of a nebula, clearly reaching Qingyu's ears, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Since you have taken me as your master, I will naturally fulfill my responsibilities as a master. However, I have 3 habits when teaching disciples. He paused slightly, ensuring Qingyu heard clearly. First, I like to prepare the universe's top resources and conditions for my disciples to help you climb to the peak. Second, I never teach any specific secret techniques. The Tao must be comprehended by oneself, and techniques must be created by oneself, that is the foundation. Third, I will not concern myself with your life or death. On the path of cultivation, you must face all crises and hardships on your own. If you unfortunately fall, I will never reverse time to revive you. These 3 principles were clear and stern, directly pointing to the cruelty and independence of the path of a strong practitioner. Even though Zuo Sheng inwardly guessed that Qingyu might be a reincarnated god king, he still adhered to this principle, out of respect for the potential dignity of a fellow Taoist. If Qingyu truly was a reincarnated god king, why would he need others to teach him secret techniques? Forcibly interfering might instead disrupt his own natural trajectory of recovery and growth. As for life and death, the details Zuo Sheng saw from recalling time made him judge that Qingyu had long been noticed by the primordial universe's will. As long as this child did not do anything reckless to seek death, the probability of accidental falling was extremely small. This non-interference was, to some extent, a kind of reassurance based on observation. Disciple understands master's painstaking efforts. Qingyu respectfully replied, without the slightest hesitation or dissatisfaction in his tone. True super-strong practitioners could never be nurtured in a greenhouse, too much protection would instead be shackles to growth. Seeing Qingyu accept it calmly, Zuo Sheng nodded slightly, acknowledging his character. Immediately, he changed the subject, his tone still steady, but with a hint more explanation. Know that I have no favoritism towards you. He was paving the way for the potentially, somewhat meager, first bestowal of treasures, and at the same time, making it clear that even though Qingyu was an unexpected disciple, he would still fulfill his duties as a master. Your eldest senior brother Puti. He glanced at the snake-human figure coiled to the side. When he first entered my tutelage, the resources I invested were the least. Zuo Sheng continued. And for your second senior brother Flame Emperor, I specifically prepared 2 precious ultimate treasures to help him grow. He paused slightly, his gaze returning to Qingyu. I had originally prepared 2 ultimate treasures in advance for the future third disciple, spending a lot of effort and precious materials. He changed the subject, with a hint of imperceptible helplessness. However, taking you as a disciple was truly unexpected. Those 2 ultimate treasures were tailor-made according to the bloodline characteristics and flaws of your future 4th junior brother, and they are not compatible with you. Even if I gave them to you, you would not be able to use them. Qingyu listened quietly, understanding in his heart. But I will never show favoritism. Although I did not prepare a gift for you in advance, I have some collections from my endless years roaming the universe. Today, I can first bestow upon you a few suitable items for protection and assistance. In the future, I will personally refine ultimate treasures that truly suit you." These words not only explained the reason but also gave a promise, showing full sincerity. Your second senior brother Flame Emperor, and your future fourth junior brother who has not yet entered the sect. They both have significant flaws on their path of cultivation. Flame Emperor, in terms of divine body and physical talent, can be called top tier in the universe, with infinite potential. However, his soul aspect is relatively ordinary, which is a weakness. And your future fourth junior brother, on the contrary, has unique talents in soul and state of mind, but his physical gene level is destined to be his constraint. He wisely did not ask why his master could be so certain about the future disciple's situation, but merely listened respectfully, as if this was just a manifestation of his master's unfathomable depth. Qingyu's mind was clear, knowing that the future fourth junior brother referred to Luo Feng. Precisely because of this, Zuo Sheng concluded, "The treasures I prepared for them are essentially about compensating for flaws." Speaking of this, Zuo Shengqi's gaze once again focused on Qingyu, and for the first time, an unconcealed scrutiny and a hint of astonishment appeared in his deep eyes. "But, my disciple, looking at this special life form, Azure Ghoul, that you have taken over, it has now achieved a perfect gene level. Although I don't know how you achieved it, your talent in divine body and life level is already beyond doubt." His voice slightly rose. "And what surprises me even more is that your soul, even at the World Lord stage, has been tempered to the limit of a high-level universe exalt. Your will is also extraordinary. Flawless divine body, supreme soul, disciple, you do not have those flaws." This evaluation, coming from the mouth of a universe strongest, carried immense weight. In Zuo Shengqi's eyes, Qingyu's profound foundation and immense potential had already surpassed the disciples he had meticulously planned to cultivate before. Next was the actual bestowal of ultimate treasures. Precisely because you have almost no weaknesses and a perfect foundation. Zuo Sheng looked down at Qingyu, his tone carrying a rare hint of praise and even higher expectations. "My expectations for you are naturally higher. Therefore, although I did not tailor treasures for you in advance, I currently have several treasures that I can bestow upon you first to help you move forward." Before he finished speaking, Zuo Sheng raised his massive hand, covered in green armor, palm facing upwards. As light converged, a huge scroll appeared out of thin air. The scroll unfurled, as if the trajectories of the revolving stars of the universe were engraved upon it. Countless intricate starlight points and profound lines intertwined, and a vast, ancient aura permeated the air, causing the surrounding space to ripple slightly. "Qingyu, my disciple." Zuo Shengqi's gaze fell on the scroll, his tone calm. "You must have obtained many sealing stars from the star tower within that hub region before, right?" Upon hearing this, Qingyu's face immediately showed a hint of embarrassment, and he scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. "Reporting to master, disciple, I did collect some." He spoke vaguely, but the quantity of that some was enough to make any being aware of the value of sealing stars gasp in astonishment. "No matter." Zuo Sheng did not mind, but instead said indifferently, "Opportunities are based on one's own ability. If you can obtain it, it is your fortune." He pointed to the floating scroll. "This item is called Theshtar Chart. It is a special heavy treasure itself. Its wondrous use is that it can merge with sealing stars. Each time a sealing star is successfully integrated, the power of this chart increases by 1 point. After integration, it forms a special treasure whose power is enough to barely cross the threshold of an ultimate treasure." He looked at Qingyu. "This item shall be my first meeting gift to you. After you refine it, you will naturally understand its various mysteries and methods of use. It can precisely make up for your shortcomings in psychic weapon attacks." The huge star chart quickly shrunk with Zuo Shengqi's thought, turning into a scroll flowing with starlight, lightly floating down in front of Qingyu. Qingyu quickly took it with both hands, feeling that it was not the touch of paper, but rather like holding a miniature starry sky, heavy and mysterious. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and respectfully said, Disciple thanks master for bestowing the treasure. Zuo Sheng nodded slightly, and light flashed in his palm again. This time, what appeared was a crystal about the size of a fist, presenting a perfectly regular dodecahedron. It was translucent throughout, each face polished as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the light of countless ceiling stars from the top of the hall. The edges between the crystal faces were incredibly sharp, yet strangely restrained their sharpness, not being ostentatious. The most mystical part was its core, where a faint purple halo slowly flowed like a living thing. That luster was like solidifying the dreamlike mirage chi of a mirage within it, faintly visible. One could also see countless tiny, profound illusionary patterns naturally flowing and appearing, disappearing on the various facets of the crystal, as if resonating deeply with the surrounding endless void. This item is called Theosaur's crystal. Zuo Sheng introduced, his voice carrying a hint of solemnity. Chapter 144, Obtaining Treasures. It is a soul-type true treasure, and furthermore, among soul-type true treasures, it belongs to the top-tier quality. He pointed out its formidable aspects. After refining it, it can defend you against soul attacks. Soul attacks directed at you can be weakened by it to 1% of their original power. Even soul attacks from a universe lord existence can be effectively weakened by it. Zuo Sheng looked at Qingyu, his words carrying a hint of warning and reassurance. Combined with your current will strength and soul essence, which are comparable to the limit of a high-level venerable, even if you unfortunately encounter a universe lord who wants to forcibly enslave you. With this treasure protecting your soul, you will be able to gain crucial reaction time, enough for you to self-destruct and avoid the fate of being enslaved. He paused, then added, and since you possess the ability of a clone, even if this body falls, it would only mean the loss of this origin crystal, which would not harm your foundation. The origin crystal flew steadily toward Qingyu as if drawn by an invisible force. Qingyu reached out to take it. The moment his fingertips touched the crystal, a feeling of warmth, tranquility, and safety, as if returning to the womb, arose from the depths of his soul, making him almost want to lose himself in it. This was the first soul-type true treasure he had ever obtained. And it was a top-tier piece among high-level soul-type true treasures. With it, facing experts on the path of the soul, his confidence would be unprecedentedly strong. Thank you, teacher, for your generous gift. This treasure is of vital importance to this disciple. Qingyu suppressed his wild joy, bowed deeply once more, his tone filled with gratitude. Zuo Sheng's gift was not only generous but also addressed exactly what he needed at the moment. He would remember this kindness from his teacher. After Qingyu carefully put away the origin crystal, Zuo Sheng did not stop and continued speaking. Disciple, I still have one more treasure in my possession that is quite suitable for your current stage. As his voice fell, light gathered in his palm again. This time, a complete set of armor appeared. It possessed a pure, silvery white glazed luster throughout its body, with smooth and elegant lines, yet it carried a hint of the sharp curvature characteristic of battle armor in key areas. There was no redundant decoration on the armor, it was only faintly outlined with extremely simple star patterns that secretly aligned with the rhythm of the universe. Viewed as a whole, it looked as if it had been forged from solidified, cold moonlight. Looking closely, the armor was seamlessly connected by 12 differently shaped plates. In the gaps between the plates, pale golden energy bands flowed slowly and circulated endlessly like a miniature galaxy, emitting a mysterious and magnificent radiance. This armor is named the Bright Light Armor. Zuo Sheng introduced. Ordinary Supreme Treasure armor has extremely high requirements for the basic strength of the wielder, requiring at least 1,000,000 times the World Lord power to initially activate its power. But this, Bright Light Armor, is different. It was an early practice piece by a junior of mine, which barely crossed the threshold of a supreme treasure. Therefore, its requirement for power is greatly reduced, it can be driven with only 100,000 times the World Lord power. His tone was calm, and he did not look down on it because it was a practice piece. Although it is just a practice piece, the core materials used in its forging are quite special, allowing it to weaken the power of physical attacks it sustains to 1,000th of their original strength. Zuo Sheng looked at Qingyu and pointed out another extremely practical feature of this armor. Moreover, once this bright light armor is refined, it can perfectly integrate into your body, becoming one with your life aura and energy fluctuations. As long as you do not actively activate or reveal its form, others will be unable to tell that you possess a supreme treasure armor just by probing. Unless they attack you and deduce it by the abnormal degree to which their attacks are weakened. Upon hearing this, Qingyu could not help but once again marvel at the generosity and thoughtfulness of his teacher, Zuo Shenk. Having just become a disciple, he had already been gifted 3 precious treasures in succession. This bright light armor could provide powerful physical defense, which was extremely practical for him, as he still needed to grow while keeping a low profile. He respectfully reached out his hands, and the shimmering, bright light armor turned into a silver radiance, landing in his palm. It felt warm to the touch, as if it had a life of its own. Qingyu could clearly feel the powerful protective force contained within it. This disciple thanks teacher again for the generous gift. Qingyu solemnly put away the bright light armor and expressed his heartfelt thanks. Zuo Shenk nodded slightly and summarized. Of these 3 treasures, besides the star map which helps you with offense and control, the other 2, the origin crystal and the bright light armor, are both intended to enhance your ability to save your own life. Upon hearing this, a hint of warmth arose in Qingyu's heart, and he thought to himself. Although teacher Zuo Shenk says he won't care about his disciple's life or death, looking at these gifted treasures, they were all carefully selected with the aim of maximizing my safety. It shows that in his heart, teacher is actually quite concerned about his disciple's safety. At this moment, Zuo Shenk spoke again, looking at Qingyu with deep eyes. Disciple, I know that you specialize in the path of the soul and are gifted in this aspect. The treasure that is truly most suitable for you is not a simple defensive treasure, but a special supreme treasure that can assist you in casting soul-type secret methods and amplify the power of your soul attacks. Unfortunately, such treasures are extremely rare and special, and I do not have any ready-made ones at the moment. His tone shifted, offering an even more thrilling promise. However, it does not matter. Next, I will personally take action and forge 2 peak supreme treasures for you. Just as I did for your second senior brother, Flame Emperor, and as I prepared for that future 4th disciple. Zuo Shenki's voice carried absolute confidence. Among these 2 peak supreme treasures, one will definitely be of the soul type. It will be crafted with all my effort, born specifically to assist and amplify soul secret methods, and it will surely allow your strength on the path of the soul to undergo a qualitative leap. He looked at Qingyu, handing the choice over to him. As for the other peak supreme treasure, disciple, you can state your own requirements. Whether it is an attack-type supreme treasure with unparalleled offense, a palace-type treasure as solid as a rock, or a domain-type supreme treasure, whatever type you can think of, I can forge it for you. Peak supreme treasures. And 2 of them. One of them is an extremely rare soul-type peak supreme treasure. The value of this promise is enough to drive countless universe lords crazy. Upon hearing this, Qingyu was also shocked. But he quickly calmed down and weighed the options carefully. To be honest, with his current realm and opportunities, his treasure configuration, the ghastly, the purple cloud pearl, the newly obtained origin crystal, the bright light armor, and the star map with huge potential, could no longer be described as just fully equipped. It was simply an ultimate high configuration that transcended his current realm. He did not currently lack any specific type of treasure to make up for any shortcomings. Moreover, peak supreme treasures have infinite power, and the requirements for the wielder are also extremely high. Even if teacher Zuo Shenk has vast divine abilities and forges the treasure immediately, with his current world lord rank basic strength, he would likely struggle to even activate 1/10,000th of its power, possessing only its form but becoming a burden instead. More importantly, the road ahead is long, and it is difficult for him to accurately judge exactly what type of supreme treasure he will need most in the future to match his ever-growing combat system. A hasty decision might instead waste this precious opportunity. In the blink of an eye, Qingyu had made his decision. He raised his head, looking at Zuo Shenk with sincere and respectful eyes. Teacher's great love is something this disciple is eternally grateful for. However, this disciple's current realm is low, my treasures are sufficient for now, and I do not yet have a very clear plan as to which supreme treasure will be most compatible with my future path. To decide rashly might disappoint teacher's efforts. Therefore, this disciple respectfully requests teacher's permission to temporarily reserve this opportunity to forge another peak supreme treasure. When this disciple's realm improves in the future and I am clear on what I need, I will ask teacher to forge it. Would that be acceptable? Zuo Sheng listened to Qingyu's calm and ungreedy response, and the look of appreciation in his eyes grew stronger. Not losing oneself to huge temptations and being able to clearly recognize one's current situation and future, this kind of heart nature is indeed rare. Very well. Zuo Sheng agreed readily. When you have decided, just let me know at any time. Immediately after, Zuo Sheng mentioned another matter, his tone carrying a hint of commendation. Additionally, disciple, you were able to successfully seal a high-level universe venerable while at the World Lord rank. Although this was done before you became my disciple, it is enough to demonstrate your ability, courage, and means. I am very pleased, and you shall be rewarded. He gave an even more concrete and generous promise. I promise as your teacher that I will forge one additional peak supreme treasure for you. Furthermore, for this first forging, you do not need to provide any materials, all necessary precious materials will be collected and prepared by me. The first time, Qingyu keenly caught this keyword. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he couldn't help but associate it with the treatment Luo Feng had enjoyed in the original story. A thought subconsciously emerged. Could it be that teacher will also in the future? You brat. Seeing his instantly brightening eyes and hesitant expression, how could Zuo Sheng not know what he was thinking? He interrupted his reverie. Do not be insatiable. I am very clear about your strength. Relying on your innate secret method, various means, and those thousands of sealing stars, sealing a high-level venerable would at most take some effort. Therefore, this reward is limited to this first time. It is intended to commend your outstanding performance before becoming my disciple, not to open a path for you to easily and repeatedly obtain supreme treasures. I also hope that you will not become complacent with what you have gained before you and stagnate. Instead, you should always be determined to forge ahead, constantly challenging and surpassing your own limits. Zuo Shengqi's voice carried a hint of admonition, but it was also filled with deep expectations. Having his thoughts exposed, Qingyu smiled sheepishly, but he understood his teacher's meaning. Seeing that he understood, the trace of seriousness melted away, and Zuo Sheng scolded him with a helpless smile. If peak supreme treasures could be exchanged for so easily, this old set of bones of mine would likely have to run around the universe every day, collecting materials solely for you, becoming a full-time treasure refining craftsman. How would I ever have a moment of peace? Upon hearing this, Qingyu imagined the scene and couldn't help but smile, chuckling sheepishly once again. However, Zuo Sheng abruptly changed the subject, and his tone became solemn and powerful once again. However, disciple, although the road ahead is difficult, opportunities also exist. Today, I give you a promise, a benchmark to truly measure your path as a powerhouse. His gaze was like a torch, as if it could penetrate endless time and space, locking onto an existence standing at the pinnacle of universe exalt. As long as one day in the future, you can, without relying on any external fortuitous help, head-on suppress or kill a top universe overlord. Zuo Sheng paused deliberately, letting the weight of this title press heavily upon Qingyu's heart, and then clearly gave a reference. Just like a powerhouse at the level of your other teacher, the Palace Lord of Sky Eclipse. Then, I will personally forge a peak supreme treasure for you. No restrictions on the type, as you wish. This goal was like a divine mountain, towering into the clouds and overlooking all living beings, suddenly standing before Qingyu. A top universe overlord, what kind of existence is that? Comparable to a weaker universe lord. A high-level venerable like Venerable Dong Shu cannot be compared at all. In fact, even if Qingyu encountered a universe overlord now, he could only flee. Not to mention a top universe overlord. Suppressing or killing such an existence is, for the current Qingyu, simply an unattainable legend. But Zuo Shengqi's promise did not end there. He continued, his voice like an ancient oath echoing in the great hall. Moreover, this promise is not limited to your World Lord period. Even after you break through in the future and become an undying spiritual god, this promise remains valid. This was not just an incredibly difficult challenge, but also a long-term incentive that transcended life. Levels. Disciple will definitely do my utmost and forge ahead. I will not fail teacher's expectations. Zhuo Sheng looked at the disciple before him, full of vigor and with sharp eyes, and deep within his calm heart, a ripple of satisfaction quietly emerged. Just as this satisfaction appeared, a sly smile that slightly mismatched his status immediately appeared on Zhuo Sheng's face, and he added, "However, disciple, I must say this beforehand. If in the future you truly achieve that goal and have me forge a peak supreme treasure for you, then the many rare materials required for the forging must be collected and prepared by yourself." Upon hearing this, Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but feel ashamed. It seems that in the short term, apart from the 3 peak supreme treasures for which the teacher has already promised to cover the materials, there is no need to even think about having teacher Zhuo Sheng pay out of his own pocket to help forge other peak supreme treasures. He quickly calculated in his heart. Just the goal of suppressing or killing a top universe overlord is a long and dangerous road for him. He can be almost certain that it is absolutely impossible to achieve during his World Lord stage. Secondly, even if he really achieves it one day in the future, collecting the massive amount of rare materials required to forge a peak supreme treasure is likely a project that will take countless years. The road must be walked step by step, and a meal must be eaten one bite at a time. Qingyu quickly adjusted his mindset, temporarily setting aside this lofty goal and the accompanying cost, and stopped daydreaming. The most important thing right now is to improve his own strength. All right, disciple Qingyu, Zhuo Sheng, seeing that the groundwork was laid, concluded. The treasures I should bestow upon you have been bestowed, and what should be said has been stated. How to use these treasures in the future and how to walk your path will depend on yourself. He paused slightly. When that soul-type true treasure is successfully forged, I will notify you. Yes, disciple understands. Qingyu replied respectfully. Zhuo Sheng seemed to remember something else and spoke again, his voice carrying a hint of warning. Oh right, disciple, I have observed that this azure ghoul you have possessed has an innate secret method, transformation, which is quite miraculous. But there is one thing you need to know, such secret methods generally have a limit to their effects. At most, they can usually only push your foundation to a height equivalent to a Tier 4 Universe Lord. Your human primordial Chaos City Lord, you should know, is a Tier 5 top Universe Lord. In other words, the transformation secret method will cease to be effective after helping you reach the genetic level corresponding to a Tier 4 Universe Lord. He looked at Qingyu with deep eyes and gave a suggestion. Therefore, I must remind you. For now, do not be in a hurry to perform the next transformation. The best way is to rely on your own efforts to first polish your foundation to the extreme and constantly break through. Then, prepare as many rare treasures as possible to perform that final transformation. Zhuo Sheng's voice carried a hint of inducement and expectation. If the timing and resources are just right, the benefits you obtain then might far exceed your expectations. As soon as his voice fell, the figure of the towering old man that Zhuo Sheng had transformed into, along with the vast life aura he exuded, flickered slightly like an illusion. The surrounding space vibrated gently, as if ripples in water returning to calm. The next moment, the center of the great hall was empty. Zhuo Sheng had left. Only Qingyu remained, with the always quietly coiled and smiling senior brother Puti. Qingyu remained immersed in teacher Zhuo Sheng's final reminder, his heart surging. Teacher specifically pointed out the limit of transformation, and even said that if the opportunity is grasped, the benefits will be beyond expectations. Could this be hinting that I can try to break through the shackles of the legendary perfect gene through this final, carefully prepared transformation? Third junior brother, teacher has already left. A gentle voice awakened Qingyu from his deep thoughts. He saw Puti still coiled in place, his purple whiskers swaying slightly, with a peaceful smile on his face. He recalled the entire process of teacher taking on this disciple, which was completely different from the near harsh scrutiny and planning when taking on Flame Emperor back then. Teacher seemed to have a more complex emotion towards this third junior brother. There was scrutiny, curiosity, and even more, an undisguised, deep expectation. Hu Ti's thoughts turned. He himself had a detached temperament and no desire to compete, but seeing that teacher valued this newly initiated third junior brother so highly, his potential must be heaven-defying. As the senior brother, he might as well take the initiative to show goodwill and form a good relationship. It was never a bad thing. Thinking of this, Hu Ti smiled and spoke, his tone even more cordial than before. Third junior brother, this is our first meeting, and I cannot show nothing as your senior brother. Please accept this welcoming gift. As he spoke, his snake body moved slightly, and a stream of light emerged from before him, turning into an object floating in the air. Chapter 145, Time Sequence Destiny Plate. It was a circular compass, seemingly cast from ancient bronze, only palm-sized and archaic in style, appearing to have undergone the baptism of endless years. Along the edge of the compass, 10,081 extremely subtle temporal scale patterns were densely inscribed, each containing the minute pulsation of the space-time law. At the center of the compass was a seemingly ordinary pointer, but upon closer inspection, one would notice the space-time light around it subtly distorting, as if its direction could influence the flow of time. 108 gems were embedded on the compass's surface, but at this moment, more than a dozen of them had already dimmed in luster. The entire compass exuded an indescribable rhythm, as if carrying a silent river of time, soundless yet instilling reverence. Hu Ti looked at Qingyu, a hint of humility in his tone, and smiled, saying, "However, I, your senior brother, do not possess the vast divine abilities of our teacher, and my wealth is far inferior. I hope you, junior brother, do not despise this meager gift as too shabby." He pointed at the bronze compass. Which floated in the air and emanated an ancient aura, and continued to explain. Third junior brother must also know that the universe is vast and mysteriously unpredictable. Over endless years, besides treasures refined by the strong, some unique wonders also naturally conceive and evolve. The abilities of these natural wonders are often inconceivable, and many of their effects are even difficult to replicate by artificial means. This is the charm of cosmic evolution, containing the most fundamental profundities of law. Upon hearing this, Qingyu immediately recalled the pair of 9 luminaries star wings that his eldest senior sister, Venerable Zhou, had given him, which were precisely such wonders naturally conceived by the universe. After the 9 luminaries star wings merged with his purple crystal cloud wing clone, his speed underwent a qualitative leap, giving him the upper hand in combat. Such treasures are indeed rare and highly sought after. Seeing Qingyu lost in thought, Hu Ti knew he understood the key points and proceeded to introduce the bronze compass in his hand. And this item in my hand is closely related to a natural wonder called Space-Time Disk. Hu Ti's voice carried a hint of solemnity. It is said that the number of complete space-time disks, existing simultaneously in the entire primordial universe would not exceed 10,081. Their rarity is evident. He clarified the core function of the complete space-time disk, his tone guiding. The space-time disk has only one function, to assist beings in comprehending the space-time law. One only needs to integrate a wisp of consciousness into it, and the disk will naturally sense it, its pointer beginning to slowly rotate, moving according to the scales on it. During this profound process, the many variations of the two supreme laws, time and space, and even the essence of their partial interweaving profundities, will be clearly reflected in an extremely intuitive way deep within the user's consciousness. The user no longer needs to painstakingly ponder and struggle to capture those illusory law fluctuations, they only need to calm their mind, immerse themselves, and comprehend. After hearing Hu Ti's description of the legendary space-time disk, Qingyu's eyes instantly burst forth with irrepressible surprise and longing. A wonder that can directly aid in comprehending the space-time law. With such miraculous effects, this was simply a dreamlike, peerless opportunity for his current predicament of urgently needing to improve his law comprehension. Senior brother, this item is too precious. Thank you, senior brother, for your generous gift. Qingyu bowed solemnly, he would remember this kindness. Hu Ti, however, smiled and shook his head, changing the subject, saying, "Third, junior brother, don't rush to thank me. I haven't finished, and I need to let you know so you don't expect too much. He pointed at the destiny plate in Qingyu's hand and explained in detail. First, this disc is not omnipotent, its use has strict limitations. Firstly, any individual life form can only use it to comprehend once in their lifetime, a second use will have no effect. Secondly, even a complete space-time disk, its contained cosmic origin spirituality also has a time when it runs out. It can only be used a maximum of 108 times, after which its spirituality will be completely lost, turning into an ordinary object, or even disintegrating. As he spoke, Huti's fingertip lightly tapped the 108 star-like embedded gems on the edge of the destiny plate, about a dozen of which had already dimmed, like extinguished stars. Look at these sands of time, their brightness indicates the number of times this disk has been used. Secondly, its effect is not as you might imagine, allowing one to ascend to heaven in one step, Huti continued, his tone calm. For a junior brother like you, who has just comprehended a unique move in either the law of time or space, and whose foundation is still shallow, using it at this time will yield the most significant effects and very obvious gains. But if the user has already comprehended 2 unique moves, or even 3 unique moves, trying to rely on it to take the final step and thoroughly comprehend the complete space-time law is completely unrealistic. In short, the lower one's own law comprehension foundation, the greater the benefit one will gain from it. The universe operates with its own path of balance and will not allow any life to become a peak strongest merely by relying on external objects. Qingyu nodded seriously upon hearing this. What Huti said made sense. Qingyu had indeed never heard of anyone in the universe who could achieve success without effort and ascend to heaven in one step, relying solely on some opportunity or treasure. The path of law, after all, requires one to comprehend and climb step by step on their own. Seeing that Qingyu understood, Huti then revealed the most crucial information. Moreover, I should let junior brother know that this item I am giving you is not the complete space-time disk. He pointed at the bronze compass in Qingyu's hand. It is called the time sequence destiny plate, and in a sense, it can only be considered half of the complete space-time disk. Half. Qingyu was startled, lowering his head to carefully examine the destiny plate in his hand. Exactly, Huti affirmed. It primarily relates to and assists in comprehending the space-time law. One must find its other half, the space sequence destiny plate, which originates from the same source, and combine them to form the complete space-time disk, thereby revealing its truly heaven-defying efficacy. Otherwise, using this time sequence destiny plate alone, its effect, I'm afraid, is not even half of its complete state. So that's how it is. But even so, this was still an extremely precious gift for Qingyu. Does junior brother understand? Huti smiled as he looked at him. Qingyu clutched the time sequence destiny plate in his hand, his gaze clear and firm. I understand, thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. This item, for me right now, is truly a timely help. Qingyu pondered for a moment. Senior brother, do you know the whereabouts of the other half, the space sequence destiny plate? Huti heard this and gently shook his head, his purple beard subtly swaying. The 2 parts of the space-time disk are naturally conceived by the cosmic origin, independent of each other, and scattered in all directions. Although there is a profound connection between them, no one can predict their specific locations. From ancient times to the present, very few life forms have been able to truly gather both the time sequence and space sequence and fuse them into a complete space-time disk. He thought for a moment and offered advice. However, you, third junior brother, are a top genius of the human race, with the Virtual Universe Corporation, such a massive power, supporting you. Perhaps, you could try searching in the human race's treasure vaults. Human territory is vast, with a long history and profound heritage. Perhaps in some inconspicuous corner, or among the relics of a senior, that space sequence destiny plate, might have been collected, it's unknown. Thank you, eldest senior brother, for clarifying, and thank you again for your generous gift. He once again solemnly thanked Huti, remembering this gift and guidance in his heart. With matters concluded, Qingyu took his leave. Senior brother, if there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. However, he looked at the magnificent yet unfamiliar palace. I still need to trouble eldest senior brother to point out the way to depart. It's a small matter. Pu Ti smiled, his massive snake tail gently swayed, and a hand covered with fine scales lifted, gently waving at the void. Buzz, a spatial passage emitting a soft glow instantly formed before Qingyu. The passage's interior was resplendent with flowing light, its end obscured. Follow this passage. Once you exit, you will arrive at a forbidden space within the Star Tower. There's no need for me to elaborate on how to leave the Star Tower afterward. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Qingyu cupped his hands to Pu Ti again, then no longer hesitated, stepping into the glowing passage. His figure traversed through the flowing light passage, and in the blink of an eye, the scene before him suddenly became clear. Qingyu found himself in a desolate, vast area covered with reddish-brown rocks, with 3 stars emitting a dark red glow hanging in the sky, precisely one of the countless forbidden spaces within the Star Tower. With his feet on solid ground, recalling the original intention and experiences of this Star Tower trip, Qingyu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He had originally come to temper himself and seek opportunities to soul enslave several King Limit's strongest, but unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, he first experienced a thrilling chase and counter-kill with Venerable Dongshu. Later, he mistakenly entered the hub region, and finally, he even became a disciple of Zuo Shank, receiving numerous treasures. His initial goal of King Limit servants, however, he hadn't encountered a single one. Nevertheless, Qingyu felt no regret at this moment. Instead, his heart was filled with excitement. Compared to those, his gains from this trip were simply immeasurable. The gains from this trip are too great. Many treasures have just been acquired, and I haven't had time to study them carefully yet, Qingyu thought to himself. Just now in the Great Hall, facing Zuo Shank and Pu Ti, 2 super existences, his mind was highly concentrated, and he merely respectfully put away the treasures, having no time for anything else. Now was the time to digest these gains. With a thought, the first item he took out was the star map bestowed by Zuo Shank. He was not unfamiliar with this star map, knowing that it was a treasure that would originally be given to Luo Feng in the future, and naturally understood its basic usage method. As he activated it, the space around him subtly fluctuated. The next moment, 100 ceiling stars, like crystal glass beads, completely black with an understated dark glow circulating on their surface, streamed out from his world ring. They seemed to possess sentience, slowly rotating around Qingyu in some profound trajectory, like stars surrounding the moon, emitting a powerful gravitational field and faint ceiling fluctuations. Qingyu's mind connected with the star map of the heavens suspended before him, and with a flick of his finger, his psyker master power pulled like threads. The 100 ceiling stars, orbiting and rotating, seemed to receive a command, transforming into streaks of black light and precisely merging into the seemingly ancient star map. Buzz. Light flowed across the surface of the star map, and on the previously somewhat ethereal star map background, 100 clear and modeled star traces immediately appeared, arranged in a specific formation on the scroll. Qingyu's mind immersed in it, and he immediately perceived a great advantage of this star map. It itself was like an extremely excellent law carrier and secret pattern template. The user could clearly imprint and solidify the law secret patterns corresponding to the secret method they created onto these ceiling stars integrated into the star map. Moreover, it could be erased and redrawn at any time to adapt to different secret methods and combat needs. For a psyker master who pursues diverse and endless changes in their psychic weapons, this was simply a dream divine artifact. His self-created secret method, ethereal, could naturally also be performed using this. Qingyu immediately began to try. He concentrated his mind, activating the space-time law secret patterns corresponding to the ethereal secret method. The star map shimmered with light, and within the light points representing 100 ceiling stars on it, complex silver and light gold secret patterns immediately began to flow and outline. However, after a moment, among the 100 star phantoms on the star map, only 10 stably lit up with clear secret pattern light, like 10 illuminated stars. My ethereal secret method can currently only stably drive 10 ceiling stars. Qingyu shook his head slightly, gaining a clearer understanding of his secret method. It seems that ethereal still has a lot of room for improvement in terms of law application. But first, let's test the power of these 10 stars. A hint of anticipation flashed in Qingyu's eyes. He locked onto a distant, empty area covered with huge reddish rocks, and with a thought, he low shouted, "Ethereal." In an instant, the 10 ceiling stars illuminated by the ethereal, secret patterns on the star map suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. They shot out from the star map, instantly reassembling in the air, with countless golden threads, condensed to the extreme and containing the power of space-time cutting, intertwining and connecting. Almost in the blink of an eye, they transformed into a terrifying golden giant snake, over 10,000 kilometers long, with distinct scales and a lifelike appearance. This giant snake was entirely composed of law threads and the core energy of the ceiling stars, emanating a heart-pounding sharpness and an elusive, ethereal aura that was difficult to grasp. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding space let out a pained groan, showing signs of distortion and instability. The golden giant snake, as if alive, fiercely lashed its tail at the vast red rock area ahead. There was no deafening explosion, only a sharp, grating sound, as if cloth was being violently torn. Where the snake's tail passed, space shattered inch by inch like fragile glass, revealing terrifyingly dark spatial cracks, from which a terrifying devouring force spread out. Qingyu floated in the air, looking at the destruction caused by his attack, and nodded with satisfaction. With another thought, the terrifying golden giant snake instantly disintegrated, reforming into 10 dark ceiling stars, which flew back into the star map. I wonder if, with my current strength combined with this star map, I can instantly annihilate a peak champion with just a psychic attack. Qingyu pondered to himself. He clearly felt that using this star map to unleash ethereal, and using the Huan Shenbing illusory god weapon before were completely on different levels of power. In that last strike, he hadn't even used any soul amplification or body amplification secret methods. If I go all out, a confident light flashed in Qingyu's eyes. An ordinary peak champion would definitely not be able to withstand even one move from me, their divine body would be completely annihilated upon contact. Unless it's those king limit or even champion undefeatable who possess precious heavy treasures for protection, they might not die. Qingyu contentedly put away the star map, feeling the significant improvement in his strength brought by this treasure. Immediately, with a thought, he took out the origin crystal. The process of this high-grade spiritual treasure recognizing him as its master was exceptionally smooth. The origin crystal transformed into a gentle stream of light, silently merging deep into Qingyu's spiritual core. The next moment, if there were any observers, they would subtly perceive a slight change in Qingyu's demeanor. His aura seemed to be enveloped by an invisible, extremely translucent crystal wall, faintly shimmering with a restrained, perfectly cut diamond-like luster, giving him a peculiar feeling of being indestructible and impervious to all laws. This was not to say his physical body had actually turned into diamond, but rather an extraordinary aura emanating naturally from the soul level, after receiving top-tier protection. With this origin crystal, protecting my spiritual core, as long as my core is not directly destroyed, the crises that could truly put me in a life or death situation will likely be very few. Qingyu felt an unprecedented tranquility and stability deep within his spiritual core, and his confidence greatly increased. He couldn't help but recall another promise from his teacher, Zuo Shank. I wonder when the peak spiritual treasure that teacher is specially refining for me will be completed. This was not out of greed, but because a peak spiritual treasure was simply too precious, its value immeasurable. Perhaps even some universe strongest might not possess one, and even with Qingyu's good temperament, his heart would still surge with emotion. Gently exhaling, Qingyu temporarily suppressed this anticipation and cleared his mind of distractions. Finally, he took out the bright light armor. Driving the bright light armor was relatively simple, it only had one layer of secret patterns, and the divine power of an ordinary peak champion was sufficient to activate it. Qingyu, currently a world lord in terms of basic strength, needed to activate his divine body amplification secret method before he could meet the activation requirements. As the World Lord power was injected, the silver-white glazed armor transformed into flowing light, perfectly conforming to and merging with his body, until it completely disappeared. Qingyu carefully sensed it. Outwardly, there was no trace of him wearing the treasure armor, and his movements were completely unhindered. Only when attacked would the bright light armor, integrated into his body, be activated to display its defensive power. Perfect. Qingyu was very satisfied with this. Having initially familiarized himself with the few treasures, Qingyu cast his gaze beyond this desolate forbidden space. Next, I'll wander around this star tower and see how my luck is, if I can encounter a few king limits with decent strength. He hadn't forgotten his original plan. If I really can't find any, or if the harvest isn't good, I'll return directly to Primordial Chaos City to quietly comprehend the laws. However, he had not acknowledged the Star Tower as his master, so he couldn't perceive the movements of all living beings within the tower as the Tower Master could. Finding specific opponents could only rely on random teleportations within these countless forbidden spaces, trying his luck. But Qingyu also had his own method. He planned to repeat his old trick. 6 months later, after several meaningless teleportations through forbidden spaces, Qingyu entered a new environment. A biting cold instantly assailed him. Before him was an boundless expanse of majestic snow-capped mountains, with goose feather snow falling from the sky. The moment he entered this world of ice and snow, his gaze swept across the scene, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He had finally encountered his ideal target. On a distant snowy slope, a monstrous beast with a ferocious appearance was coiled. It had 4 hooves as thick as pillars, its entire body covered in thick, dark blue scales, and what was most striking were its 2 enormous heads. The eyes on one head were a cold silver, while the others were a blazing gold. Around this giant beast, 5 other champion undying, varied in form but equally exuding powerful auras, followed. Space-Time Demon, one of the 18 royal families of the monster race. Qingyu instantly recognized the origin of this giant beast. A space-time demon beast could reach World Lord upon adulthood, and its talent was extremely rare. Its golden eyes influenced space, and its silver eyes controlled time, making it a race with extraordinary potential in the path of space-time among the monster race. This one before him was clearly a peak champion. Its royal lineage made Qingyu even more satisfied. This meant he would undoubtedly have a wider circle of acquaintances, able to come into contact with more monster race powerhouses, even king-limit existences. An opportunity not to be missed. Qingyu gave the opponents no time to react, investigate, or even think. Void Lotus Flower, he whispered in his heart, and deep within his vertical pupils, which burned with a pale green ghostly flame, the pale, eerie 9-petal snow lotus suddenly bloomed. There was no earth-shattering commotion. Only in the consciousness of the 6 monster race champions did a layered, ethereal snow lotus, seemingly existing on countless thin layers of space-time, silently descend and bloom. The 5 monster race champions accompanying the space-time demon beast didn't even have time to show expressions of horror. Their consciousnesses were instantly annihilated by the terrifying spiritual power contained within the snow lotus's magnificent and deathly bloom. Their eyes instantly dimmed, and their divine bodies, as if losing all support, softly collapsed onto the cold snowy ground. As for the primary target, the space-time demon beast, its 2 heads and 4 eyes, imbued with the power of space-time, simultaneously emitted light of terror and disbelief. It felt it. It was a spiritual power that transcended its comprehension, surpassing the time its silver eyes could slow, surpassing the space its golden eyes could distort, acting directly upon its spiritual core. It wanted to roar, to unleash its innate secret method, to seek help from powerful beings within its race, but all its thoughts seemed frozen in absolute zero, unable to form even a complete fragment of consciousness. The power of the Void Lotus Flower carried a cold, controlling desire, suppressing all its will to resist in an instant. Countless tiny spiritual imprinting needles brutally yet precisely reshaped its spiritual core, stamping an absolute mark of loyalty. Chapter 146, Encirclement. The entire process was faster than the measurement of time. From Qingyu's appearance to the deployment of Void Lotus Flower, and then to the demise of 5 monster race champions and the enslavement of the time-space nightmare beast, it all happened in less than 1,000th of a second. As the illusory Snow Lotus phantom slowly faded in both reality and the conscious plane, only Qingyu remained on the snow slope, along with the time-space nightmare beast, whose eyes first showed confusion, then quickly replaced by boundless fanaticism and awe. The time-space nightmare beast's two massive heads bowed respectfully, touching the cold snow, emitting a deep and submissive sound. Yao Kui greets Master. A monster race imperial family member, a peak champion time-space nightmare beast, with his status and social network, would surely be able to easily ascertain the movements of other monster race powerhouses, especially those king limit ones. Qingyu intended to use this point. He was not someone without a temper. Venerable Dong Shu was undoubtedly dispatched by forces like the insect race and monster race to assassinate him. Although unsuccessful and even leading to his good fortune, Qingyu would absolutely not let this assassination attempt go unpunished. He wanted to exploit the monster race's relatively backward internal communication system to exact a fierce revenge, preferably forcing the monster race to send out another venerable so Qingyu could kill them until they felt the pain. Qingyu looked at the respectful King Yao Kui, skipping any pleasantries and cutting straight to the chase, his voice icy. Yao Kui, now that you are enslaved by me, has your identity within the monster race faction been exposed? This was the most crucial point. If his soul enslavement identity were exposed, all plans would be impossible. King Yao Kui's two heads simultaneously lifted, golden and silver pupils flashing with absolute loyalty, and he replied. Affirmatively. Reporting to Master, your soul's secret method is too powerful. Yao Kui hadn't had time to do anything before being enslaved by Master. Currently, no one in the monster race knows that I have been enslaved by you. Very good. A cold light flashed in Qingyu's eyes as he continued to press. Then, with your status in the monster race, do you know which king limit powerhouses from the monster race are currently adventuring in this star tower? And where might their specific locations be? King Yao Kui's two heads swayed slightly, as if recalling and confirming, then respectfully replied. Reporting to Master, to my knowledge, there are currently two king limit powerhouses from our monster race faction within the Star Tower. One is King Jin Sha of the Fear race, and the other is King Yu Yan of the Ziqian Myriad Serpent race. Especially King Yu Yan, his strength is extremely formidable, even among king limit, he is top tier, very close to the invincible champion level. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's lips curved slightly, revealing a cold smile. The outside territory battlefield was vast and boundless, not all champions would gather at the Star Tower. For the monster race to have two king limit here was already not to be underestimated. 2. Just right. The environment within the Star Tower was special, with independent forbidden spaces, restricted teleportation, which was not conducive to the plan's execution. It was best to lure them to the broader main continent of the outside territory battlefield outside the tower. Yao Kui, contact King Jin Sha and King Yu Yan immediately, Qingyu commanded. Tell them you encountered 3 peak champion powerhouses possessing powerful treasures. He paused slightly, images of 3 of the king-level high-level servants he had sent to the Great Alliance auction house flashing through his mind, readily using them as bait. These 3 champions are King Yan Zhe, King Yan, and King Feng Ying. Claim they possess powerful treasures and invite them to join forces in a hunt. This excuse was reasonable and logical. The matter of those sealed servants being auctioned off was still recent. Aside from their own races investigating, other racial forces would not immediately know, nor would they expect them to become bait for someone else's scheme. King Yao Kui's invitation, under the guise of discovering a fat sheep, and seeking cooperation, had a very high success rate. Qingyu transmitted a coordinate message into King Yao Kui's consciousness. It was a relatively secluded yet not suspicious area in the debris belt outside the Star Tower. Have them quickly teleport via their god kingdom to rendezvous with you. Yes, Master. Your subordinate understands. King Yao Kui did not hesitate, immediately using the monster race's relatively simple communication system, which only allowed voice calls, to contact King Jin Sha and King Yu Yan separately. The communication process was very smooth. Both King Jin Sha and King Yu Yan showed keen interest upon hearing the news of 3 peak champions with powerful treasures in a weakened state. Especially with King Yao Kui guaranteeing with his monster race imperial family status and providing seemingly conclusive coordinates, they hardly doubted and agreed to depart immediately. Several days later, near the designated coordinates. First to emerge from the void was King Jin Sha of the Fear Gold race. Its massive body, cast in gold, fully appeared, covered in thick golden scales, with a ferocious wolf's head topped by a single horn piercing the sky, exuding a fierce aura. Particularly striking were the incredibly complex, dark red secret patterns naturally inscribed on its head scales, seemingly containing the mysteries of heaven and earth, now flickering slightly with its shock and anger. The immense fierce aura had not yet fully receded when it abruptly plunged into an boundless purple mist domain. No! King Jin Sha roared in shock and anger, attempting to struggle, but how could the suppressive power of a top-tier domain-type treasure be easily resisted? A pale light, acting directly on the soul's origin, had already descended, instantly plunging his consciousness into a quagmire. On the other side, almost at the same time, Qingyu Yan of the Ziqian myriad serpent race met the same fate. Its massive, winding, coiling green serpent body had just appeared, the thousands of ring-like patterns on its dense scales not yet lit up. The 6 membranous wings on its back had not yet vibrated when the fatal purple domain and soul attack descended simultaneously. Though he was stronger and struggled more fiercely, in front of the current Qingyu, all resistance was futile. The 2 monster race king limit, under the absolute suppression of Void Lotus Flower, fell into silence without any power to resist. Qingyu's figure emerged from the void, his expression indifferent. He did not personally perform the enslavement but, with a thought, acted. Dreamweaver King quietly appeared and respectfully bowed to Qingyu. "Master, go, enslave them," Qingyu commanded. Yes. Qingyu's plan could be described as very crude, yet its execution was exceptionally smooth. In this, King Yao Kui's identity as a monster race imperial family member played a decisive role. Within the monster race, imperial bloodline itself represented supreme status and credibility, comparable to Qingyu's authority within the Virtual Universe Corporation. This identity itself possessed extremely strong persuasive power. Secondly, while king limit powerhouses were certainly vigilant, they were also confident in their own strength, believing that on the outside territory battlefield, even if they couldn't win, no one could stop them if they were determined to escape. Unfortunately, they happened to encounter Qingyu, an anomaly who could not be judged by common sense. In the face of absolutely crushing soul attacks, their confidence became their death warrant. "Greetings, Master's Master." King Jin Sha and Qingyu Yan respectfully bowed. "From now on, call me Your Highness," Qingyu commanded calmly. "Yes, Your Highness." Looking at the 2 powerful new servants under him, the cold light in Qingyu's eyes grew even stronger. The hunt has just begun. He thought coldly. Since he was going to take revenge and accumulate resources, he might as well do it more ruthlessly, more absolutely. His first goal was to wipe out all the undying spiritual gods from the monster race, insect race, and automaton race factions that could be found within the Star Tower. Valuable peak champions and even King Limit would be enslaved to expand his soul servant army. Those of lesser value would be suppressed into slumber and thrown into the Great Alliance auction house to exchange for vast wealth. Qingyu then used the Star Tower as his base, beginning this secret and highly efficient hunt. He mostly stayed within the tower, occasionally only leaving the Star Tower for brief battles when he could lure out powerhouses like King Limit. He knew clearly that if he stirred up too great a killing storm on the main continent of the outside territory battlefield, it would inevitably alert the high levels of the 3 major races. At that time, what would descend would probably not be the high-level venerable he hoped for. Instead, it would be an encirclement or even universe lords that he couldn't handle. But within the Star Tower, the complex environment was undoubtedly much safer. On the first day of his operation, he encountered 3 waves of alien teams, all of them powerhouses from neutral races who had paid a huge price to enter the outside territory battlefield to temper themselves, not core members of the 3 major factions. After weighing his options, Qingyu did not take their lives, but with a change of thought, his methods were also cunning. He unceremoniously plundered all the wealth these alien powerhouses had accumulated over many years. At the same time, he, inadvertently, revealed the aura of 1 or 2 treasures on him and allowed these shaken neutral race powerhouses to leave. His intention was very clear. Through these survivors, he would spread his reputation as someone possessing powerful treasures, seemingly a fat sheep, but actually a fierce beast, attracting more king limit from the three major factions, confident in their own strength, to proactively come and snatch treasures. After the first year, Qingyu's world ring already contained 291 sleeping peak champion undying, without exception, all from the insect race, monster race, and automaton race factions. And his servant power had expanded dramatically. With the support of his soul power, Dreamweaver King successfully enslaved 9 formidable king limit. In addition, he gained 59 peak champion servants skilled in the path of the soul, greatly increasing the strength of Qingyu's soul master team. Gradually, Qingyu's name began to circulate quietly within the circles of powerhouses in the Star Tower. It was not the powerhouses from the 3 major factions who encountered him that spread Qingyu's fearsome reputation. They lost all opportunity for resistance and external communication the moment they encountered Qingyu. Even mechanical races are peculiar lifeforms immune to soul attacks, in the face of Qingyu's luxurious treasures, had no time to transmit any effective information. The ones who truly spread Qingyu's reputation as someone possessing powerful treasures, with unfathomable strength, and extremely dangerous to the 3 major factions, were precisely those neutral race powerhouses whom Qingyu had deliberately let go and plundered. They did not recognize Qingyu's true form, only remembering his terrifying strength and the army of servants by his side that was enough to make anyone tremble just by looking at them. It's terrifying. The servants accompanying Venerable Yu Ling each possess an aura no weaker than a peak champion. Could he be a universe exalt in disguise? A king-level immortal of an alien race, who had narrowly escaped, said this with lingering fear after reaching safety. Venerable Yu Ling, this was Qingyu's new title during this hunting operation, meant to signify his ability to control all spirits. No, I faced him personally. Although it was only for an instant, the level of life aura emanating from him was undoubtedly that of an undying spiritual god. There's no mistake about that. Another powerful being who had a similar encounter affirmed this. You actually survived his grasp. An incredulous gasp came from the other end. What's so strange about that? Another, veteran, spoke with a complex tone, yet with a hint of inexplicable superiority. I also encountered Venerable Yu Ling. He seems to only target powerful beings from the monster race, insect race, and automaton race factions. Neutral factions like us, as long as we are sensible and willingly hand over all our treasures and world rings, he usually doesn't make things difficult for us. He might even let us leave directly. Speaking of being completely plundered, there wasn't much resentment in his tone. After all, without comparison, there is no harm. If only he alone was unlucky, he would certainly complain to the heavens, but when he found that everyone was treated the same. And when the powerhouses of the 3 major factions couldn't even keep their lives, merely losing property seemed acceptable. Hearing you say that, this Venerable Yu Ling should be a super powerhouse of the human faction. Since there's no danger to life, I'm even a little curious and want to witness the demeanor of such a powerhouse with my own eyes. The voice from the other end even carried a hint of longing. Despite this, while Qingyu's title of Venerable Yu Ling began to circulate within a certain range, it was far from being universally known. After all, his operation had only lasted a year. The Star Tower was vast, and the survivors who encountered him and spread the news were still a minority relative to the total number. Moreover, the total number of powerhouses from the 3 major factions who fell into his hands, including many early and high-level champions, was less than 1,000, and had not yet attracted systematic attention from the high-level officials of the factions. The second year, Qingyu's hunting not only didn't stop, but entered a harvest period, due to the preparation of the first year. Inside his world ring, the number of sleeping peak champions surged by 594. Through Dreamweaver King's enslavement, there were an additional 39 king limit powerhouses. And 131 new peak champion servants skilled in the soul path. The reason for the surge in numbers was precisely because the hunting operation in the first year had already spread the name of Venerable Yu Ling within specific circles. Many powerhouses from the 3 major factions, either out of anger, coveting Qingyu's treasures and wealth, or pure self-confidence, actively flocked to the Star Tower, intending to encircle and annihilate this madman of the human faction. As a result, not only did they fail, but they became like moths drawn to a flame, greatly enriching Qingyu spoils of war. By this point, in the Star Tower and its surrounding areas, the three words, Venerable Yu Ling, had completely erupted, reaching a point where no one was unaware. It's insane. This Venerable Yu Ling is simply a god or demon descended. The last time I glimpsed his team from afar, that pressure, it was simply suffocating. More than that, the last time I narrowly escaped, among the group of servants behind him, there were no less than 10 king limit powerhouses whom I recognized and who were once renowned. Am I the only one paying attention to the wealth he's accumulated? He himself possesses more than one major treasure, and now he has enslaved so many powerhouses and seized countless spoils. He is now a walking super treasure trove. If anyone could kill him, why don't you go try? I'll support you mentally. Never mind, mainly I'm not interested in wealth, I focus more on my own cultivation. TCH. Rumors and fear fermented, and the concrete data finally touched the nerves of the high-level officials of the three major factions. Their outside territory battlefield military merit system clearly showed that in the past 2 years, the number of king-level immortals, especially peak champion and king limit powerhouses, who unexpectedly perished, or completely lost contact, in the Star Tower region, had shown an extremely abnormal, cliff-like increase. Such a thing, the three factions only needed a slight investigation to know that there was someone specifically targeting their three factions within the Star Tower. The high-level officials of the three factions were furious. This was no longer just a small skirmish confined to the Undying level. Peak champion, king limit, for a peak faction, these are elites, cornerstones of the future, and reserve forces for universe exalts and even universe lords. The bloody hunt Qingyu initiated in the Star Tower, its scale and targeting, had already touched the bottom line of the three peak factions. This was a provocation they absolutely would not tolerate. In the monster race territory, inside a divine kingdom palace burning with eternal flames, a universe exalt, venerable Fen Ju, with a majestic physique, surrounded by crimson law patterns, suddenly crushed the wine glass in his hand. His roar, filled with anger, shook the entire divine kingdom. This damned venerable Yu Ling, a mere undying, daring to slaughter and enslave my monster race children like pigs and dogs. He must be subjected to the most painful death to defend the dignity of our race. Otherwise, what face does my monster race have to stand among the peak factions? His icy will instantly pierced through the void, issuing a command. Pass on my order, let King Shuini and King Jumeng depart immediately for the Star Tower. Tell them, I don't want the process, only the result, bring back the corpse of that venerable Yu Ling to report. This fiend must die. King Shuini, the strongest champion among the Shuini race of this generation, was fierce and cruel, fond of capturing opponents alive and then devouring their divine bodies. King Jumeng, from the powerful Jumeng giant beast race, his strength had reached the pinnacle of an undying spiritual god, and he had briefly fought with a universe exalt without dying. Both were existences among the monster race undying who could be described as pillars of stability. In the insect race faction, deep within a magnificent and dangerous sea of nightmare flowers, a universe exalt of the insect race, venerable Huan Yu, with an elegant and noble demeanor, but eyes as deep as billions of stars. Her enchanting voice now contained only icy killing intent. A human powerhouse, who could cause our faction to lose so many excellent warriors, his soul will undoubtedly become the most painful nourishment in my garden. She lightly tapped her slender finger, and the virtual network had already transmitted the command. Notify Jia Lan and King Qianxi, tell them to go to the outside territory battlefield, highest priority target, jointly eliminate venerable Yu Ling. Authorize them to mobilize all resources of our race and affiliated forces around the Star Tower. I only want the news of his complete annihilation. Jia Lan, an invincible queen mother among the insect race undying spiritual gods who had integrated soul illusions and swarm tactics to the extreme, her illusions were enough to make an ordinary venerable sink for an instant. King Qianxi, whose true form was a plant life called Thousand Silk Kui, possessed a mysterious innate secret method, and among the undying spiritual gods, she had never been defeated except when facing special life forms. In a certain mechanical city of the automaton race. A will devoid of emotional fluctuations, as cold and pure as a supernova algorithm. Completed the final assessment of Venerable Yu Ling's threat level. Venerable Yu Ling, pattern analysis, targeted hunting efficiency exceeds threshold, suspected of possessing super-standard domain-type major treasures, soul enslavement secret methods, and multiple king limit servants. Judgment, constitutes a systemic risk to the grassroots elite structure of the faction, execute undying level cleansing protocol. Data streams were instantly sent. Order King Jianxing and King Bai Lei to immediately proceed to the Star Tower and execute the final cleansing mission. Target, completely destroy Venerable Yu Ling. King Jianxing, the automaton race's champion, was a humanoid mobile war fortress. King Bai Lei, another powerhouse of an affiliated automaton race, was known for his absolute physical defense and powerful matter annihilation methods, an almost indestructible existence among undying spiritual gods. Under the wrath of the three factions' higher-ups, each dispatched two renowned and uniquely skilled invincible champions. Such a lineup, when combined, would even be enough to contend with an ordinary universe exalt, showing how firm and ruthless their determination to annihilate Qingyu was. However, at this moment, they were far from realizing the seriousness of the problem. They thought they were sending hunters capable of crushing everything, but they did not know that they were slowly sending the precious future pillars of their factions into a meticulously woven death trap. The hunting of ordinary champions from the three factions in the previous 2 years was actually the result of Qingyu's restraint. He deliberately controlled the rhythm and intensity of the hunt, like an experienced fisherman, both casting enough bait to cause a stir and not stirring the water too much at once, scaring away the truly big fish. His goal was never the vast number of miscellaneous fish. He laid this grand trap, patiently fishing. It was all to lure the three factions to dispatch these invincible champions, who would truly make them feel heartache, to the Star Tower. On the outskirts of the Star Tower, two figures radiating terrifying auras appeared almost simultaneously via teleportation. The immense pressure caused the surrounding floating meteorite fragments to freeze. One of the figures was entirely covered in dark red scales, shaped like a lion but not quite, with 3 pairs of twisted horns growing on its head. A pair of vertical pupils burned with cruel and tyrannical flames. This was King Shui, the invincible champion of the monster race. He took a deep breath, as if savoring the lingering scent of blood in the void, and a low, heart-palpitating growl escaped his throat. HMPH, how many years has it been since I last set foot on this outside territory battlefield? This time, I'm being sent here for some unknown, Venerable Yu Ling, what bad luck. His claw-like knuckles cracked audibly. If I catch this damn Venerable Yu Ling, I will make him regret being alive. I will crush his divine body inch by inch, listen to his wails, and then slowly devour him completely. Chapter 147, Large-Scale Space Ceiling. Beside him was another, even more massive, resembling a moving mountain range. His skin was a cyan gray color, covered in profound, natural secret patterns. It was none other than Zhu Meng King. He glanced at the restless King Shui beside him, his voice sounding like grinding boulders, carrying a trace of impatience. King Shui, put away that attitude of yours. I don't care how you plan to deal with that spirit control king, I just want to catch him quickly, complete the mission, and return to practice early. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Unnecessary trouble, King Shui sneered. Dealing with an undying who acts arrogant by relying on a few treasures and servants, what kind of complications could there be? The environment inside this Star Tower is complex. If you and I act separately, the search efficiency will be higher. Whoever finds him first, it's their skill. He was already impatient to taste the divine power of the so-called Spirit Control King. Fine. Zhu Meng King's massive head nodded slightly, acknowledging the proposal. He truly did not want to waste time. Searching separately was the fastest way to lock onto the target. Keep communications open. Once he is found, transmit the message immediately to ensure nothing goes wrong. Despite his confidence, the strict orders from his race made him retain a sliver of caution. Suit yourself. King Shuini let out a low growl, indifferent, his massive body turning into a streak of bloody light. He was the first to charge into the massive entrance of the Star Tower, his violent divine power spreading out without any concealment, filled with a provocative air. Zhu Mengqing watched the direction where King Shuini had disappeared, remained silent for a moment, and chose an entrance in another direction. Shortly after the two invincible king-level powerhouses of the monster race entered, the void realm around the periphery of the Star Tower began to ripple once again. A figure shrouded in hazy emerald green, graceful yet carrying a deadly allure, appeared quietly. Behind her, the phantoms of countless vines seemed to flicker. It was Thousand Silk's king of the insect race. She did not linger, silently disappearing into the tower. Calamus of the insect race was not so high profile. Zerg queens rarely expose themselves, they usually stay within the world ring of one of their servants, and Calamus was no exception. The arrival of the automaton race powerhouses was even more direct and overbearing. A pyramid-shaped fortress, dark in color with ferocious lines, which seemed to absorb all light just by hovering there, tore through space and headed toward the Star Tower without any concealment. At the same time, on the other side, a metallic sphere as large as a small planet, its surface covered with countless cannon ports and energy patterns, crushed through the void realm, following closely behind. These invincible king-level powerhouses, who were usually rarely seen, appearing one after another immediately caused a huge uproar in the periphery of the Star Tower and within specific circles on the virtual network. My god. That's King Shuini. I know him, a famous killing god of the monster race who loves to swallow opponents alive. Leave quickly, stay far away from this entrance, don't get caught in the crossfire. Not just him. I think I just saw Thousand Silk's king. The insect race has also sent top powerhouses. And the automaton races, Mechanical Fortress, and Barrier King. They actually came too. It's crazy, truly crazy. These invincible king-level powerhouses are never seen. I didn't expect so many to be dispatched this time just for one Spirit Control King. That Spirit Control King is going to be in trouble now. No matter how powerful he is, can he really withstand the siege of 6 invincible king-level powerhouses simultaneously? The insect race, monster race, and automaton race have all sent must-kill lineups. Even if he has heaven-defying abilities, he is definitely going to die in the Star Tower this time. It's a pity about all those heavy treasures and wealth on him. And this storm was not limited to the arrival of these powerhouses. Almost at the same time, the 3 peak races simultaneously issued a massive bounty for the Spirit Control King on the outside territory battlefield. The bounty was so high that it was enough to drive any champion crazy. This was like pouring cold water into a boiling wok of oil. It completely exploded. Many powerhouses who originally dared not enter the Star Tower because of Qingyu's bloody slaughter over the past 2 years, or who were cautiously watching from the sidelines, were now blinded by this unimaginably huge bounty. Greed overcame fear. It seemed that even the risk of being soul enslaved could not suppress their impulse for this wealth that could change their destiny. A large number of powerhouses from the 3 camps, and even some bold neutral champions, were like sharks smelling blood. They swarmed toward the Star Tower from all over the outside territory battlefield, attempting to get a share of the spoils or at least fish in troubled waters before the 6 invincible king-level powerhouses dealt with the Spirit Control King. The Star Tower instantly became the center of the storm for the entire 7th battlefield. Meanwhile, inside the Star Tower, in an inconspicuous forbidden land space, Qingyu stood with his hands behind his back. He had long since scattered some of his servants to be responsible for collecting information from the outside world. The news regarding the arrival of the 6 invincible king-level powerhouses and the sky-high bounty was summarized and sent to him immediately. Listening to the servant's report, there was not a trace of solemnity on Qingyu's face. Instead, he revealed a hint of disappointment. He clicked his tongue lightly, his tone carrying a touch of dissatisfaction. Tisk tisk, making such a big scene, spreading the bounty order everywhere. In the end, only 6 invincible king-level powerhouses came. He shook his head, a flash of coldness in his eyes. A mere 6 is simply not enough to satisfy my appetite. Even if they all perish, it wouldn't mean much to the three races, far from reaching the point of making them heartbroken. It seems I need to add more fuel to the fire. Qingyu had already made a plan in his heart. He decided that after this small disturbance passed, he would decide whether to reveal his true identity depending on the situation, to see if the three races would panic because of it. He estimated that the high-level officials of the three races had actually started to suspect him long ago. After all, thousands of years had passed since Venerable Dongshu was ordered to assassinate him and mysteriously disappeared. For a high-level universe venerable to vanish without a trace, if that didn't raise alarm, it would truly be strange. If he took the initiative to reveal his identity, perhaps, could he really lure out a universe lord? Qingyu shook his head, temporarily suppressing this tempting thought. His primary task at the moment was to deal with these 6 invincible king-level powerhouses first. Waiting passively inside the Star Tower for them to search was too inefficient. Qingyu left the Star Tower decisively and lingered for a few days in a vast asteroid belt area nearby, slightly revealing his whereabouts. Sure enough, soon some enthusiastic alien races discovered him and impatiently sold his coordinate information to the 3 race camps. Perfect, it saves me from having to stage it myself. Qingyu smiled coldly and waited quietly for the fish to take the bait. Very quickly, all 6 invincible king-level powerhouses received the exact coordinate information regarding the Spirit Control King, appearing in an asteroid belt outside the Star Tower through their respective channels. Their reactions were all different. Monster Race Camp. The moment King Shuini received the news, his dark red pupils erupted with terrifying brilliance. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue, which was covered in barbs, and lick his sharp teeth. Finally stopped hiding. Good, it saves me from flying around in the tower like a headless fly. His divine power, I've reserved it. Without any hesitation, his massive body tore through space, and he was the first to charge crazily toward the coordinate point, his killing intent undisguised. Jumeng King appeared much more composed. A trace of calculation flashed in his huge eyes. Taking the initiative to leave the Star Tower. Is it confidence, or a trap? But with the race order on him, coupled with his confidence in his own absolute strength, he did not retreat. Fine, I'll go and meet him. If that idiot King Shuini arrives first and suffers a loss, it would be troublesome instead. He set off a bit later, but he also headed toward the target location firmly, only his divine power was constantly maintained at a peak defensive state. On the insect race side, the target has appeared on his own, it's a bit unusual. Thousand Silks King was not as impulsive as King Shuini, instead, she quickly contacted Jolin Mother Empress. Calamus, the target has appeared. The situation is suspicious. I suggest going over first and lying in ambush nearby to prevent him from escaping or having other reinforcements. Let the idiots from the monster race make the first move to test the situation. Jolin Mother Empress's cold voice responded. Agreed. Star Annihilation King of the Automaton Race Camp. He actually appeared outside the Star Tower. It's perfect for a direct beyond visual range saturation strike to perform area purification. Barrier King was acting in coordination with Star Annihilation King. Just as the 6 invincible king-level powerhouses were acting, a large number of alien powerhouses who had heard the news had already gathered on the outskirts of the asteroid belt where Qingyu was located. They dared not get too close and could only hide far behind the huge asteroids or use detection instruments, watching nervously. He's here. It's the monster race's King Shuini. He arrived first. What speed! What a ferocious aura. The Spirit Control King is probably going to face him first. I think it's doubtful. King Shuini is an invincible king-level powerhouse. No matter how strong that Spirit Control King is, he relies on servants and treasures. How could his own strength possibly contend with King Shuini? How many moves can he withstand? I bet that within 10 moves, the Spirit Control King will be defeated. 10 moves. You think too highly of him. I don't think he can even last 3. Among these chattering alien races, a human man carrying 7 war swords of different styles and wearing ancient purple armor stood quietly in the shadow of an asteroid. It was the human race's King Limit powerhouse on the outside territory battlefield, 7 Swords King. His brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Qingyu, who stood alone in the distant void realm, seemingly unaware of the impending crisis. He sighed inwardly. Such courage, it's a pity, it's too reckless. If such a genius falls here, it would be a great loss for our human race. He clenched his fists, his divine power operating secretly within his body. Forget it, if there is a chance, I will risk exposure to create a chance for him to escape, hoping to help him survive this calamity. He also did not believe that Qingyu could confront the 6 invincible king-level powerhouses head-on. Center of the battlefield. Boom. A streak of bloody light tore through the void realm, and a violent aura swept over. King Xuani's ferocious body suddenly appeared in front of Qingyu, his dark red vertical pupils locked onto the target, filled with cruelty and greed. He, little bug, are you that so-called spirit control king? King Xuani let out a harsh, strange laugh, his sharp claws rubbing against each other, splashing out blinding sparks. I heard you've enslaved quite a few warriors of my monster race. Very good, this king will let you watch with your own eyes how I tear your servants apart one by one, and then devour your delicious divine power bit by bit. Your whales will be the best trophy for this king. Qingyu floated in the air, his expression calm, even carrying a trace of faint mockery. Want to eat me? I'm afraid your teeth aren't hard enough. Death wish. King Xuani was thoroughly enraged. With a roar, the blood-red light around his body surged, transforming into an afterimage that tore through space. His sharp claws, carrying the terrifying power to annihilate stars, lunged directly at Qingyu's face. A vast expanse of purple mist spread out without warning, instantly shrouding a radius of 100 million kilometers. The powerful pressure of the law domain caused King Xuani's violent speed to suddenly falter. A domain-heavy treasure. The intelligence was correct indeed. King Xuani was startled but not panicked, a gleam of anticipation flashed in his scarlet pupils. However, do you think you are the only one with a domain-heavy treasure? Open for me. An intense, dark red domain filled with endless bloodlust and killing intent erupted from King Xuani's body, transforming into a towering sea of blood that violently collided with the spreading purple mist. The two powerful domain forces eroded and squeezed each other in the void, emitting teeth-grinding sounds of law friction. Although the quality of the purple cloud pearl was clearly higher, suppressing the blood sea domain to a smaller range around King Xuani, it could no longer completely restrict his movements as before. Roar. Die. King Xuani roared, his sharp claws tearing through the domain mixed with purple mist and blood-red light, lunging at Qingyu once again. However, this time, Qingyu did not merely dodge. With a thought, the eyes of the few servants beside him flashed with eerie light simultaneously, and invisible soul impacts and illusions surged toward King Xuani like a tide. Although it could not directly severely injure his soul, it caused his offensive to falter, and layers of phantoms appeared in his consciousness. Meanwhile, a seemingly ancient star map appeared before Qingyu. As the map unfolded, 10 mottled black star phantoms suddenly lit up, connecting countless condensed threads of the space-time law. Ethereal. With Qingyu's low shout, those 10 star phantoms instantly transformed into a golden giant snake, over 10,000 kilometers long, with distinct scales, existing between the virtual and the real. This giant snake was driven entirely by the ethereal, secret method, agile and ethereal, its trajectory unpredictable. Carrying the sharp cutting power of the space-time law, it met King Xuani's sharp claws head-on. Boom! The golden giant snake and the blood-red claws collided violently, and the terrifying shockwave instantly cleared the surrounding meteorite belt into a huge vacuum zone. Under the augmentation of a heavy treasure like the star map, the power of the ethereal, secret method was unleashed to the extreme. What? King Xuani felt an unrivaled sharpness and weight coming at him simultaneously. His sharp claws, capable of crushing stars, were tightly entangled by the law giant snake, causing his scales to crack and his divine power body to feel intense pain. The next moment, the golden giant snake suddenly constricted and whipped. Bang! Under the gaze of countless shocked eyes, King Xuani's massive divine power body was blasted apart, turning into a sky full of blood mist and fragments of divine power. Hiss! The alien races watching from afar gasped, unable to believe their eyes. How is this possible? King Shui's divine power body, it was blasted apart. What treasure is that scroll? How can its attack be so terrifying? Spirit Control King. Actually, suppressed King Shui. However, an invincible king level is not so easily killed. The scattered blood mist and divine power instantly condensed as if time reversal had occurred. King Shui's figure appeared again, his eyes filled with shock, anger, and disbelief, his previous arrogance gone. Where are his servants? Why haven't the army of hundreds or thousands of servants mentioned in the intelligence appeared, only these few? Zhu King, hiding in the shadows, was filled with doubts. But seeing King Shui's divine power body blasted apart, he knew he could not wait any longer. Now was the time. Just as King Shui's divine power body was reforming and the golden light of Qingyu's star map dimmed slightly, appearing as if the old power had faded and the new power had not yet been generated, Zhu King, who had been hiding in the shadows of the meteorites, moved. His massive body did not stir the slightest sound of wind, space seemed to be compressed under his feet, and his blue-gray figure appeared out of thin air behind and to the side of Qingyu like a ghost. That fist, which had accumulated power for a long time and was covered in profound secret patterns, contained a terrifying force capable of shattering a galaxy, and it slammed into Qingyu's back without warning. This strike, in terms of timing, angle, and power, was vicious and ruthless to the extreme. It was the typical style of Zhu King. He would not strike easily, but once he did, it was a lethal blow. An ambush. Several exclamations rang out from the alien races watching from afar. No one expected that a dignified invincible king level would choose such a shameless method of ambush. However, facing this fatal ambush capable of causing any king limit to meet their doom, Qingyu seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He did not even turn around. At the very moment when Zhu King's fist was about to strike, the flow of time around Qingyu seemed to undergo a subtle change, allowing him to slightly dodge at the critical moment. At the same time, the star map seemed to have a spirit of its own and automatically protected its master. 5 stars on the scroll instantly lit up again, connecting to form a diamond-shaped shield condensed with the space-time law, accurately blocking Zhu King's fist. Dong! A dull, extreme boom exploded. The diamond-shaped shield trembled violently, and the secret patterns flowing on its surface flickered, but it ultimately managed to steadily withstand this earth-shattering punch. The terrifying impact force transmitted through the shield, but it was like a mud ox entering the sea, perfectly absorbed and dispersed by the invisible, bright light armor around Qingyu, failing to harm him in the slightest. What? Zhu King's pupils constricted. His long-prepared ambush had been blocked so casually. The opponent hadn't even looked at him properly. I was waiting for you. Qingyu's cold voice rang out, carrying a hint of mockery. At the exact moment the block was successful, the dozens of servants who had been interfering from the side concentrated their soul attacks, like countless invisible needles, piercing viciously into Zhu King's soul. Although it could not directly severely injure him, it caused his soul to feel a sharp pain and dizziness, causing his movements to falter. And in front, King Shui, who had just reformed his divine power body, had not yet had time to catch his breath when that terrifying golden giant snake condensed again, coiling toward him with increasingly fierce killing intent. For a time, under the suppression of the purple cloud domain, the soul interference of dozens of servants, and the unpredictable, ethereal, secret method attacks of the star map, the 2 renowned invincible king level of the monster race, King Shui and Zhu King, were actually suppressed by Qingyu alone, left struggling and in a sorry state. King Shui's divine power body was constantly being cut and annihilated. Zhu King was exhausted dealing with the elusive attacks that sometimes turned into snakes, sometimes into swords, and sometimes into shadows, unable to organize any effective counterattack. This scene completely overturned the perception of all the bystanders. I'm not seeing things right. Spirit Control King, he is suppressing 2 invincible king level by himself. Those are King Shui and Zhu King. The top existences among the monster race undying. This is too terrifying. Zhu King's ambush was completely ineffective. Those servants' soul interference is too fatal. It makes the 2 monster race lords unable to display their full strength. Meanwhile, Yuanjian King, who was originally prepared to step in and assist Qingyu at the critical moment, was now completely stunned. The battle sword he carried on his back was emitting a slight hum, revealing his extreme lack of composure. He had originally thought that Spirit Control King was struggling to hold on and needed him to create an opportunity to escape. But now, how is this being besieged? This is clearly Spirit Control King fighting two opponents alone and holding the absolute upper hand. So he didn't need it at all, Yuanjian King muttered to himself, his face full of shock and complexity. His strength has actually reached this level. No wonder he dared to face 6 invincible king level directly. My previous worries were actually underestimating him. In his heart, he felt unprecedented curiosity and a trace of admiration for this mysterious, Spirit Control King. At the edge of the battlefield, the 4,000 Silks King, Qinglin Mother Empress, Star Annihilation King, and King of Ramparts now had completely serious expressions. The strength displayed by Spirit Control King far exceeded their expectations. He could not only defeat King Shuimi head-on but also easily identify and block Zhu Meng King's ambush, and furthermore, suppress both of them simultaneously with the assistance of his servants. Are they all here? Within Qingyu's soul connection, he received information from his soul servants that the other 4 targets had all entered this area, and he sneered in his heart. It was time. Through the soul connection, he issued the final order to all the servants who were proficient in space sealing and had long been scattered and hidden within a range of several light years. Space sealing. Hum, 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 hum. In an instant, with the battlefield where Qingyu was located as the center, the vast space-time with a radius of over 5 light years seemed to have been cast into an invisible, incomparably huge piece of amber. Space instantly became stagnant and solid. The space law, which was originally like background fluctuations, was now completely suppressed and locked by an incomparably tyrannical and powerful force laid down by hundreds of Peak King and King Limit servants. Teleportation was completely ineffective. What? Space has been sealed. The range is too large. Who is it? Who has such means? At this moment, whether it was King Shuimi, who was confronting Qingyu and filled with shock and anger, or Zhu Meng King, who was hiding in the shadows preparing to ambush, or Thousand Silks King, Qinglin Mother Empress, Star Annihilation King, and King of Ramparts, who thought they were sitting securely on the fishing platform watching from the sidelines, and even all the alien powerhouses watching from afar, their expressions changed drastically and monstrous waves rose in their hearts. A space ceiling with a radius of 5 light years. What a terrifying display of power. This is absolutely not something an Undying could accomplish. Spirit Control King, how many backup plans did he actually set up? Was his true purpose not just to resist, but to wipe out all 6 of them, the invincible king level, along with all the bystanders? An unprecedented chill instantly swept through the minds of the 6 invincible king level. The hunt begins now. Chapter 148, Complete Victory. Instantaneously, Qingyu moved. Facing King Shuimi and Zhu Meng King, who were still struggling under the attack of the star map at close range, a scene of the universe's creation and destruction flashed in the depths of Qingyu's vertical pupils, which were burning with azure ghostly flames. Talent secret method, a thought becomes nothingness. There was no earth-shattering energy explosion, nor dazzling law-infused light. An invisible and intangible, yet seemingly transcendent, absolute soul power, like an unseen tide, instantly swept over King Shuimi and Zhu Meng King. The ferocious and astonished expressions of the 2 monster race champion invincibles instantly froze on their faces. They felt that their incomparably resilient souls, at this moment, seemed to be cast into absolute nothingness. All their consciousness, all their thoughts, all their will to resist, were completely emptied and stripped away in an instant. Their proud divine bodies, secret methods, and treasured items lost all meaning under this pure, ultimate soul suppression. Immediately after, the eerie and magnificent pale snow lotus, void lotus flower, bloomed silently within their empty soul cores. Thump, thump. Under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, the renowned monster race champion invincibles, King Shuimi and Zhu Meng King, completely lost the light in their eyes and all their vigor. Like 2 statues that had lost their support, they stood stiffly in the void. Instant kill. A true, utterly defenseless soul instant kill. No. This is impossible. In the distance, Thousand Silks King, Jolin Mother Empress, and others who witnessed this scene let out terrified screams, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. Those were two champion invincibles. They couldn't even withstand a single move. Just how terrifying was Spirit Control King's soul attack. And those alien races watching the battle were even more terrified, cold sweat instantly drenching their divine bodies. Some with weaker psychological fortitude even felt their legs go soft. Fear spread like a plague among the spectators. Quick, kill him, now. Jolin Mother Empress's sharp voice, filled with unprecedented panic, issued an order to the Insect Race Legion. Almost at the same moment Qingyu instantly killed the two monster race powerhouses. The attacks from the automaton race and insect race, which had been poised in the distance, finally arrived. Automaton race, Star Annihilation King. From the monstrous pyramid fortress, thousands of muzzles spewed torrents of destruction simultaneously. Countless mechanical puppet armies fired in unison, condensing into a dark red energy beam, over 10,000 kilometers in diameter, mixed with law annihilation ripples, like a spear of judgment from the dawn of the universe. Wherever it passed, space didn't shatter, but directly turned into the most basic particle flow. Its terrifying might made even King Qi Jian, who was watching from afar, feel his scalp tingle. Insect Race, Jolin Mother Empress. Millions of undying-level insect race warriors shrieked simultaneously, their power, through exquisite and perfect fusion, condensed into a colorful, yet ultimately destructive, energy shockwave. This shockwave twisted light, devoured sound, like a colorful venomous dragon opening its giant mouth, intent on completely devouring and disintegrating everything in its path. Two attacks, powerful enough to make even ordinary universe exalts change color, or even face the risk of falling, came from left and right, sealing all of Qingyu's dodging space, carrying the destructive will to crush everything, and struck. Facing this inescapable killing blow, Qingyu's eyes remained cold and calm. With a thought, he instantly recalled all his external servants into his inner world. At the same time, a seemingly ancient, dark golden small tower, covered with countless fierce beast reliefs, the Dark Tower, suddenly appeared in front of him and instantly enlarged, completely enveloping him. Just as Qingyu's figure disappeared into the tower. Boom! Two world-destroying energy torrents accurately struck the Dark Tower's body simultaneously. It was as if hundreds of supernovae had been detonated at the same spot. Blinding light instantly swallowed everything, and a terrifying energy storm, like a cosmic tsunami, swept in all directions, obliterating everything within hundreds of millions of kilometers. Asteroids, dust, and even space itself were completely vaporized and annihilated. A massive, continuously twisting and expanding black hole formed at the center of the explosion, frantically devouring all surrounding matter and energy. The violent explosion and energy turbulence made Thousand Silks King, Jolin Mother Empress, Star Annihilation King, and King Bai Lei, these four champion invincibles, temporarily unable to accurately perceive the situation at the explosion center. Don't stop. Keep attacking. He can't be completely fine. Jolin Mother Empress shrieked, giving the order. The million insect race warriors' bodies glowed again, preparing for a second volley. Star Annihilation King's muzzles also lit up with destructive light again, and countless mechanical puppets simultaneously adjusted their attack angles. Those spectators who had initially come to watch the show or pick up scraps were now terrified and scattered in all directions. When the spatial blockade formed, they were trapped like turtles in a jar. When the two monster race champion invincibles were instantly killed, their fear reached its peak. Now, seeing this terrifying attack capable of annihilating an exalt, they could no longer remain calm. Run. Fly out. Leave this blocked area. Madness. They're all mad. This Spirit Control King is a monster. Countless figures, like startled birds, desperately urged their divine power, fleeing frantically towards the edge of the blocked area, only regretting their slow speed, only wanting to be as far away from the battle center as possible. Just a moment before the insect race and automaton race were about to launch their second wave of attacks, the unscathed Dark Tower had silently approached the insect race camp, and Qingyu's figure flashed out like a ghost. His gaze instantly locked onto his target. First, the insect race. Not good. Thousand Silks King's graceful figure, enveloped in verdant light, trembled violently. She sensed a fatal crisis, and countless vine phantoms instantly erupted, attempting to unleash her renowned talent's secret method. But it was too late. A thought becomes nothingness. That transcendent soul will descend it again, like an invisible giant palm, pressing Thousand Silks King, along with the surging verdant light around her, into absolute nothingness and silence. Her graceful figure stiffened abruptly, the light in her eyes instantly extinguished, and her talent's secret method died before it could even fully unfold. She couldn't even put up any effective resistance before her consciousness sank. How is this possible, so fast? The blood drained from Qinglin Mother Empress's beautiful face. She frantically burned her divine power, constructing layers upon layers of intricate soul defense secret methods. The mother nest glowed brightly, attempting to resist the subsequent descent of the pale snow lotus, void lotus flower. As an insect race queen mother, her achievements in soul cultivation were indeed far beyond ordinary champion invincibles. Under that absolutely crushing soul attack, the soul barrier she constructed melted away like ice in the sun, layer by layer, but ultimately, it allowed her to hold on for one more breath. However, it was only for one breath. No. Accompanied by a soul shriek filled with unwillingness and despair, the light in Qinglin Mother Empress's eyes also completely dimmed, and she stood frozen in the void. Qingyu did not immediately enslave her, but merely used his powerful soul force to completely suppress her soul core, plunging her into the deepest slumber. The entire process, from Qingyu's appearance to the death of one and slumber of another insect race champion invincible, took less than 10 seconds. His target is us. Disperse. Disperse immediately. King Bailei's body, like a dwarf planet, emitted a muffled alarm, and his massive body began to turn frantically, attempting to create distance. Star Annihilation King's pyramid fortress also reacted instantly, countless muzzles no longer aiming at the original coordinates, but instead began indiscriminate, saturation attacks on areas where Qingyu might appear, attempting to hinder his approach. But all of this seemed so pale and powerless in front of Qingyu, who controlled the entire battlefield and possessed absolute speed and mental power advantages. Qingyu's figure flickered like a phantom amidst the sky-filling cannon fire, his cold gaze already locked onto the massive metallic planet and the monstrous pyramid. Next, it's your turn. Qingyu's primary target was Star Annihilation King. This automaton race had no soul, so his usual soul attack methods were indeed ineffective. Facing the torrent of energy, powerful enough to annihilate galaxies, Qingyu was easily dodged by the amethyst cloud wings. At the same time, a faint light flowed around his body, and a will fluctuation, distinctly different from a thought becomes nothingness, yet equally profound and unfathomable, permeated the air. Thought becomes void. An invisible force field instantly enveloped it. The originally violent and incredibly solid dark red energy beam, upon touching this invisible force field, twisted and dispersed like a reflection cast into water, its power sharply diminished. Although it couldn't completely turn it into nothingness, it reduced its threat by several levels. Ceiling. A ceiling stars instantly ascended into the sky. That dark black ceiling stars grew against the wind, instantly transforming into a giant black star with a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers. Secret patterns flowed on its surface, forming a huge vortex, ignoring the scattered energy attacks that had been weakened, and its terrifying gravitational pull firmly locked onto Star Annihilation King's main body and the mechanical fortress. Law suppression encountered. Unable to break free, Star Annihilation King's mechanical fortress issued the highest level of piercing alarm. It frantically spewed energy streams, attempting to stabilize itself, but in front of the ceiling stars driven by the star map, all struggles were futile. The massive pyramid fortress was uncontrollably pulled, rapidly shrinking, and finally transformed into a stream of light, completely swallowed into that ceiling stars. The star flew back into the scroll, its surface now bearing a clear pyramid imprint, slowly falling silent. The automaton race champion invincible, Star Annihilation King, suppressed. Immediately after, Qingyu's gaze turned to his final target, King Bailei. That giant sphere, like a dwarf planet, was currently pushing all its defensive energy to the extreme, its surface energy patterns glowing dazzlingly, attempting to resist to the very end. Stubborn resistance. Qingyu commented indifferently, and once again activated a thought becomes nothingness. However, this time, he felt a subtle difference. At the moment that Absolute Soul will descended, deep within King Bai Lei's massive metallic core, an inconspicuous, black crystal-like rhomboid crystal suddenly lit up, emitting a soft yet resilient soul halo. He actually managed to weaken the terrifying power of a thought becomes nothingness, which was enough to make the consciousness of a king-level immortal blank. Oh, a soul-type treasure. A hint of surprise flashed in Qingyu's eyes, then he understood. King Bai Lei truly had some tricks up his sleeve, no wonder he dared to call himself Bai Lei. The defensive power of this soul treasure was extremely astonishing. If it were a soul attack from an ordinary king-level immortal or even an exalt, perhaps less than 1% of its power would be able to penetrate. Unfortunately, he was facing Qingyu, and the innate secret method, a thought becomes nothingness. The level of a thought becomes nothingness had already exceeded the limit that King Bai Lei's soul could bear. Aha! A painful groan came from King Bai Lei's consciousness. Qingyu frowned slightly. He tried to have Dreamweaver King enslave him, but found that even in this severely suppressed state, Dreamweaver King still found it difficult to enslave him. Since that's the case, then I will enslave him personally. At this point, out of the 6 king-level immortals, 1 was enslaved, 1 fell into a soul slumber, and 1 was sealed. The entire process was swift and decisive. After dealing with these 6 biggest troubles, the matter was not yet over. Qingyu's cold gaze swept towards the group of spectating alien races who were frantically fleeing but had not yet escaped the spatial blockade. He was not someone with a soft heart. Those who came to take advantage or watch him make a fool of himself, since they entered the game, they should be prepared to pay the price. Act, capture and suppress. Qingyu issued a command to all his servants through their soul connection. In an instant, hundreds of Peak King and King Limit servants, already scattered throughout the sealed area, appeared simultaneously, like a net cast from heaven and earth, pouncing on the panic-stricken alien races. These servants themselves were extremely powerful, capable of coordinating with each other, proficient in illusions and soul suppression. Dealing with these individual champions was simply child's play. No, Spirit Control King, spare me. I am willing to offer all my treasures. I am a neutral race. I haven't made an enemy of you. Spirit Control King, wouldn't such widespread capture incite public anger? All forces in the outside territory battlefield will not let you off. By then, even if you are a human race genius, the human race won't be able to protect you. You are challenging the bottom line of all races. Desperate pleas for mercy, blustering threats, hysterical curses, they rose and fell across the starry sky. But the only response they received was the ruthless suppression and sealing by the servants. Qingyu floated in the air, watching all of this indifferently, turning a deaf ear to the threats. When the last fleeing figure was caught and sealed by a servant, this ravaged starry sky finally returned to a temporary dead silence. Upon tallying, Qingyu's harvest from this hunt was astonishing. In addition to the 6 king-level immortals, 174 Peak King powerhouses were suppressed. He gained 5 King Limit servants, and his Soul Path Peak King servants also increased by 41. However, due to the sheer number of alien races, even with Qingyu's full efforts to capture them, there were still some who slipped through the net during the chaos and, at the first opportunity after escaping the spatial blockade, teleported away in a panic. Therefore, this crazy and terrifying battle inevitably spread with astonishing speed, sweeping across the entire outside territory battlefield like a cosmic storm, and even reaching the many higher powers behind it. The name, Spirit Control King, completely resounded throughout the outside territory battlefield. His servant army exceeded 200, and each one was immensely powerful. He suppressed 6 king-level immortals with a wave of his hand, including notorious figures like King Shuini and Jumeng King. He endured the combined attack of the insect race army and the automaton race fortress without a scratch. And he himself possessed a terrifying soul attack capable of instantly killing a king-level immortal. These events thoroughly cemented his fearsome reputation as absolutely invincible at the undying spiritual god stage. After this battle, the Star Tower and its surrounding areas, which were originally bustling and filled with powerhouses, suddenly became deserted. The alien powerhouses who remained to explore this area began to flee this starfield at the fastest possible speed, fearing that a moment's delay would make them the next target of Spirit Control King. For a time, the three words, Spirit Control King, became the most terrifying symbol in the 7th battlefield of the outside territory battlefield. The high-level officials of the three races also received detailed battle reports almost immediately after the battle. When they saw their king-level immortals being dealt with like chopping melons and vegetables in the battle footage, endless rage burned within them. But this time, unlike the previous secret assassination attempt on Qingyu by Venerable Dongshu, this was publicly known. Who should they send? King-level immortals were already the most top-tier power their races could field at the Undying stage. Sending them would be suicide, only increasing losses and becoming a laughingstock. Send a universe exalt. If it were a secret operation like Venerable Dongshu's before, even if exposed, they could still argue. But now, the Spirit Control King incident had become a sensation, with countless eyes watching. No matter how terrifying the strength he displayed, his life aura was unequivocally still that of an undying spiritual god, and he had not violated the rules of the outside territory battlefield. If the three races were to openly send a universe exalt to kill an Undying, at this moment, they would be the first to break the rules. Which would invite the human race's furious retaliation. Soon, the high-level officials of the monster race, insect race, and automaton race, in a rare display of unity, reached a consensus and sent an extremely stern joint inquiry to the human race through the highest diplomatic channels. They strongly condemned the human race for maliciously dispatching Undying with exalt-level combat power into the outside territory battlefield to wantonly slaughter, severely disrupting the balance of the battlefield, and trampling on various high agreements, etc. This undoubtedly placed immense pressure directly on the human race's high-level officials. Meanwhile, Qingyu, at the center of the storm, was temporarily unaware of the news that the three races had jointly pressured the human race. He was in a secret temporary stronghold, tallying the incredibly rich spoils of war, and at the same time, falling into deeper thought. Exposing my identity, Qingyu toyed with a world ring, his eyes flickering. If I were to actively reveal that Spirit Control King is Qingyu, right now, would the high and mighty universe lords of the three races no longer be able to sit still and personally descend to eliminate me? This thought was extremely tempting. Venerable Dongshu's failure thousands of years ago must have already elevated the threat level of Qingyu to an extremely high degree by the three races. If they further knew that Qingyu could easily slaughter king-level immortals, they might truly spare no expense. Just as Qingyu was weighing whether to reveal his identity, and as the storm was about to fully erupt, Master, Lord Tiangong Palace Master's call request. The voice of the intelligent life rem sounded in his mind. Teacher Tiangong. Qingyu's heart stirred slightly, vaguely guessing the reason. Connect. The communication connected, and the virtual figure of Lord Tiangong Palace Master, with a hint of helplessness yet also a hidden smile, appeared before Qingyu. Teacher, you were looking for me. You rascal. Lord Tiangong Palace Master pointed at him, his tone carrying little blame, but rather a hint of teasing. Without a sound, you caused such a huge commotion. Ah. Qingyu continued to feign ignorance. Lord Tiangong Palace Master chuckled and scolded. Still playing dumb with me. Qingyu, tell me, is the Spirit Control King, who turned the Star Tower upside down and made the three races jump, you? Seeing that his teacher had directly exposed him, Qingyu no longer concealed it and smiled. Teacher, you already know. I didn't know originally, Lord Tiangong Palace Master explained. But you were too ruthless this time. Too many powerhouses from the three races fell into your hands, so many that it pained them. Now, the monster race, insect race, and automaton race have already united to formally lodge a solemn protest with our human race, applying pressure. When I looked at your military merit record, good heavens, it almost scared me. He looked at Qingyu, his eyes full of admiration and relief. Qingyu, your strength improvement truly far exceeds my expectations. How long has it been, and you've already reached such a level? Ah, this time, Qingyu was genuinely a little surprised, and he pouted. It's just suppressing some undying spiritual gods, why are the peak races getting so upset? Can't they take it anymore? You rascal. Lord Tiangong Palace Master was amused by his words. You're not even an undying yourself, yet your tone isn't small. Thousands of champion undyings become some, in your mouth. They've put in a lot of capital this time, demanding that we immediately release all the undying you've suppressed, and, he paused, looking at Qingyu. They demand that we hand you over to be dealt with jointly by their 3 races. Upon hearing this, Qingyu showed no fear on his face, but instead scoffed. One would know without thinking that as fellow peak races, having fought for countless epochs, how could the human race possibly hand over their own genius because of pressure from the 3 races? That would be the biggest joke. But don't worry, Lord Tiangong Palace Master said in a relaxed tone, with an undeniable certainty. You don't need to worry about this, nor be afraid. Primordial Chaos City Lord has already personally intervened in this matter. His face carried a proud smile. City Lord's meaning is very clear. The juniors in the outside territory battlefield rely on their own abilities. If they die or are crippled, it's because their skills are not good enough. Their 3 races, own king-level immortals, were inferior in skill and were counter-killed and suppressed by our human race's genius. And they still have the nerve to come and demand an explanation. It's utterly ridiculous. Lord Tiangong Palace Master's tone shifted, and with some curiosity, he asked directly. But speaking of which, how much did you actually gain this time? How many champions do you still have that aren't enslaved? Qingyu did not hide anything, reporting truthfully. Replying to teacher, upon tallying, there are roughly 1060 peak kings. As for high-level champions, all in all, there are already over 3,000. He paused, then added the most important part. This also includes Star Annihilation King of the Automaton race and Jolin Mother Empress of the Insect race, these 2 king-level immortals, who are currently only suppressed, not yet enslaved. Even though Lord Tiangong Palace Master was mentally prepared, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch slightly upon hearing this number. Chapter 149, Insect Race Fei Yan. Qingyu then asked, Teacher, with the 3 races pressuring us, do we really have to return all these champion undying? His tone carried a hint of reluctance. The Sky Eclipse Palace Lord, upon hearing this, smiled meaningfully. Whether to return them or not, the decision is yours. These are spoils of war you obtained with your own strength, and the race will not force you to hand them over. But if you are willing to give them to the race to handle, the race can try to make a deal with those 3 races. If they are willing to pay a sufficient price in treasures, a few champion undying or nothing. It's fine to return them. Qingyu immediately agreed. That's a good idea. I never planned to enslave all of them anyway, and I was just wondering how to deal with them. I was planning to trade them on the Great Alliance when I had the chance. Previously, Qingyu did not enslave Queen Mother Calamus because he considered that given the insect race's situation, they would very likely be willing to pay a high price to redeem her. After all, the number of Zerg Queen Mothers is inherently small, and Qingyu heard that Zerg Queen Mothers have very strong bonds with each other. An invincible king-level Zerg Queen Mother holds extraordinary significance for the insect race. In that case, then hand over those champions to the race. The Sky Eclipse Palace Lord nodded approvingly, then his expression turned serious as he spoke. Qingyu, after this matter, you should no longer stay in the outside territory battlefield. Come back. Return already. Qingyu was a bit surprised. His original plan had just begun to unfold. The Sky Eclipse Palace Lord explained, with your current strength, what refining effect can the outside territory battlefield still have on you? Continuing to stay here, do you really want to catch all the alien champion as if they were little chicks? Know when to stop. If you continue to hunt so recklessly, the 3 races might get exasperated. They might even secretly send out exalts, not hesitating to break the unwritten rules and go on a killing spree in the outside territory battlefield. At that time, our 4 peak races will fall into a vicious cycle. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's face showed a trace of regret. He had originally thought that perhaps he could lure out the exalts of the 3 races to kill him, to see if he could suppress a few more and slowly enslave them. That would be a truly heartbreaking loss for the 3 races. However, he also knew that his teacher's words were reasonable. He couldn't really push the other side to the point of desperation. If the four peak races truly started fighting each other, it would only benefit other forces. Disciple understands. Qingyu nodded, no longer insisting. The communication ended. Qingyu stood alone, his mind involuntarily recalling the biggest unexpected surprise of this trip, Thousand Silks King. This invincible king level from the insect race faction, whom he enslaved, was not only powerful but also a strong practitioner of the way of the wood beast god, possessing a beast god inheritance token. With this token, she gained the qualification to go to the core of the universe, the Elder God cult, to receive the beast god inheritance. Elder God cult, Elder God secret realm, Nine Nethers Blood Sea. Qingyu's thoughts raced. He planned to send Thousand Silks King to the Elder God secret realm to try and help him steal the World Lord rank Blood Sea water. If successful, the gestation of his last clone would have hope. Qingyu also knew this would be difficult to succeed. The Lord of Nine Nethers' main body, the Nine Nethers Sea, is within the Nine Nethers space-time. If anyone approaches his offspring's Blood Sea, he would know. Moreover, Nine Nethers space-time is the Lord of Nine Nethers' base camp. With the existence of the Nine Nethers Sea, even a universe lord would not gain an advantage there. This matter would not yield results anytime soon. Qingyu only remembered the Nine Nethers space-time, mentioned in the original work and the Lord of Nine Nethers' famous 108 princes, but the specific location information of those critical World Lord rank Blood Seas had long been vague. Furthermore, the vastness and complexity of the real universe are far beyond what words can describe. Even if he remembered everything, searching in the true Nine Nethers space-time would undoubtedly be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Do my best and leave the rest to fate. Qingyu gathered his thoughts, turning his attention back to the present. Worst case, I'll think of other ways. Qingyu no longer delayed and immediately decided to set off back to human territory. With a thought, he ordered his subordinate slave, Silver Stream, to prepare to activate Divine Kingdom teleportation. However, just as Silver Stream communicated with the Divine Kingdom and spatial fluctuations had just begun to ripple, buzz. An incomparably powerful law force suddenly descended. Like invisible, immense shackles, it instantly solidified and sealed the surrounding vast space. The spatial ripples that had just emerged instantly calmed, like frozen lake water. Qingyu's pupils suddenly contracted, and an alarm blared in his heart. This spatial blockade came too suddenly. Without the slightest hesitation, vast purple mist instantly erupted from him, the purple cloud pearl domain unfolded. At the same time, his azure ghoul body instantly switched to the purple crystal cloud wing clone. Sure enough, in the next instant, a scarlet giant sword, condensed with terrifying law fluctuations and over 10,000 kilometers long, appeared from nothingness, carrying a destructive will that could tear apart star rivers, and plunged fiercely from high above, aiming directly at Qingyu in the center of the domain. The might of this strike had already surpassed the limit of secret methods unleashed by invincible king-level powerhouses. Qingyu's mind instantly became clear, the Zerg Queen Mother's Law combined attack. He was not unfamiliar with this. Zerg Queen Mothers primarily use two mainstream combat tactics to control Zerg warriors. One is what Queen Mother Calamus previously used, winning by quantity, controlling millions of undying warriors to perform a pure divine power energy combined attack. The second, as seen now, sacrifices the number of controlled units to pursue extreme law fusion and control precision, forming a more destructive and targeted law attack secret method. This scarlet giant sword was the latter. In the nick of time, Qingyu remained calm and composed. Dark Tower. Buzz. The ancient, dark golden small tower instantly appeared and enlarged, firmly protecting him within. Boom. The scarlet giant sword accurately struck the dark tower's body, erupting in a deafening roar. The terrifying shockwave caused the purple cloud domain to churn violently, but the tower body remained as stable as a rock. Qingyu inside the tower didn't even feel much vibration. To be able to instantly pinpoint my location and execute such a precise sneak attack, the perpetrator must be within 1,000,000 kilometers. Qingyu instantly made an accurate judgment, his cold gaze shooting like a sharp sword towards a seemingly empty void ahead and to the side. Almost at the same time his gaze was cast, that void twisted, and the scene changed dramatically. A Zerg Queen Mother, over 10 meters tall, with a graceful figure and exquisite beauty, yet bearing cold killing intent, stood prominently atop a spherical Zerg Queen Mother's nest. Beside her stood 3 powerful peak champion slave servants, and surrounding the Queen Mother's nest were 100,000 Zerg warriors who had just completed their combined attack and were being rapidly recalled into the nest. This Zerg Queen Mother had evidently perceived the result of the attack through some means, and a trace of disbelief and furious shock instantly flashed across her beautiful face. Damn it, even Theoscarlet Judgment couldn't do anything to him. She was inwardly horrified. Realizing that she might have bitten off more than she could chew, she acted with extreme decisiveness, immediately accelerating the recall of the remaining Zerg warriors into the Queen Mother's nest. The nest surface glowed brightly, intending to activate some method to escape the area. Using the instantly spreading purple mist domain, Qingyu's perception had already locked onto the sneak attacker. Found you. Daring to ambush me. The purple cloud pearl domain's power surged, and its powerful binding force, like countless shackles, coiled around the Zerg Queen Mother's nest. His gaze pierced through the void, and when it fell upon the graceful figure standing atop the Queen Mother's nest, he paused slightly. Oh, it's an acquaintance, after all. This Zerg Queen Mother was none other than Fei Yan, the Queen Mother who had tried to assassinate him when he was at the Territory Lord rank and was later redeemed by the insect race. However, Qingyu was disguised in a different appearance at this moment, so Fei Yan couldn't recognize his true identity at all. You've tried to kill me twice, and you still want to leave. Old and new grudges surged in Qingyu's heart. His gaze grew colder, and he fully activated the purple mist domain to bind the massive Zerg Queen Mother's nest, preventing its escape. The purple crystal cloud wing clone flapped its wings, transforming into a purple stream of light that tore through the domain, directly rushing towards Fei Yan. Under the domain's powerful restraint, how could Fei Yan's speed compare to the purple crystal cloud wing clone? Seeing that escape was impossible, in her shock and fury, she had no choice but to release the Zerg warriors again. In a hurry, another scarlet sword light, slightly weaker in power, condensed and struck towards Qingyu, attempting to block his approach. But this hasty strike could at most delay him for a few breaths. Purple light flashed, and Qingyu had already broken through the aftershocks of the attack, instantly appearing directly in front of the Zerg Queen Mother's nest, coldly staring at Fei Yan within. Spirit Control King. Fei Yan's exquisite face instantly contorted as she clearly saw who had arrived. Her eyes erupted with deep-seated hatred and madness, her gaze seemingly wanting to devour Qingyu alive. Give me back my sister. Her voice trembled slightly from extreme rage. She had almost lost the calmness and elegance befitting a Zerg Queen Mother. Evidently, the news of her sister Calamus's suppression had caused her to completely lose her rationality. Your sister. Qingyu hovered in the air, stunned for a moment before instantly reacting. Are you and Calamus, who came to kill me earlier, sisters? He suddenly understood. No wonder this Fei Yan, whose strength was clearly inferior to her sister's, dared to seek revenge alone. The relationship between Zerg Queen Mothers is inherently close, let alone blood sisters. This explained why she would take such a great risk to find him. The fact that she could find him was probably also because Zerg Queen Mothers have special souls, allowing them to use some kind of contractual secret method between Queen Mothers to locate other Queen Mothers they have contracted within a certain range. Of course, Fei Yan finding him also required some luck. Spirit Control King. Fei Yan suppressed the hatred that was almost overflowing, her voice filled with determination. Release my sister. I can take her place and remain in your hands. She actually proposed to exchange herself for Calamus. Is that so? Qingyu was stunned when he heard Fei Yan's words. He looked at Fei Yan with a strange expression, his eyes revealing undisguised suspicion, as if scrutinizing whether she was sane. Did she hit her head when she was severely injured by King Tai Lan and King Qianjun last time, so badly that even her undying body couldn't fully recover? Qingyu mused to himself. This Queen Mother Fei Yan's line of thinking seemed too unconventional to him. Didn't she understand that with the strength he had displayed, he could completely suppress her as well, without needing any exchange? At that time, both sisters would fall into his hands. Wouldn't that be an even greater loss? Qingyu's thoughts raced, but he remained outwardly calm, deliberately probing with a disdainful tone, "Not enough. Your sister is equivalent to an invincible king-level existence." He deliberately scrutinized Fei Yan from head to toe, unceremoniously belittling her. "As for you, you're far less valuable than your sister. Then what do you want?" Fei Yan trembled, stimulated by his gaze and words. She bit her lip, almost hissing the words through gritted teeth. "How about this?" A hint of playfulness flashed in Qingyu's eyes as he proposed an outrageous condition. "As long as you're willing to lead the way and help me invite a few more of your Zerg Queen Mother compatriots to be our guests, I can not only release your sister but I can also let you go. How about it?" He made this request primarily to tease and further probe. He was even prepared for Fei Yan to fly into a rage and fight to the death, secretly gathering his strength, ready to unleash a thunderous suppression at any moment. However, the outcome far exceeded his expectations. The Zerg Queen Mother Fei Yan's delicate and enchanting face actually showed an expression of extreme struggle and conflict. On one side was her blood-related elder sister, who had fallen into enemy hands, on the other was the safety of her fellow clan members. These two emotions clashed fiercely in her eyes. A moment later, she suddenly looked up, as if having made a decision, staring fixedly at Qingyu with humiliation and resentment, squeezing out a single word from her throat, "Good." She actually agreed. Qingyu's gaze towards Fei Yan instantly changed from scrutiny to undisguised astonishment, like looking at an idiot. The thought process of this Zerg Queen Mother truly couldn't be judged by common sense. For her sister, she would even betray her clan and invite a wolf into her house. Although he grumbled inwardly, Qingyu's outward vigilance did not slacken in the slightest. Who knew if this was a strategy to lull him into a false sense of security? "Oh." Qingyu raised an eyebrow, following up on her words. "Even if you're willing, how will you help me? Your insect race's military merit system is quite discerning." This was indeed a practical problem. The insect race's military merit system, while far less advanced than humanity's virtual universe, was countless times more sophisticated than the monster races. Whether Fei Yan was enslaved or she actively led Qingyu to hunt other Zerg Queen Mothers, these abnormal behaviors and data would likely be detected by the military merit system. Fei Yan seemed unwilling to say more, merely giving Qingyu a cold glance without answering his question. She waved her hand, retracting her Zerg hive, and simultaneously ordered her servants to lift the spatial blockade. Immediately after, her figure flickered, and she directly performed a teleportation. But she did not try to shake off Qingyu. The spatial fluctuation trail left by her teleportation was clear and precise, its direction obvious, deliberately guiding Qingyu. Qingyu's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood her intention. "Interesting," he murmured to himself, his vigilance increasing rather than decreasing, but his actions were without hesitation. The purple crystal cloud wing clone's wings flapped, locking onto the spatial fluctuation, and immediately used teleportation to follow. He wanted to see what this Zerg Queen Mother Fei Yan was truly planning, or if she could indeed bring him a surprise. Qingyu controlled the purple crystal cloud wing clone, closely following Zerg Queen Mother Fei Yan through one teleportation after another. On the surface, Fei Yan truly seemed to be leading him to an area where other Zerg Queen Mothers might exist. However, Qingyu's inner vigilance did not diminish, instead, it grew even stronger. Anyone who could cultivate to the champion level in this cruel universe had undergone countless years of trials and life and death tests. Even he himself had, strictly speaking, lived for thousands of years. Counting the time in the time chamber, he had lived for tens of thousands of years. He absolutely did not believe that a Zerg Queen Mother who had lived for even longer would be a fool who would easily betray her clan for sisterly affection. "This is most likely a trap." Qingyu sneered inwardly. "Moreover, it's a meticulously designed trap specifically targeting me, Spirit Control King." Thinking of this, he dared not be careless in the slightest. At the beginning of this pursuit via teleportation, he had already secretly acted. He stealthily transferred all important world rings and treasures on his person to the Qingyu clone. Then, during a brief interval between teleportations, he quietly left the Qingyu clone, carrying all his belongings, at a secret coordinate, while he himself continued to follow Fei Yan with the purple crystal cloud wing clone, without a change in expression. His purpose in doing this was clear. The purple crystal cloud wing clone was an energy life form, naturally immune to soul attacks, with extremely strong life-saving abilities. Even if the path ahead was a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, if this clone fell in, the loss would only be a portion of energy, with no risk to his core treasures or fundamental existence. While his purple crystal cloud wing clone continued to advance with Fei Yan, the Qingyu clone, left behind, immediately and without hesitation used Divine Kingdom teleportation to directly leave the outside territory battlefield, ensuring absolute safety. With such arrangements, he could truly be bold due to his skill, and investigate, to see what kind of hospitality the insect race had prepared for him this time. After several more consecutive teleportations, the Zerg Queen Mother Fei Yan in front suddenly stopped. Qingyu's purple crystal cloud wing clone also instantly stabilized its form, hovering in the void. He looked in the direction of Fei Yan's gaze, his perception spreading out like invisible tendrils, and sure enough, in a seemingly empty starfield in the distance, he clearly sensed a uniquely styled spaceship. Since he had already transferred items like detectors, Qingyu couldn't precisely probe the interior of the spaceship, only sensing that it was rapidly approaching his and Fei Yan's direction. In just a moment, the insect race spaceship arrived nearby. The hatch opened, and another Zerg Queen Mother, equally graceful and about 10 meters tall, flew out, heading straight for Fei Yan. Seeing this, Qingyu couldn't help but be startled, looking at the Zerg Queen Mother Fei Yan beside him, thinking, "You're serious? Did I misjudge her intelligence?" The unfamiliar Zerg Queen Mother flew closer, a look of joy on her face. "Fei Yan, why are you suddenly in the 7th battlefield?" She then noticed the purple crystal cloud wing clone, whose aura was obscure and form extraordinary, and asked curiously, "Is this a new soul slave you've acquired?" Zerg Queen Mother Fei Yan did not answer her companion's question. She gave the other party a complex look, with undeniable guilt in her eyes, then suddenly turned her head, her gaze fixed on Qingyu. At this moment, Qingyu was truly somewhat astonished. Was this Zerg Queen Mother Fei Yan really that foolish? To save her sister, she would personally lead her own kind into a trap. He was currently the purple crystal cloud wing clone, an energy life form, without a soul, and unable to use treasures, putting him in a rather awkward position. If I had known this Fei Yan was truly an idiot, I wouldn't have been so cautious and transferred all my treasures. He couldn't help but curse his miscalculation in his heart. However, the instant that thought arose, boom. A terrifying aura, 1,000 times more powerful than the blockade previously cast by Fei Yan's servants, suddenly descended. The surrounding space-time seemed to be thrown into an absolute zero-ice prison, instantly and completely frozen and solidified. This spatial blockade carried the undeniable law suppression of a universe exalt. Immediately after, a figure appeared silently in the void. It was a Zerg Queen Mother whose aura was as vast as an abyss. Her gaze did not first fall on Qingyu, her target, but rather, with bone-chilling coldness, it turned towards Zerg Queen Mother Fei Yan. Her cold voice rang out, containing suppressed anger at her lack of ambition. "You idiot. When you return to the clan this time, you will stay in the forbidden area to reflect, and you are not allowed to come out again without my permission." The first words uttered by this universe exalt level Zerg Queen Mother upon her arrival were a reprimand directed at Fei Yan. Zerg Queen Mother Fei Yan seemed to want to argue, her lips moving slightly, but the Zerg Venerable merely narrowed her eyes, and an invisible, vast, star sea-like pressure precisely enveloped her, making her let out a muffled groan, her face turning pale, unable to utter another word. Witnessing this scene, the absurdity Qingyu felt from misjudging Fei Yan's intelligence instantly vanished, replaced by complete calm. "All right. It seems being cautious is always right." He was secretly awestruck. Even if his Qingyu original body were here, with numerous supreme treasures and heavy treasures, he might not necessarily fear this Zerg Venerable, but his greatest killing move, soul attack. When facing a prepared Zerg Venerable who naturally possessed extremely high attainments in the soul domain, its effectiveness would likely be greatly reduced. The Zerg Venerable's resistance to soul attacks was far beyond that of ordinary Venerables. At this moment, the Zerg Venerable's gaze, like two cold sharp blades, finally moved from Fei Yan and fully settled on Qingyu. That gaze seemed to penetrate the energy body of the purple crystal cloud wing clone, looking directly at its essence. She slowly spoke, her voice cold and certain, carrying a sense of being in control of everything. Should I call you Spirit Control King? Our formless king? Or, Qingyu? Although it was a question, her tone was decisive and without the slightest hesitation, clearly having confirmed Qingyu's true identity through some means. She not only knew the recently famous title, Spirit Control King, but also likely found out about other titles Qingyu had used, and even directly spoke his true name, Qingyu. That this Zerg Venerable could instantly reveal his multiple identities, Qingyu was surprised, but not entirely unexpected. In a flash of lightning, numerous clues instantly connected in his mind. When Dreamweaver King had not yet been enslaved by him, he had already reported all the detailed information about Formless King, including his 12 champion-level servants and soul methods, to the Zerg High Command. Chapter 150, Challenging the Heavenly Bridge Again. Subsequently, Dreamweaver King and Venerable Dongshu, two powerhouses skilled in the way of soul and the way of space, came to assassinate him, but both mysteriously disappeared without a trace. More crucially, the clone that Dreamweaver King had hidden within the insect race territory was ordered to self-destruct after Dreamweaver King was enslaved by Qingyu. These clues were enough for the insect race high level to deduce that he, Qingyu, was not only not dead, but had made astonishing breakthroughs in the path of the soul. He possessed terrifying strength, enough to counter-kill or even enslave Dreamweaver King, and cause Venerable Dongshu to stumble. And when recently, a Spirit Control King, who possessed large-scale soul enslavement abilities, had a multitude of servants under his command, and whose strength was so formidable that he could crush invincible king level, suddenly emerged in the Star Tower. The insect race high level only needed to compare this information slightly to easily come to a shocking yet reasonable conclusion. Spirit Control King, Formless King, and Qingyu were one and the same person. Facing the Zerg Venerable's cold and certain questioning, Qingyu did not deny it. Qingyu's face showed no expression, but his pair of purple eyes, like ice crystals, met the opponent's gaze without fear. He sneered, his tone full of mockery. I didn't expect that your three races would truly be so shameless. First, you sent a Venerable Dongshu to assassinate me, and now even a Zerg Venerable of your status has personally entered the fray. Counting it up, this is already the third Venerable you have dispatched, isn't it? For a mere world lord like me, you're truly making a big fuss. Human Qingyu, if we can kill a genius like you, it's worth it even if we have to pay a greater price. The Zerg Venerable ignored his mockery. Her vast pressure, like a sea of stars, pressed down on Qingyu like tangible waves, one stronger than the last, causing the surrounding solidified space to emit a faint, unbearable hum. It was as if his energy clone would be completely crushed in the next moment. She directly asked the core question, I ask you, where is Venerable Dongshu? This was precisely the greatest mystery for the insect race, and even the automaton race and the monster race. How could a high-level universe exalt skilled in the way of soul simply disappear from the universe without a trace after performing an assassination mission targeting a world lord? Without even being able to send back a single message, they had not failed to suspect that the human race high-level had intervened. But this was also illogical. If a human race powerhouse had truly suppressed Venerable Dongshu, this matter would never have been so calm. The human race would either use this as an excuse to make a big deal out of it diplomatically and extort a hefty sum from the three races, or they would directly use Venerable Dongshu as a bargaining chip to exchange for enormous treasures. In any case, it should not have ended up like this, with no news and no trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. Venerable Dongshu's bizarre disappearance became an inexplicable mystery, and also elevated the threat level of Qingyu to an extremely dangerous height in their minds. Qingyu's expression remained unchanged, though an energy life form naturally had no complexion to speak of. He ignored the opponent's question about Venerable Dongshu, and instead asked, before you make your move, you should at least let me know which Zerg Venerable I'm falling into the hands of, right? He was trying to buy time. Because the moment this Zerg Venerable appeared and the space was completely sealed, Qingyu's consciousness had already sent a message to his teacher, Sky Eclipse Palace Master, through the virtual universe. It clearly contained his precise cosmic coordinates at that moment. What he needed to do now was to stall for as much time as possible, preferably until his teacher arrived, at which point he would then keep this Zerg Venerable as well. Trying to stall for time. So be it. Once I enslave your soul, I'll naturally know everything. The Zerg Venerable's eyes were indifferent, as if looking at a struggling insect. Before she finished speaking, a vast and boundless soul power, far exceeding the champion level, had already transformed into an invisible, towering wave, instantly piercing through space and crushing down upon Qingyu's purple crystal cloud wing clone. This strike was enough to cause any invincible king-level soul to instantly fall, to be forcibly branded with an enslavement mark. However, the moment this soul power touched Qingyu's clone, like a giant wave crashing against an ethereal reef, the powerful soul impact found no purchase, passing straight through without stirring a single ripple. The Zerg Venerable's always indifferent expression suddenly changed, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Energy clone. Damn it. She immediately realized that she had been tricked. The target before her, who had caused her to personally make a move, was not his true body at all, but merely a pure energy body immune to soul attacks. The fury of a failed plan instantly surged in her heart. She abruptly turned her head, her gaze like two ice blades, fiercely piercing towards Mother Queen Fei Yan, who was pale-faced beside her. The Venerable's originally cold and exquisite face was twisted by extreme rage, and her eyes shot out chilling light, almost freezing souls. She suddenly raised her hand, terrifying divine power condensing in her palm, wishing she could smash this fool, who was only good at messing things up, into dust with one blow. It's all your fault, you idiot. You ruined everything. The murderous roar echoed in the solidified starry sky. It turned out that Mother Queen Fei Yan's appearance was itself a carefully planned assassination attempt against Qingyu by the insect race high level. They had tampered with Fei Yan using a unique soul-sensing secret method among Zerg Queen Mothers. The original plan was for Fei Yan, after sensing her sister Calamis's location, to lure Qingyu to a meticulously set death trap according to the route secretly guided by the race. Initially, the insect race high level did not hold much hope for this, because even with the secret method's enhancement, the effective range of such sensing was extremely limited, at most 1 or 2 light years. In the vast and boundless outside territory battlefield, this was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But who would have thought that Mother Queen Fei Yan would actually, by sheer coincidence, sense Calamis's location within the effective range, and thus discover Qingyu's whereabouts? What caught the insect race high level even more off guard was that Fei Yan, anxious to save her sister, did not follow the race's original plan after contacting Qingyu. Instead, she took matters into her own hands and actually tried to lead Qingyu to find other Zerg Queen Mothers for an exchange. It wasn't until the insect race military merit system discovered that Mother Queen Fei Yan's teleportation trajectory significantly deviated from the predetermined route, and multiple communication requests went unanswered, that the high level suddenly realized something was amiss and immediately dispatched this venerable to rush over, which led to the thunderous but ultimately failed scene just now. However, Mother Queen Fei Yan also had her own considerations. Qingyu had not yet enslaved her sister, but he could do so at any time. She was afraid that if Qingyu fell into the hands of the race, he would fight to the death and enslave her sister, which was why she acted on her own initiative. Regardless of how furious and murderous the Zerg Venerable became, after confirming that the Qingyu in front of her was merely an energy clone immune to soul attacks, she knew the matter was impossible and acted with extreme decisiveness. She grabbed Fei Yan and the other Zerg Queen Mother, who was still in a daze, and simultaneously ordered a servant to immediately activate Divine Kingdom teleportation, preparing to retreat. A dignified Zerg Venerable, why are you rushing to escape like a stray dog the moment you show your face? Qingyu's purple crystal cloud wing clone immediately mocked when he saw this. At the same time, he flapped his wings, transforming into a blue stream of light, and charged directly at the servant who was guiding the Divine Kingdom teleportation, attempting to interfere and buy time. However, with all his treasures having been transferred away, the pure attack power of the purple crystal cloud wing clone barely reached the level of an ordinary champion at most. For a carefully selected servant under a universe exalt, it was truly difficult to pose a threat. Sharp tongue. Human Qingyu, this matter isn't over. The Zerg Venerable retorted coldly. Facing Qingyu's harassment, she didn't even turn her head, merely swiping her hand backward casually. A highly condensed divine power impact, containing venerable level law comprehension, instantly erupted, precisely covering Qingyu's path forward. Qingyu secretly sighed in regret, but immediately activated his innate secret method, Instant Shadow, his body instantly entering a virtualized state. Even so, the terrifying power contained in that casual strike still exceeded the upper limit that Instant Shadow could evade. Bang! The energy torso of the purple crystal cloud wing clone violently trembled under the impact, and over 90% of its energy was directly annihilated in an instant. The originally solid blue light shadow became extremely dim, almost transparent, and nearly completely dissipated. He could only watch helplessly as the light of the Divine Kingdom teleportation enveloped the Zerg Venerable, the two Mother Queens, and her servant, and then disappeared into the void. Just a moment after they left, a even vaster and more majestic aura descended, and the surrounding spatial seal was forcibly smoothed out by an even stronger power. Sky Eclipse Palace Master, clad in scarlet robes, had already traversed endless space-time and appeared in this starfield. His gaze swept around, instantly discerning the residual energy traces and the nearly dissipated purple crystal cloud wing clone, his brows furrowing slightly. Teacher. Qingyu's dim clone gathered, his tone filled with unwillingness and regret. Unfortunately, this disciple is incompetent and couldn't keep them. Sky Eclipse Palace Master looked at his disciple's pitiful energy clone, but did not reproach him. He himself had not held much hope of keeping this Zerg Venerable, and calmly said, "If a universe exalt is determined to leave, unless a net is laid out beforehand, it is indeed difficult to forcibly keep them." Upon hearing this, Qingyu couldn't help but think of Venerable Dong Shu, whom he had sealed within the sealing stars. At that time, if the other party hadn't plunged headfirst into the Star Tower, being restricted by the special environment within the tower, but had instead been determined to escape, he truly would have had no way to deal with a high-level universe exalt. This comparison flashed through his mind. Sky Eclipse Palace Master naturally did not know what his disciple was thinking and continued to analyze. Now it's also impossible to pursue them by following the traces of that servant's Divine Kingdom teleportation. After all, it's just a servant's Divine Kingdom, and the destination of the teleportation must be the core hinterland of the insect race. Rashly pursuing them would likely lead to being immediately surrounded, which would be more trouble than it's worth. He waved his sleeve, and the surrounding space subtly fluctuated. Let's go. Time to return. Sky Eclipse Palace, 9th floor. Half a month had passed since Qingyu left the outside territory battlefield. During this time, he first went to find Yumeng, then met up with some old friends, and also took time to return to the Qinglin star system. At this moment, in front of Sky Eclipse Palace Master, the master and disciple were conversing. "When do you plan to break through to Undying?" Sky Eclipse Palace Master inquired. "My third clone has not yet been chosen," Qingyu replied truthfully. "I plan to wait until I have conceived the third clone, and then comprehend all 8 lower laws to the point where they receive law acknowledgement, before proceeding with the breakthrough." "You haven't chosen your third clone yet." Sky Eclipse Palace Master frowned slightly. "Do you want me to help you? Is there nothing you like in our human race's treasure vault, the Great Alliance, or even my private collection?" Qingyu's mind flashed with the thought of the 9 Nether Blood Sea, but this matter was too important for him to reveal it now. He pondered for a moment and replied, "I already have an idea for the choice of my third clone, and I've sent my servant, Thousand Silks King, to the Elder God cult to search for it. If, by then, I truly can't obtain the materials to nurture the third clone, I'll have to shamelessly ask for your help, Master." Sky Eclipse Palace Master looked deeply at his disciple, seemingly sensing some unspoken words, but he didn't press the issue. He merely said, "Since you already have a plan, then follow it. Remember, if you need anything, speak up anytime. I should still be able to help." Yes, master, Qingyu respectfully responded. You rascal. Sky Eclipse Palace Master couldn't help but laugh and scold him, his tone carrying a hint of emotion and a warning. Your ambition is not small. To comprehend all 8 lower-level laws to the point of gaining law recognition is by no means easy. You must clearly think through the difficulties involved. An ordinary world lord, if he could comprehend one lower-level law to the point of gaining recognition from the origin law, would already be considered an outstanding talent among his peers, enough to secure a place in the Doomsday Secret Realm, the core layer of the Virtual Universe Corporation. However, Qingyu's goal was to advance all 8 distinct lower-level laws to this level simultaneously, a difficulty that escalated almost geometrically. Master, this disciple wants to try. Qingyu's gaze was firm. He had made this decision not on a whim, but after careful consideration. He possessed the special life clone, Azure Ghoul. If he only wanted to break through to Undying, the threshold was actually very low. He only needed to comprehend any one lower-level law, which was consistent with the standard for the human race's main body. However, as a favored child of the universe, special life inherently possessed an extremely high affinity for laws. Coupled with the innate secret method, transformation, which continuously optimized its essence, comprehending a lower-level law was relatively much easier for Azure Ghoul. But once one chose to break through to Undying through a single law, and the life form underwent a fundamental transformation, the divine body would become highly bound to that law. In the future, trying to comprehend other laws would encounter natural repulsion and hindrance, making efforts yield only half the results. Unless, before breaking through to Undying, one first gained recognition from the corresponding origin in other laws. Only then, after breaking through, would comprehending the corresponding laws not become extremely difficult. Qingyu's actions were precisely to lay the foundation for a long-term path. He wanted to lay the most solid foundation for the future before breaking through to Undying. Qingyu was also full of confidence in himself, not believing that mere lower-level laws could truly stump him, who possessed numerous opportunities and advantages. Since you've thought it through, then go for it. Sky Eclipse Palace Master looked at the undeniable confidence in his disciple's eyes and no longer tried to dissuade him. Instead, he showed appreciation and expectation. He also knew that if Qingyu could truly achieve his wish and gain recognition in the initial stages of all 10 laws, it would bring immeasurable benefits to his future path as a strong individual. He seemed to already see a future towering tree laying down an unprecedentedly deep foundation. He greatly anticipated the day Qingyu truly grew into a pillar supporting the heavens. Oh, right, you'll stay here in my Sky Eclipse Palace for now, Sky Eclipse Palace Master said to Qingyu, as if remembering something. In 3 days, there's another surprise for you. Surprise. Qingyu's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt upon hearing this, then he connected it to a certain possibility, his tone carrying a touch of anticipation. Could it be those champion foreign races who were suppressed? Has the human race already negotiated with the 3 races so quickly? Are they willing to pay treasures to redeem them? Ha ha, of course not that fast. Sky Eclipse Palace Master laughed heartily, but kept him in suspense. You'll know in 3 days. Seeing that his master wouldn't reveal anything, Qingyu could only suppress his curiosity. He pondered for a moment and then had a plan. Since that's the case, this disciple will take this opportunity to challenge the Heavenly Bridge. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I've been there. I might as well challenge the World Lord Rank's original Tongtian Mountain as well. He had stopped at the 18th level of the Universe Tongtian Bridge last time. Virtual Universe, Heavenly Bridge Plane. Guardian, we meet again, Qingyu greeted the cloud of mist politely. Your Highness Qingyu, you've come to challenge the Heavenly Bridge again. Guardian Ba Fen's voice came through. Now, when he saw Qingyu, he was no longer as shocked as he was. Initially, mainly because this Highness's progress speed was truly too incredible, he had almost gotten used to it. That's right, Qingyu nodded. Is no one on the Universe Tongtian Bridge right now? No, Your Highness can go directly, Guardian Ba Fen said, his tone carrying a subtle hint of anticipation. He wanted to see how far this genius, who had repeatedly created miracles, could go this time. Qingyu said no more and stepped into the entrance of the Universe Tongtian Bridge. The result, naturally, was without any suspense. The Universe Tongtian Bridge, as the most difficult heavenly bridge, required passing the 20th level. The strength requirement was roughly to comprehend a unique skill in either the space or time law, while the comprehension of the other law needed to reach the 19th level. And Qingyu, he had not only comprehended his own unique skills in both the higher-level space and time laws, but he had also used this as a foundation to create the peak secret method, ethereal. His foundation in law comprehension was incredibly solid, far exceeding the requirements of the 20th level. Facing the guardian of the 20th level, Qingyu didn't even use his full strength. Merely relying on his exquisite application of the space-time law and a portion of the power of the ethereal secret method, he easily defeated him. Universe Tongtian Bridge, 20th level, passed. Universe Tongtian Bridge, 21st level. Qingyu chose an illusionist as his opponent. He intentionally wanted to test how much of a gap still existed between his regular strength and the benchmark of the 21st level. Without using his innate secret method, a thought becomes nothingness. Against the backdrop of the deep starry sky, the guardian's figure slowly condensed. He looked at Qingyu, his voice carrying an ancient echo, a world lord, able to reach the 21st level. It's been a long time since that happened. But you must know, there's a fundamental difference between the 21st level and the 20th level. The leap between the 20th and 21st levels of the Universe Tongtian Bridge was the greatest watershed. At the 20th level, whether you had only comprehended one unique skill, or all 6 unique skills of the space-time law combined. As long as you hadn't thoroughly comprehended any higher-level law, you were essentially still categorized within the scope of the 20th level. But Qingyu's strength could no longer be simply measured by his law comprehension level. Let's begin. Qingyu's gaze was calm, and subtle fluctuations of the space-time law faintly circulated around him. My strength might surprise you greatly. Is that so? The Guardian was noncommittal. At the beginning of the battle, the Guardian displayed power far exceeding what he had shown before. A vast and mighty spiritual force, like an invisible tsunami, instantly descended, attempting to directly crush and erode Qingyu's consciousness. Qingyu's soul strength and will were already firmly at the level of a high-level universe exalt. The soul attack displayed by this 21st level Guardian, roughly equivalent to that of an elementary universe exalt, though powerful, was far from unbearable for the current Qingyu. He didn't even deliberately cast a soul defense secret method. He simply relied on his own indestructible will. Like a reef, he withstood the soul impact head-on, his figure unmoving, his eyes still clear. What? Such strong will. The Guardian showed surprise for the first time. A world lord could so easily withstand his soul attack, which completely exceeded his expectations. The probing ends here, Qingyu said calmly, then his eyes narrowed. Now, try my soul secret method. Void lotus flower. Before he finished speaking, his vertical pupils, burning with azure ghostly flames, suddenly underwent a mysterious change. The ghostly flames flickering in the center of his pupils seemed to be constrained. And shaped by an invisible law power, rapidly outlining and condensing, finally transforming into 2 exquisite, peerless, pale snow lotuses, as if blooming at the junction of eternal frozen earth and endless abyss. This lotus bloomed in 9 grades, each petal flowing with a cold and eerie luster, emitting a fatal attraction that made the soul instinctively tremble. And involuntarily want to sink into exploration. Buzz. In the void in front of him, without any warning, a gigantic, suffocating illusory snow lotus, identical in form to the one in Qingyu's eyes, bloomed out of thin air. The Guardian uttered a sound of surprise and doubt for the first time. He keenly noticed that the law level contained within this secret method itself was not extremely high, but its technique in utilizing law power had reached an exquisite, almost ultimate state, making every trace of law exert 120% of its effect. What shocked him even more was that behind this secret method, he felt a terrifying soul power as vast as a sea of stars and as condensed as substance, supporting it. This lotus bloomed in 9 grades, each petal flowing with a cold and eerie luster, emitting a fatal attraction that made the soul instinctively tremble. And involuntarily want to sink into exploration. Buzz. In the void in front of him, without any warning, a gigantic, suffocating illusory snow lotus, identical in form to the one in Qingyu's eyes, bloomed out of thin air. The guardian uttered a sound of surprise and doubt for the first time. He keenly noticed that the law level contained within this secret method itself was not extremely high, but its technique in utilizing law power had reached an exquisite, almost ultimate state, making every trace of law exert 120% of its effect. What shocked him even more was that behind this secret method, he felt a terrifying soul power as vast as a sea of stars and as condensed as substance, supporting it. Under the blessing of a soul amplitude as high as 64 times, and a soul origin that had essentially reached the level of a high-level universe exalt. The power unleashed by this move, Void Lotus Flower, had far surpassed the grade of the secret method itself, reaching a level that could make even an exalt take notice. The gigantic illusory snow lotus silently closed, as if an independent illusory world was contracting and annihilating. Chapter 151, Revival. The gatekeeper only felt his soul as if it had been cast into an absolute ice prison. His consciousness, perception, and even his connection to the universe's fundamental laws became blurred and sluggish in an instant. It was as if he was about to be completely enveloped, frozen, and purified by those pale lotus petals. However, just an instant before his soul's defense line was about to be completely breached, a bright light burst forth from the gatekeeper's eyes. A more condensed power of law erupted from his body, forcibly constructing a solid barrier at the core of his soul. Boom! A silent soul impact exploded on the consciousness level. The enormous pale snow lotus phantom trembled violently a few times, but ultimately failed to completely close and annihilate the opponent's consciousness, slowly dissipating into the void. The gatekeeper's figure swayed slightly. He looked at Qingyu with eyes full of awe and complexity. I never thought that you, at the World Lord rank, could create such an exquisite secret method. Your potential is truly limitless. His tone shifted, carrying a hint of authority belonging to a higher level. Unfortunately, with just this move, it's still a bit lacking to pass the 21st level 1 guard. He ultimately relied on a deeper foundation of law to forcefully block the most fatal attack of the Void Lotus Flower. Qingyu understood. Without the absolute suppression of the innate secret method, a thought becomes nothingness, which transcended his current level, relying solely on the Void Lotus Flower and existing conventional methods. He indeed couldn't yet bridge this essential gap and defeat a gatekeeper whose strength was comparable to an elementary universe exalt. But he didn't feel discouraged. Instead, a faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. But the gap isn't that big. He clearly felt. If he could make further progress in his comprehension of space-time law and refine his existing secret method to a higher level, then defeating the opponent would not be impossible. When I return next time, that will be the moment I defeat you, Qingyu said to the gatekeeper, his tone calm yet filled with undeniable confidence. The gatekeeper heard this and did not retort, merely giving him a deep look. I look forward to it. Immediately, Qingyu's figure voluntarily dissipated into the starry sky of the 21st level. Although he did not conquer the 21st level on this trip to the Heavenly Bridge, he had accurately measured his current limits. Next up, the World Lord rank primitive Tongtian Mountain. The challenges here no longer posed any obstacle for the current Qingyu. Although the overall difficulty of the World Lord rank primitive Tongtian Mountain was generally acknowledged to be slightly higher than passing the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge, it still couldn't stump Qingyu. The three gatekeepers, Minotaur, Ape Man, and Snake Woman, though simulated by the virtual universe system, possessed souls, no different from real life. Soul attacks were equally effective. Facing the encirclement of the three, Qingyu merely thought for a moment, and a vast soul power, like a star sea, swept over them like an invisible tsunami. The snow lotus bloomed again. The three gatekeepers had just erupted with powerful auras and executed exquisite combined combat tactics when their movements instantly froze. Their eyes suddenly became hollow, their souls, upon contact with Qingyu's soul power, extinguished instantly like candles in the wind. World Lord rank primitive Tongtian Mountain, passed. Easy, effortless, without a ripple. Qingyu's figure appeared at the summit, and the virtual universe system's notification sounded in his ear. The reward of 100 billion points was no longer something Qingyu paid attention to. his wealth was at least several hundred trillion. For him, passing the primitive Tongtian mountain was more like a ceremonial completion, marking a perfect full stop on the recognized ultimate standard of the World Lord stage. The news of him consecutively passing the Heavenly Bridge's 20th level and the primitive Tongtian mountain spread rapidly like a cosmic storm. Qingyu's name and his identity as Spirit Control King instantly caused an unprecedented sensation within the core of the Virtual Universe Corporation, especially on Thunder Island, which symbolized the status of undying and above powerhouses. Throughout the island, when some champion undying and even universe exalts met, their conversations inevitably revolved around this incredible world lord. This time, the Virtual Universe Corporation did not classify the news of Qingyu passing the Universe Tongtian Bridge's 20th level and the World Lord rank primitive Tongtian Mountain as top secret. Because the insect race had already confirmed that Spirit Control King was Qingyu. They would inevitably share this crucial information with the automaton race and the monster race. Compared to Qingyu's terrifying feat of enslaving an invincible king level on the outside territory battlefield, passing the Heavenly Bridge's 20th level and the primitive Tongtian Mountain became a trivial, corroborating evidence. Under these circumstances, regardless of whether the Virtual Universe Corporation blocked the news, the three hostile races, monster race, insect race, and automaton race, would undoubtedly spare no effort, using various means to try and assassinate him. Since there was no longer any need or possibility to conceal it, it was better to openly disclose it. Have you heard? That Spirit Control King, Qingyu, just passed the 20th level of the Universe Tongtian Bridge. And he also took down the World Lord rank primitive Tongtian Mountain. More than just heard. Warden Baffin's email must have been sent everywhere, right? Who would have thought that the little guy who came out of a remote starfield to participate in the genius battle back then? From astral rank to now being able to casually suppress and enslave even an invincible king level, has actually been cultivating for less than 10,000 years. Yes, I also paid attention to that genius battle. Although he won first place, his performance at the time, to be honest, while top-notch, didn't show such heaven-defying potential. I really misjudged him. Achieving such accomplishments in less than 10,000 years, this growth rate is simply unheard of. Too terrifying. Indeed, even KD, who amazed an era back then, his performance during the World Lord stage was far inferior to his. Amidst the discussions, a champion seemed to recall something, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, asking with a hint of playfulness, "Oh, such a grand event, why don't I see Snow Prison King? Doesn't he usually drink here?" As soon as these words came out, the surrounding champions who were familiar with each other first froze, then all revealed knowing smiles, and a subtle atmosphere immediately filled the air. Ha ha ha. A champion who had a decent relationship with Snow Prison King couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why bring him up? He's probably regretting it so much he's turning green, hiding in some corner drinking away his sorrows. How could he possibly have the face to come out and participate in such a topic? Another also smiled and shook his head in agreement. Isn't that right? I remember, when this Qingyu first entered Primordial Chaos City, he seemed to have actively wanted to apprentice under Shui Yu, but was politely refused by Shui Yu. Looking at it now, tisk tisk, this is probably the biggest mistake he's made in his long life, isn't it? Missing out on a disciple destined to make a name for himself throughout the universe in the future, this regret will likely be enough for him to remember for several epochs. Someone nearby sighed, his tone carrying a bit of sympathy but more of a sigh of witnessing history. Meanwhile, at the other end of Thunder Island, inside a palace covered in ice and snow, Snow Prison King, clad in ice armor, sat alone on his throne, holding a glass of wine that had long since turned cold. In front of him, a screen floated, displaying the message from Warden Baffin, showing Qingyu's successful passage. His face was expressionless, but the knuckles of his hand gripping the wine glass were slightly white from excessive force. After a long while, he tilted his head and drained the wine in his glass, letting out an almost inaudible sigh, a sigh that echoed for a long time in the cold hall. Regret, perhaps. But there is no turning back on the path of a powerhouse. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. 3 days later, Sky Eclipse Palace. Let's go. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord looked at Qingyu, who had been waiting there, with a mysterious smile on his face. Teacher, where are we going? Qingyu couldn't suppress his curiosity. Just follow me, Sky Eclipse Palace Lord continued to keep him guessing. Don't be too surprised later. Seeing that his teacher still refused to speak clearly, Qingyu could only suppress his surging curiosity and followed closely behind. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord waved his sleeve, and the light of Divine Kingdom teleportation enveloped the two of them. The next moment, they were in an unfamiliar starfield. The surrounding stars were desolate, and space exuded a cold, dead silence. Qingyu subconsciously released his divine power to perceive his surroundings, and an indescribable sense of familiarity gradually surfaced in his heart. Some long-buried memory fragments were stirred, his body paused slightly, and his voice carried a tremor that was hard to detect. He suddenly remembered. This was precisely the starfield where his parents' merchant fleet was ambushed by the notorious Bloodfang star pirates, and where they both ultimately perished. His heart involuntarily accelerated, and an almost impossible conjecture exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. With his current state of mind, he even felt a rare sense of nervousness and uncontrollable anticipation at this moment. Teacher Sky Eclipse's surprise, combined with the special significance of this place, and the potential and talent he had displayed, enough to earn him extreme importance from the human race's high level, the answer seemed to be on the verge of being revealed. The human race would very likely reverse time and space to revive his parents. His parents were only universe rank during their lives, possessing a long lifespan of 10 epochs, still incredibly far from reaching their natural lifespan. They perfectly met the conditions for being revived by a universe lord reversing time and space. Just as Qingyu's heart was surging with emotions and myriad thoughts. They're here. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord suddenly straightened his expression, his gaze fixed on the distant void, and said in a low voice. Buzz, as if the laws of the entire universe trembled slightly with it. A figure, without any warning, appeared in that cold starfield. He was about 3 meters tall, as stout as a mountain, clad in incredibly complex and ancient dark red battle armor, with battle boots adorned with law patterns, and a tail covered in cold scales naturally extending from the back of his battle skirt. 2 fiery red horns, seemingly condensed with endless flame laws, grew on his forehead, and his face was inscribed with strange secret runes full of primitive and ancient charm. His appearance did not carry a world-destroying aura, yet he naturally became the core of the entire starfield, and even the operation of the universe's laws. When Qingyu's gaze fell upon this figure, an involuntary shiver ran through the depths of his soul. At first, he only saw a burly humanoid figure, but the next moment, his perception seemed to be infinitely elevated, pulled into a profound and mysterious realm. Before him was no longer a person, but the personification of endless, vast, fundamental universe laws. The magnificent, boundless, and all-encompassing profoundness of the law, like a cosmic nebula, slowly rotated, emitting a fatal attraction that almost swallowed and assimilated his soul. HMPH. Qingyu's will was incredibly resolute, far surpassing his peers. His powerful willpower was like a stabilizing anchor. He forcefully pulled his sinking consciousness back from the brink, and his eyes regained clarity. He already understood in his heart that only those few universe lords at the pinnacle of the entire human race could possess such power and be treated with such solemnity by Sky Eclipse Palace Master, a top universe overlord. And the image and characteristics of the one before him were so distinct that his identity was already obvious. Primordial Chaos City Lord. Sky Eclipse Palace Master bowed slightly, his tone respectful. Qingyu immediately reacted, suppressing the shock in his heart, and likewise bowed respectfully, his voice clear and solemn. Junior Qingyu greets Primordial Chaos City Lord. Primordial Chaos City Lord's gaze, which seemed to contain the laws of the endless universe, first looked at Sky Eclipse Palace Master, his voice calm yet carrying an unquestionable majesty. Sky Eclipse, you have taken on a good disciple. Sky Eclipse Palace Master's face showed a hint of a proud smile. He bowed slightly and said nothing more. Immediately, Primordial Chaos City Lord's gaze fell upon Qingyu. That gaze seemed to penetrate all appearances, directly reaching the essence. Perfect life gene level, powerful will and soul, he said softly, with a hint of approval in his tone. With a single glance, he saw through Qingyu clone's perfect life gene structure, which had reached 10,081 times, and even his soul essence and tenacious will, which far exceeded his current realm, had nowhere to hide. Qingyu, you are excellent. Primordial Chaos City Lord did not delve into how Qingyu achieved these incredible accomplishments. In his eyes, there was only pure appreciation and satisfaction for an outstanding genius among the younger generation of the human race. At his level, he had long understood that every peerless genius has their unique opportunities. As long as their heart is with the human race and they do not betray the greater good of the human race, he does not care about minor secrets. I see it. Primordial Chaos City Lord said no more, turning to the empty starry sky, his voice grand, as if proclaiming to the entire universe. This is a glimpse of the power that comes when space-time law is fully comprehended. Before his words finished, he slowly raised his arm, covered in dark red, ancient battle armor, and gently pointed at the infinitely vast void in front of him. Buzz. A formless, intangible, yet immense will, transcending existing cosmic rules, descended. In an instant, Qingyu clearly saw the river of time in the vast starry sky ahead, as if being forcibly stirred by an invisible giant hand, beginning to flow backward at a speed visible to the naked eye. Scene after scene, like reversed images, flashed and rewound in the starry sky at an unprecedented speed. Shattered meteorites reassembled, scattered energy rolled back, starlight twisted and changed its trajectory. This was the supreme power of a universe lord, whose words became law, capable of forcibly reversing space-time within a certain area. The speed of the rewind was extremely fast, but with Qingyu's current realm, he could clearly capture every detail. Soon, blurry figures appeared in the void, a group of ferocious-looking star pirates, frantically attacking a cosmic spaceship bearing the Azure Scale Clan emblem. The explosions of battle, the impact of energy, all played out in reverse order. Immediately after, he saw the familiar spaceship's shield being breached, and saw the two figures he yearned for fall under the star pirates' attack, then, stand up, again, retreating back into the spaceship. Everything was in reverse. Is this it? Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Qingyu, his voice calm, yet carrying a comforting power. Yes, it's them. Qingyu's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. His gaze was fixed on the two figures inside the spaceship, blurry yet incredibly familiar. They were his parents. Freeze. With Primordial Chaos City Lord's low shout, the frantically rewinding space-time scene was like a paused video, instantly frozen. The picture stopped at the moment when the Star Pirates' attack was about to strike, and the two figures inside the spaceship, with expressions of shock, anger, and determination, were preparing to fight to the death. Subsequently, the surrounding rewound environment began to return to normal time flow, stars resumed their operation, and energy returned to calm, but only the two figures inside the spaceship. They remained in a frozen state, like parts individually peeled from a painting, existing independently outside the universe that had returned to normal time flow. When the surrounding rewound environment completely returned to normal time flow, the two frozen figures inside the spaceship would completely arrive in the current space-time, resurrected. Of course, while a universe lord can reverse space-time to resurrect the dead, it is not without cost. Space-time will retaliate, and this backlash force is inherently directed at the resurrected individuals. But how could they withstand it? Naturally, Primordial Chaos City Lord had to bear it. Of course, resurrecting two universe-rank individuals, for an existence like him, the backlash acting on Primordial Chaos City Lord was like a gentle breeze blowing on a mountain. With a subtle flash of light, the two figures, a man and a woman, appeared tangibly in the cold starry sky. They were dressed in the standard battle attire of the Azure Scale Clan, their faces still showing the determination and a hint of confusion from the moment before their demise, as if waking from a long dream. The woman, Qingyu's mother, Qinglin, her eyes somewhat dazed, subconsciously spoke, didn't we already perish? The man, Qingyu's father, Qingyu, was equally perplexed, but he instinctively shielded his wife behind him, looking around. Hillen, what's going on? Here, I'm leaving first. Primordial Chaos City Lord's calm voice sounded. He said nothing more, and his figure quietly faded, as if he had never appeared. Sky Eclipse Palace Master also smiled slightly at Qingyu, transmitting a message, "Have a good reunion." Then he too used instant shift and disappeared. Only then did Qingyu's parents notice the figure standing quietly in the distance, and the two great existences who had just departed, their aura as profound as the starry sky. Qingyu forcibly suppressed his surging emotions, first respectfully bowing again in the direction where Primordial Chaos City Lord had disappeared. "Qingyu, thanks to Primordial Chaos City Lord." Then he turned to the direction his teacher had departed. "Farewell, teacher." After doing all this, he slowly turned around, facing the two figures that had been etched deep in his memory for nearly 10,000 years. Even though he could now suppress an invincible king level with a wave of his hand and face a universe exalt without fear, at this moment, a rare sense of nervousness, like that of a young boy, arose in his heart. If those alien races on the outside territory battlefield knew that the terrifying, Spirit Control King, appeared like this in front of his parents, they would surely be utterly shocked. He took a deep breath, as if using all his strength, before the two words he had called out countless times in his heart clearly escaped his lips: "Dad." "Mom." Qingyi and Qinglin trembled, their gazes fixed on Qingyu's face. The familiar contours were vaguely visible, but there was more of a sense of unfamiliarity, stemming from the profound and powerful life aura that naturally emanated from Qingyu, like the vast starry sky. This aura filled them with awe, even making them hesitant to acknowledge him. Qinglin's lips trembled slightly. She tentatively, with an unbelievable anticipation, whispered, Are you really, are you?" 3 years later. For these 3 years, Qingyu's human body almost always accompanied his resurrected parents, enjoying family bliss and making up for the long, missed time. At the same time, he also made a series of profound and significant decisions for the future development of the Azure Scale clan. As early as when Qingyu began to distinguish himself in the primitive mystical region of the Virtual Universe Corporation, the Azure Scale clan had already risen through his influence, developing rapidly. Its core territory was no longer limited to the initial few star systems but encompassed several surrounding starfields. Within this domain, the Azure Scale clan held absolute authority. This was only within the Qinglin Universe Kingdom. The Azure Scale clan's commerce and influence had long since crossed universe kingdoms, penetrating into several neighboring universe kingdoms. Even those undying spiritual gods had to show deference and courtesy when facing the Azure Scale clan. And as Qingyu's fearsome reputation as Spirit Control King, and his astonishing battle achievements gradually spread within the high-level circles, the Azure Scale clan's status naturally rose further. In the past, Qingyu himself didn't have much interest in clan affairs, mostly providing protection to ensure the safety of the Azure Scale clan. As for specific development, he generally adopted a hands-off approach. After all, his closest relatives within the clan had passed away, and he believed that the feedback and protection he provided to the Azure Scale clan had long surpassed the meager nurturing he received in his early years. However, the resurrection of his parents changed everything. Qingyu himself might not have much attachment to the clan, but he could feel his parents' deep sense of belonging and responsibility towards the Azure Scale clan. To bring peace of mind and satisfaction to his parents, and to respond to this blood connection, Qingyu, though feeling a bit helpless, no longer remained aloof. However, even in a universe where strength is revered, a family lacking effective constraints and proper guidance can easily get lost in expanding power and wealth, eventually breeding corruption and infighting, becoming a nest of despicable, rotten apples. This was absolutely not the situation he wished to see. Since that was the case, it was better to personally lay the foundation for its eternal prosperity. Qingyu simply took matters into his own hands, setting a clear tone and ironclad rules for the future development of the Azure Scale clan. At the same time, he utilized his high status and authority within the Virtual Universe Corporation, and unreservedly invested massive resources, initiating a systematic transformation of the Azure Scale clan, from top to bottom and from inside out. He established a core, clarified order, strengthened the authority centered around his parents' lineage, and created clear, fair clan rules and promotion channels to prevent internal strife. Stop.